I'm going to get to this in just a little bit. Hang in there. I'm going to get around to this because it's breaking news, but I return you to our regularly scheduled content already in progress. Okay, this is a story I actually wanted to talk about here last week. So much been going on, so much to be filled in on, and I am fulfilling my task of keeping you ahead of the curve. This is an article that came out from The Guardian. The Guardian's record on things is hit or miss. Here is a great, big, huge miss. This is a criminal level of miss here. And it's one of the reasons why young people don't listen or pay any attention to the old corporate media anymore. The old corporate media is trying to sell a bunch of brainwashing, mind-bending garbage is what they're trying to do. And while they've been hopeful that nobody catches on to it, unfortunately for them, most people have. So what I want to do is I want to go ahead and show you the article here. This is the article, How Positive Male Role Models Are Detoxifying the Social Media Manosphere. This is the guy who wrote the article, this weird-looking, bug-eyed, noodle-necked weirdo named Alex Hearn. Here's the first problem. Who the hell are you to be telling us about masculinity? Who the hell are you? Who are you that we want to be like? Why would any of us want to be like you? You know, if you had a convincing argument, then we would be able to see it. Obviously, it would speak for itself, and we want to be like you. So the point I'm making to you all is that the losers in life, a lot of them are broke betas sitting on somebody's couch playing Xbox, but a lot of these simplified beta losers, they've gone into politics, they've gone into law, a lot of them have gone into media. A whole bunch of them have gone into media where they can sit around and go get a job making articles all day talking about real men and saying what the real men should be like. What he doesn't say is the real men want to be like him. Now that's what he doesn't talk about. He doesn't say how the real men want to be like him, nor does he ever sit up here and ask himself, by the way, why is it that the real men don't want to be like me? So he gets a job where he pretends that he's speaking for either the society or how men should be. But what he can't say is, by the way, the men want to be like me. The men respect me. The men admire me. Alex Hearn is not admired by any men, including the cashier at Chipotle. Now, the article says, now take a look at the subheadline. Influencers advocating for mental health, self-love, and parenting are reclaiming the space from Andrew Tate and his ilk. So this guy is talking about mental health, self-love. These are feminine things. But then again, when you take a look at the guy who wrote the article, it's like, oh, I see why you would want to push that on us. No, the metrosexual LGBT thing works for you. It just doesn't work for men. And parenting. Now, this would be the same psychopathic, abortion-loving goofball who would sit up here and tell you everybody needs to have an abortion, but then telling the men that they need to be parents. So the women should abort the children down to the very last child, but the men need to embrace parenting. Well, that sounds like child support court to me. So the women don't have to do anything. It's the men who need to do all this. These things he's talking about, at no time is he saying that this is deficient for women, that they need to focus on that. Women need to focus on parenting. He doesn't say women need to do that. The men need to focus on parenting. By the way, Manfrotto tripod, I do endorse. I got a couple of them myself. Very well made, carbon fiber, love it. And then this guy in the picture here, Joe Wicks. Now, this is from the UK technology editor. Not social studies, not sociology, not man on the street. The technology editor wants to tell us about the manosphere. How would he know he's not a man that any of us want to be like? It just sounds like you're beta jealous because there are no men who want to be like you. By the way, for The Guardian, you're always asking folks to give money, and then you go put guys like this on the payroll. It's kind of hard for us to feel like we need to contribute to you when you're putting anti-male feminist misandrist, a male feminist misandrist, on the payroll. And if you're going to have him there, you should at least have somebody who is respected among men to speak on the other side of it, because this guy doesn't represent men anywhere, nor are you doing articles about toxic femininity and how women need to change feminism. He says here that influencers such as Andrew Tate, and by the way, it gets worse because this guy here, he's not even a good propagandist. He starts off talking about Andrew Tate, demonizing Andrew Tate, but it's everything that comes after that that comes next. Everything after that. Influencers such as Andrew Tate have become bylines for toxic masculinity, attracting huge audiences of young men and boys with a mixture of quasi-motivational pep talks, fast cars, and demonstrations of sexual prowess. Something you'd never know anything about, Alex. I guarantee you this little noodle-neck bastard drives a smart car with an oversized pair of galoshes. So this is what happens when mama's boys, jealous mama's boys, get a job writing somewhere. But what about the other side of the coin? Why would men be interested in the other? What's the other side of the coin? Why would they be interested in that? Now, then you hear the next sentence. Are there any people making content for the same audience with healthier messages? Or do men and boys just not want to hear it? And you saw that, men and boys. This guy here is trying to shame us into trying to please him. Oh, we're not boys. We're real men. We want to be like you, soggy Alex. Jago Sherman, by the way, if the other side of the coin could stand on its own merits, men would already be there. We wouldn't need some straw neck shaped dude like you to try to advocate for it. It would be thriving on its own merits. Just take a look up here. This is what he's saying. We need to be embracing. Men need to become a bunch of yoga students, which would make guys like him happy because he'd never do that. So he's the biggest, limpest beta in the room. But if we accept that, he would become the alpha. Do you understand that? You would become so weak, he would actually be an alpha for once in his life. Jago Sherman, the head of strategy at GOAT Agency, the influencer subsidiary of marketing titan WPP, says, quote, there are plenty of male influencers and creators advocating for and creating content around topics as varied as mental health, fitness and wellness, parenting, self-love, self-expression, anti-knife crime, education, but they don't necessarily make the headlines. Now, do you hear this pathetic, anemic list of things? Mental health, fitness and wellness. Now, there are plenty of men out there who do fitness and wellness. For God's sake, Jay Cutler has a booming YouTube channel. There are a bunch of males who do fitness out there. Tons of them. But that's not the kind of wellness that they want you to gravitate to. They want you to gravitate to a LGBT type of, quote, wellness. They want you to mimic females. Parenting, self-love. When's the last time that they were advocating that females need to have influencers who lecture them about parenting? Self-love, fast cars, sexual prowess, pep talks. What's wrong with motivational pep talks? Motivational pep talks and fast cars, that is male self-love. Self-expression, that is male self-expression. Well, not for Alex. Alex would say, you know what you really need to have is a tricycle. You need to have a tricycle with an oversized balloon cushion helmet. That's what you need to have. The likes of Andrew Tate are able to use social media to make broad, sweeping, and unsubstantiated claims that appear to offer quick fix answers to very complex issues. The issue, of course, is that these statements are almost always untrue or an opinion dressed up as fact. You mean like what you're saying here, Alex? You mean like what you're saying here? An opinion that you are deviously, devilishly trying to paint up as a fact? You haven't said a single fact yet, and this is what you're trying to paint up as a fact. In a social landscape where creators battle for attention, sometimes this shock factor content, which can be consumed and understood very quickly, can outperform lengthier, thought-provoking, neutral content. First of all, who's decided that it's neutral, Alex? You? Obviously, nobody else agrees with you. And the other thing is this shock factor. Andrew Tate is not shocking to men. Andrew Tate isn't shocking to men. Andrew Tate is not shocking to women. It is shocking to Alex because every time he sees somebody like that, it reminds Alex of just how weak and effete he is. So to him, oh, this is mind-blowing. There is nothing about Andrew Tate that is shocking. There's nothing about, no male ever looked at Andrew Tate and said, boy, I'm shocked by the stuff he's talking about. This is mind-blowing. It's just the male feminists who, clutch my pearls and squeeze my panties. Now, the next part here, against that background, last week, Labour, they're talking about the Labour parties overseas, announced a plan to help boost the more positive visions of what masculinity could be. So the UK government wants to start funding what you should consider to be masculinity. Masculinity does not need help from government, and it damn sure doesn't need guidance from Alex Metrosexual Hearn. We don't need anybody to tell us how to be men. Get the hell out of our way, and we will be men. You don't see anybody saying that we need to tell women what femininity could be. But for the males, we need to tell you what masculinity should be because too many of you don't want to be under control. You have to understand that that's the real threat, is a male population that will not just readily submit to anything and everything they're told. George Orwell's 1984 come to life. Here, let's give you tennis shoes. Here, let's give you a cell phone. Here, let's give you social media. And the first thing guys like Andrew Tate will tell you is put down this damn social media, go to a gym, work out, get some money, which is going to be a end result of you acquiring a life's purpose, and define masculinity on your own terms. So Alex here is letting you know they're conceding defeat, that they need the government to just make it the law and policy. We're here to tell you what masculinity should be. Right after he just told you that there are plenty of social media influencers who are telling us the new way of masculinity, now he's saying, they need help, which means government dollars. He says, under the proposal, schools would be helped to develop mentors from their own students to help counter the misogynist vision promoted by Tate and his ilk, as well as explain in class the skills to more critically analyze what they are seeing on screen. Critically analyze, which means we're going to brainwash you. Why is it they can't look at it for themselves and determine if it's in their best interest? This will be the same guy who will tell you, well, if your child tells you that they need to get a sex change operation, you need to just go along with it. If the child tells you, you know what, I like what Andrew Tate has to say, you need help being able to critically analyze it. But he doesn't advocate that you need help critically analyzing whether your sexuality is a mistake or not, or that you've been fooled to critically analyze what you've been influenced to think about your sexuality. He doesn't say that. So you're looking at a full frontal assault now. They're dropping the polite tones and they're just going to a full frontal assault. Now, here's where he tries to make his counter argument. Brace yourselves for maximum cringe is the number one thing I can tell you. Brace yourselves for maximum cringe. Some men giving more positive visions of masculinity have already broken through. Now, we're going to find out if this is propaganda here in just a moment. He says that some of them have already broken through. Well, if they've broken through, then you don't need any more help. even becoming household names in their own right. Fitness influencers such as Joe Wicks, whose career was kickstarted by his Instagram posts as the body coach, may not enthrall teen boys with salacious content, but simple advice delivered with a friendly, almost relentlessly cheerful demeanor can still garner millions of followers. Now, that's this guy up here. This is Joe Wicks, and you can kind of just feel the moist energy just dripping off of him. But you know what? I'll give Joe a fair shake. Let's go take a look at this Instagram page that Joe has got. Let's just go take a look at that. Now, here he is on Instagram, 4.7 million followers. Well, that certainly seems to be impressive enough there now, doesn't it? 4.7 million followers, you'd figure they just go ahead and leave it alone. If he's got that many, oh well. But here's the problem. This is the problem right here. This is the problem. Man bun, this is the problem right here. This is the problem right here. This is not something that appeals to masculine beings. All right. Well, Jason, you're being a little harsh on him. Okay, let's go. This post right here, 470. Well, you know what? Let's hop over here. He wants to give you cooking tips. Got it. Understood. And then you go through the list. He's got a bunch of females. That's what old Alex didn't want to tell you. His following is female. You have a bunch of women. That's the problem. Yeah, he's got millions of subscribers. Yeah, a bunch of women. Yeah, a bunch of women. That's what Alex doesn't want to talk about. A bunch of women. Sophie Jade SJW. Okay. Congratulations there. I wonder if she's truly about that. But by the way, yeah, Alex's audience is a bunch of women. Looking like a gray-haired Kenny G. No disrespect. But his audience is majority female. No wonder Alex has his G-string getting twisted into a knot. Because Alex, he brings up Joe Wicks. Joe Wicks does not appeal to men. Joe Wicks is not somebody that men listen to. He's somebody that women listen to. In the chat room, UFO Kamikaze said Beta Homes and Gardens. What? Beta Homes and Gardens. Damn! Yeah, he sure is. I mean, ground zero. Ground zero of Beta Homes and Gardens. You knocked it out of the park with that one. There's nothing on here that appeals to boys. There's plenty on here that appeals to girls. So what is Alex trying to do with this effeminization here? You already know what it is. So that a limp beta like him can weaken the rest of us and he automatically becomes the alpha. The problem, Alex, let me tell you what the problem is, dude. Here's the problem, Alex. The problem is you. What? The problem is you, Alex. None of us want to be like you. There are no 16-year-old boys who want to be like you, and there are no 25-year-old females who want a guy like you. They don't want you. And the only reason that they would promote that Joe Wicks, they're not going to, these chicks over here, it'll be a bunch of baby mamas and single mothers. Auntie, chill. His comment section is going to be just like the rest of them, a bunch of baby mamas and single mothers. Shout out Sophie. Shout out Sophie. A bunch of single moms sitting up here fantasizing. But even those females would drop this dude in a heartbeat if Andrew would answer his DMs. They don't even want him. You're trying to sell it to males who don't want to be like him, certainly don't want to be like you, and females who don't really want this guy. This guy is too much like a girl. The females do this stuff better. Take a look at this. A man ain't gonna do no garbage like this. What? I don't give a damn how well it works. A man ain't gonna sit up here and body massage a damn wall.
Boy, what in the hell's the matter with you?
Oh, do you see? Okay, do you see these? What the hell kind of shorts are these? Hey, Alex. Hey, Alex, come get your boy. Why don't you go ahead and explain this damn part? Let me turn the volume down a little bit just in case I'm coming in hot. But by the way, hey, Alex, what about these shorts your boy wearing? What's going on? Why don't you talk about this for a moment here? And take a look at the way he is supine. Look it up. Take a look at the way he's prostrate. Look it up. Take a look at the way that he is stretched in submission looking towards the heavens. The females do this better. The bottom line is the females do this better than Joe does. There are no men trying to compete with Joe to see which one of us can limber up our damn pelvic bones. You take a look at this. This your man right here. Even the dress code is out of line. The whole damn dress code is out of line. No wonder you're upset with us. This fella ain't got nothing to offer us. He doesn't have a damn thing to offer us. That's why you gotta have Soggy Alex to sit up here and try to promote it for him, because this dude ain't got nothing we want. This is not masculine what he's doing. That's why it ain't working, Alex. I know, just busting your damn bubble, but that's why it ain't working. You can hate it all you want to. This is not natural to masculine beings. That's why dude can sit up here. Take a look at this picture right there. Look at that. That's not even a masculine facial expression. This is not a masculine facial expression. He looks like damn me Richard Simmons.
Excited to share this with the world. Let's take a look inside. It's an action-packed journey through the body and mind with plenty of tips, fab facts, and inspiring activities. Chapter 1 is called Know Your...
What part of masculinity is this?
Good evening, everybody. Good evening, everybody, and welcome to...
Hey, partner, that attempt at dropping your damn voice didn't work, my dude. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but he just sat here and tried to drop his voice to a masculine register. Epic fail, my dude.
Good evening, everybody. Good evening, everybody, and welcome to Instagram Live, where I'll be talking to the wonderful Dr. Megan Rossi, also known as the Gut Health Doctor, to talk all about...
Okay, no wonder Alex likes you so much. No wonder. Oh, y'all, do I even... I'm not even gonna click on this one. No, I'm scared. I'm not even gonna lie to y'all. I'm scared. I'm not even gonna click on this one. We will just leave that one to be continued. I'm not even gonna click on that. After hearing his voice, the man bun, making sweet Ronald Isley love to the wall, and then you think young boys are gonna gravitate to that? Well, that Andrew Tate is just telling you about how nice girls are and fancy watches and cars, and why don't you come over here with Joe? Man, all right. But it gets worse now because Alex is really a little devious, devilish, duplicitous individual here. And he shows what he is as you go down here. You can look into some of these other folk if you want to. Exemplified by Russ Cook, known to many as Instagram's hardest geezer, whose year-long attempt to run the length of Africa told the tip should, if everything goes as planned, finish in April. Okay. He's trying hard to sit up here and do that. Hard. He's trying to promote somebody's website, The Good Side. Doesn't work. Now, here's where things get really despicable and deplorable. Here's where he really exposes himself as a diabolically, really scumbag type of individual. It goes on to say here, the guy with this website up here, The Good Side, Parker says, well, let me start with this paragraph here. That's important because focusing on the misogyny rather than the broader messages of traditional masculine norms that the manosphere thrives on risks letting a second generation of post-Tate toxic influencers slink by under the radar. So did you get that? Focusing on misogyny rather than the broader messages of traditional masculine norms. So Alex says that being a masculine male is the problem. So he's just coming out and saying it. Traditional masculine norms is called biology. Traditional masculine norms are the problem. Now, I want you to see just how wicked this despicable little tapeworm is. It says, boys have learned through repetition that the casual misogyny of the likes of Tate is not cool to repeat in public, and when asked will often insist that they do not like the way he talks about women, but just listen to him for, quote, the other stuff. Parker says David Goggins is the kind of guy we're facing right now. He's an ex-Navy SEAL, massive on all the social platforms, but he and all his content are about self-discipline, self-motivation, get up in the morning, get to the gym, have a cold shower, be a man. But he doesn't talk about women at all or sex at all. Now, they were complaining about Andrew Tate because they don't like what he says about women. Now they're criticizing David Goggins and saying he doesn't talk about women or sex at all. And then he says taking women out of the equation doesn't make it any less problematic.
What?
Taking women out of the equation doesn't make it any less problematic. It just means that it's hard to find a sharp point because he doesn't say anything hateful. So Andrew Tate is wrong because he talks about women. And David Goggins is wrong because he doesn't talk about women. What they're saying is that they want women, and only the women that they approve of, to tell us how to be men. That's what he's saying. They want women and effeminate, effete males to tell us how to be men. That's what they're saying. We want women to tell you how to be men. Winning over boys to a more positive vision of masculinity will not happen by default. No, biology does. But neither should hope be lost. There is nothing innate in the experience of boyhood that means that toxic messages are the only ones that will gel, and with a little nudge, a better role model could thrive. A better role model like who? You, Alex? A better role model like Joe Wicks? A better role model like what? Let's be clear about this, dude. If what you was selling could be sold, it would sell itself. You wouldn't have to be sitting here talking about we're going to get the Labor Party and get the government involved to help promote our unified vision of beta masculinity, which is not this masculine feminine. Because the males are difficult to control. Let me explain to you all something here before you say, well, Jason, what would be the reason for that? If you all didn't know this, they're trying to move both males and females in the same direction. They're trying to move them in the same direction so that ultimately you will end up with a completely subservient worker class, A class of people who don't rise up if you tax them. They don't rise up if you try to deprive their human rights. They don't rise up if the government gets out of control. They just sing and march and hope for the best. That's the point. So you will be able to work them and work them relentlessly. You can do it all day, every day. And the males will be worried more about getting their toes done and looking cute and what flavor of sriracha they can put on their rice. Take a look at this guy. This is not the face of resistance. He's not the face of assertiveness. There's nothing about him that's assertive at all. He is a completely submissive individual. And that's what governments today want. They want a submissive male class. Why? Because a submissive electorate, a submissive population will not challenge you even as you abuse them and deprive them of their rights. So you end up with this communist China in a so-called democratic society. You end up with a population that doesn't question anything, accepts only that which they are given, and the oligarchs at the top live high off the hog, like North Korea. Hell, like South Korea, actually. There's the evil little wicked, dirty little secret. When it comes to how the population in general gets treated, by the way, quiet is kept. They talk about North Korea a lot. They don't say very much about South Korea. Just thought I'd throw that in there. Anybody who's seen that Netflix film Parasite, by the way, you want to talk about South Korea versus North Korea, but I slightly digress. So that's what they intend for us. The problem is you've got hundreds of years of free speech, so Alex and friends are here to toe the line to tell you, yeah, you want too much freedom. What you need to do is be weak and beta, and he doesn't even say that's what the women want. He doesn't even argue that that's what the women want. He just argues that's who you should be. You should just be that. Well, you know what focusing on soap operas and mental health and self-love and parenting get you? You all want to know what that gets you? I'll tell you what the hell it gets you. It gets you here. This is where it gets you. It gets you here. I've been beating the drum on this and letting you know that, by the way, yeah, you can keep your eye on that. It gets you here. Now, there are going to be some folks here tonight. We know in advance the cognitive dissonance is going to be out of this world. You're going to have a bunch of dead-end logic deniers who are going to try to hang in there to the end because they are so committed and married to the Russell Wilson Ciara fairy tale. They're so married to it that even as reality comes crashing in through the door, they're still going to argue that we're not correct, that 2 + 2 doesn't really equal 4. They're still going to argue this no matter what. And even when he gets drummed out of the league shortly, they will then just pivot to, well, really, that don't matter, though. Russell money straight now. So that it don't really matter if he ain't got the job and he ain't in the league no more. That don't really matter. It ain't really that. That's literally what a bunch of them they're going to have to pivot to that. It gets real pathetic. It gets super pathetic, but that's what they're going to start pivoting to. No, I ain't lying. Let me show you. Right here on the business. I put up this post a couple hours ago. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I called it. All the people last week who were disputing me aren't going to come back and apologize for being dead wrong, stupid, and ignorant. Then you go down to the comments section. Good point, Ryan. Future sold his catalog for $100 million. Didn't have to throw a single pass.
What?
She saw that. This guy here, he made over $300 million in his career. Warren Moon, Randall Cunningham, and Rich Gannon were released in their mid-30s and went on to have success. Russell will be okay. So you gotta, the beta males are desperate now. They're just eaten alive with paranoia and anxiety. They're just desperate. Here was my response. I said, success? What kind of success? A Super Bowl victory or some other kind of success? Here was his response. Rich Gannon led the Raiders to the Super Bowl. I said Super Bowl victory. Russell Wilson has already been to the Super Bowl, my desperate, woefully uninformed, and weak friend. The point ain't going to a Super Bowl. They don't hire quarterbacks to go to the Super Bowl. They hire quarterbacks to win a Super Bowl, not to attend a Super Bowl. So Rich Gannon, that's why I said Super Bowl victory, because I knew what he was going to try to say. But by the way, just pathetic as he can be, Rich Gannon went to the Super Bowl. Did he win? He was also the MVP. Did he go back? Randall Cunningham was the NFL passing leader in 1998 and led the Vikings to the NFC title game. Folks, I mean, pathetic. Pathetic. Does anybody think that Ciara chose Russell Wilson so that she could attend an NFL game? Or do you think she chose Wilson because she expects to win an NFL game? By the way, I could sit here and bomb on the weak and the silly and the desperate all this time. I could do that, but I don't have to keep doing that. But you get the idea. There's some of them who are just, dead enders. They're just determined to put on a brave face. They are just determined to sit here and try to save face to the bloody, evil, gruesome end. But I want to show you something. Here is a statement put out by the Denver Broncos. This is their statement. We've notified quarterback Russell Wilson that he will be released after the league year begins March 13th. They put this on their Twitter. Now, let's just get down to the nitty-gritty. Some of you who just pretend you understand these things, look here, Chris, whatever the hell your name is, understand something. It's time for you to learn a little something. I don't think it'll penetrate that skull, but time for you to learn something. To my sports heads, when was the last time that you saw a franchise split a quarterback like this? That they go to their Twitter to publicly announce that? When was the last time that you saw a team do it like this, so publicly, so blatantly? You know this violates etiquette. You only do this if you're trying to humiliate somebody. They're sending a message to the rest of the teams in the league. They went to their Twitter to say, headline, the first words, we've notified Russell Wilson he will be released after the league year begins March 13th. Come on now. Somebody let Chris know, because Chris thinks that this is the way that business is done in professional sports. Chris thinks this is the way it's done. He thinks that this is a good thing. Chris apparently thinks that. And I'm not even a football guy, and I know full damn well if I were a sports agent, I wouldn't want anybody to sit up here and make the announcement like this. You're supposed to just leak this out with a little old press release. You're supposed to give an official press release, and these other websites pick it up from there. They went to their Twitter to first words out their mouth. We're releasing Russell Wilson. Russell Wilson is released. He's already released, but it will be effective March 13th. We've released him. First words. Then you go down to their statement from General Manager George Patton and Head Coach Sean Payton. We spoke with Russell Wilson today, March 4th. That's today as you all are listening to me. We spoke with Russell Wilson today to inform him of his release after the start of the league year. Now, y'all know in sports, this is as nasty as it gets. Yeah, we called Russell today to inform him, not to discuss, not to negotiate, to inform him he is released after the start of the league year. On behalf of the Broncos, we thank Russell for his contributions and dedication to our team and community while wishing him the best as he continues his career. This is like the WWE with future. We wish you well with your future endeavors. Russell Wilson just got future endeavored. As we move forward, we are focused on building the strongest team possible for the 2024 season and beyond. Well, that means that you're obviously saying that Russell Wilson can't be part of a strong team. We are excited to improve this offseason and will have the flexibility to get better through the draft and free agency. Through the draft and free agency. But what they don't want to do is keep Russell Wilson. And Ciara just finished dropping the load. Ciara just finished busting out the latest kid. And a few weeks later, both of their mansions in Seattle and in Denver, the one that's in Seattle have been rotting on the market now for years, and the one in Denver, they got to sell both of their homes now. But for those of you who know sports, I mean, whether you watch SportsCenter or whatever, if you saw this as a statement from a team on SportsCenter, you know damn well. If I forget the team that Kyrie Irving was with, the one with the Asian team owner, but if they had put out a statement saying this, we spoke with Kyrie Irving today to inform him of his release after the start of the league year, you'd be like, I'll be damned, this is nasty as hell. That's what you'd be saying. You'd be saying that. You say the Brooklyn Nets. Yeah, if the Brooklyn Nets put out this statement on Twitter, we've notified Kyrie Irving that he will be released after the league year begins March 13th, and we're 10 days away. You all would be saying they're nasty as hell with this. They didn't just release the man, they wanted to do it in as publicly, humiliatingly a way as possible, but also to send a message to the rest of the owners in the league. There's nobody who thinks that this is a nice, polite, amiable way of doing this. They did this on purpose because Russell is off in their damn pockets and he was a bust. Let's just call it for what it is. Russell Wilson was a bust. That team up there in Seattle had a miracle year and couldn't do it again. And they've been trying to recreate the damn magic ever since. They've been trying everything they could, and after Marshawn Lynch left, every real fan and anybody with any damn sense about football knows the Seahawks were done after Marshawn. Please tell me I'm not naming the wrong damn team. Everybody and their mama knew that. Everybody knew that. After Marshawn left, and by the way, do you all remember the No, we got it. I'm not talking football. I'm talking power dynamics right now. No, we're not opening up the sports section. To my football people, can y'all testify for me that this is not, Jason is not talking about sports right now. I'm talking about power dynamics when I talk about Marshawn Lynch. If you all agree that I'm not talking about sports right now, I'm talking about power dynamics, give me the football emoji in the chat room and hit the likes button for me. There's over 2,300 people in here live. If y'all actually understand that I'm not talking about sports right now, I'm talking about power dynamics, give me the football emoji in the chat room. Y'all remember what happened with Marshawn Lynch. let me ask a question, because if you saw the interview with Marshawn on Club Shay Shay, who was Marshawn talking about? Come on now, let's keep it real. Let's keep it all the way real. Who was Marshawn Lynch talking about when you listen to the interview? Who were the two names he kept bringing up? If you saw the interview, then you already know. But even if those of you who just follow football, who were the two people's names that Marshawn kept bringing up? In the chat room, Russell Wilson, the quarterback, and Pete Carroll, the coach. And why? Because Marshawn feels that Russell and Pete Carroll conspired to handicap him. All my football heads know that. Marshawn says that, and by the way, most of the fans say that. Is it not true? Is it not true? Marshawn says that Russell and Pete Carroll conspired to handicap him. That they got together on that. Marshawn contends that it couldn't have gone down. Russell couldn't have done it by himself, and Pete couldn't have done it by himself. It only could happen if Russell went along. If you want to blame Pete, it doesn't happen if Russell don't go along with it. And if you want to blame Russell, it don't happen if Pete don't go along with it. So Marshawn has always contended that the two of them conspired, or at least colluded, against him. And the Seahawks ain't been the same since. If Marshawn was a troublemaker, why the hell is it you couldn't just go ahead and replace him and we back at the Super Bowl? If Marshawn was the problem, please explain to me why Russell has been a bust ever since. Okay, you got Marshawn out the paint. Then why is it that Russell never returned to superstar status again? Explain to me why that is. Okay, Marshawn is out of here. Then why is it that Russell and Pete couldn't get the train back on the tracks? If that's the case. Why is that? Why is it? If that's what it really is. So I submit to you, if Russell Wilson was doing such a great job, then why the hell is it after Marshawn Lynch was gone, they didn't put that team back together and we back to championships? Can we just call it for what it is? Russell Wilson was kissing them white folks' asses up there. Yes, I said it.
And deal with it, nigga.
He was kissing their asses because in those Pentecostal churches he goes to, yeah, I know. I'm saying it anyway. In them Latter-day Saints churches he goes to, he's used to the white folk treating his little milquetoast cornball Carlton Banks golf pants wearing ass like he's their little pet. Now he found out he wasn't. And so he made a deal with the Denver Broncos. The Denver Broncos, the way they run that damn organization, they are just quarterback obsessed. They're just obsessed with a quarterback, and we all know why it is. Elway. If it wasn't for John Elway has cursed that franchise with being obsessed with quarterbacks. So we saw them do it with Tim Tebow. Then we saw him bet the farm with Peyton Manning. Does anybody think that they got their money's worth with Peyton Manning? And then now you see it with Russell Wilson. It's very clear. Is there anybody who doesn't think that they grossly overpaid for Russell Wilson? I guarantee you the Broncos think they did now. I guarantee you that the Broncos think they overpaid now. Well, it was obvious you were overpaying then because he wasn't putting up no big numbers in Seattle. But they paid for him because he had a name. He was a draw. He's a competent quarterback. Yeah, but he's a competent quarterback who is on his way out. He's on his way out. And they thought they were going to get a quick flash in the pan and another Super Bowl, and that wasn't going to happen. Russell has shown up, and Russell has been a bust. Let's call it for what it is. He ain't Russell Wilson. He's Jamarcus Russell. It's over. There's going to be some dumbasses out there who are still going to try to hang in there hard in the paint. Like old Chris over here. It ain't over for him yet. He gonna have more success. I mean, talk about dead enders. Well, let me tell you who's not dead ending, and I'm not talking about sports right now. This is about power dynamics. This is about power dynamics. Everything ain't about dating. Everything's not about women, though this does come back around to one woman. I'll get to her shortly because I need to show you something. I need to show you something. There was an article here from the Seattle Times because I was curious about what they were going to say about him in Seattle. I was curious about what does Seattle think about this? Well, here's what Seattle thinks about this, and they didn't even let the blood dry on his body. They were one of the first outlets to talk about it. They didn't even let the blood dry on his body. Now, the article says a Denver Broncos career that quarterback Russell Wilson hoped would result in multiple Super Bowl victories and an enhanced NFL legacy what has ended after 725 days, 11 wins, 19 losses, and 0 playoff appearances. What? But old Chris over there on my community page says he'll be okay. Everything's fine. Another team should line up to draft him. Do you get that? He was there for 2 years, 725 days, 11 wins, 19 losses, no playoffs. Yeah, y'all come line up to sign him to your team so you can enjoy some of the same benefits that the Broncos and the Seahawks have gotten. Carlos, take a look at the damn stats, dude. Some of y'all are just, Sean Payton had it in for him. Russell Wilson had the ball. Some of y'all are just dead enders. It's just, I'm going to be right no matter what. Some of y'all are just dead enders. As has become expected in recent days, the Broncos on Monday announced that they will release Wilson, who was traded to Denver by the Seahawks in March 2022 when the new league year begins March 13th. Notice the Broncos ain't trading him to nobody. The Broncos released a statement Monday afternoon saying Wilson has been informed of the news. Yeah, right before you told all of us. Denver had to cut Wilson before March 17th when his $37 million base salary for the 2025 season would have become guaranteed. Wilson's release had been foreshadowed last Tuesday. Who talked to y'all since then? When Coach Sean Payton said at the NFL Combine that a decision would come in, quote, the next 2 weeks. Wilson, 35, released a statement shortly after the news broke, thanking the Broncos and saying, I'm excited for what's next. So let me show you all what he had to say. This is what Russell posted on his Instagram. You can go ahead and take a look at your screens there. Let me blow this up a bit. Broncos country, thank you. Over the last 2 years, you have welcomed my family and me with open arms and have embraced us as members of the Denver community. The city will always hold a special place in my heart. Our family grew here. We made countless memories and friendships and formed relationships that will last a lifetime. Well, I then told you, see your way out. Tough times don't last. Tough people do. God's got me. I am excited for what's next. Number 3. Russell, I think that's trademark infringement at this point, my brother. I don't think you can say that anymore. But he said he's excited for what's next. What's next for him is the unemployment line. But in any case, it says, the article goes on to say, what's next is unclear. Wilson will be free to sign with another team on March 13th. The Broncos are waiting until March 13th so they can spread out his salary cap hits over the next 2 years. Still, they will take on $85 million in dead cap space over the 2024 and 2025 seasons, the biggest dead cap hit in NFL history. The damn team owner needs to be forced to sell his team. After a blunder of this magnitude, yeah, they all need to be out. Everybody who's responsible for this deal needs to be gone. This isn't bad business. This is terrible business. This is awful. The hits are part of a 5-year, $245 million contract extension Wilson signed with Denver on September 1st, 2022, before he played a game with the Broncos. So they were so desperate to get him that they just sat up here and threw this hideous contract at him without any justification. He will end up having not played a game on that contract, which officially started with the 2024 season and includes $124 million guaranteed. Wilson is guaranteed $39 million in base salary and bonuses for 2024, which means he could sign with another team for the league minimum of $1.2 million, an option that could make him more attractive to a new suitor. Folks, do you really think that Ciara signed up to be with Russell so that he could go from making $35 million to making $1 million? Are you one of the brain dead dunderheads who's telling yourself that $147 million, which will be somewhere around around $80 million after taxes, do you really think that that's what Ciara came here for? Let me explain something to the rolling, roving dunderheads out there, the brickheads, the blockheads, the knuckleheads who don't understand how this works. Ciara did not marry Russell Wilson for a bag. She married Russell Wilson because she needs the money, but she wants the status. Russell Wilson was considered to be a winner when she got with him. Even though most of us who could analyze sports could see very clearly he was no longer a winner, but at that time he still had the lingering aroma of a winner. He still had the lingering aroma that he could turn this around. He still had the lingering aroma that it's possible that he could make a comeback, because there were still teams that were interested in him as a starter. So as far as the league prestige was concerned, he was still at the top of the game at that time. Well, it's been 2 ugly, humiliating years since then. How's that worked out? How's that worked out? Some clown talking about the money's still there. I just told you what the problem is. Get off your Ritalin or go take it, one or the other. Yeah. You need the money, but you want the status. What good is it being married to a damn laughing stock? He's lost his status. All the money in the world don't help if your dude is a damn laughing stock. She can divorce him and still get the money. What about his status as a star NFL quarterback? She is watching as he deteriorates into a bust in his chosen career in front of her eyes. Something that Future never did. Damn! Nobody considers Future to be a bust or a loser today. Everybody looking at Russell, and you see what the problem is. He's no longer respected. He wasn't respected by just the men watching the game. Now he's no longer respected by the men who run the game, the men who participate in the game. They all look down on him too now. Not just as a man married to her, but as a player in the game. They all look down at him now. He's a joke to them now. Future is hotter in rap than Russell Wilson is in football right now, sir.
And deal with it, nigga.
And I ain't no Future fan. You can sit up here and engage in cognitive dissonance and denial and delusion all you like, but facts matter. Future is hotter in the rap game than Russell Wilson is in the football game. So you might as well just go ahead and live with that. Wishful thinking ain't gonna help you here. Not gonna help you. Reality is brutal. It's also undeniable. Oh well. Oh well. So Russell Wilson is watching as his star is fading and going downhill before your eyes. I want to read a little bit more from this article here, and please understand this is not the sports section. This is the power dynamics section. Now, remember what I just mentioned about those other suitors? The article goes on other suitors. For those of you who don't know, suitors means people who are jockeying for your attention and your affections. It goes on to say here, despite the Denver debacle, Wilson is sure to have suitors. Atlanta, which has an uncertain quarterback situation and a new coach in Raheem Morris, has been prominently mentioned, as has New England, which has a new coach in Jared Mayo. Events over the next few weeks could open up other opportunities. Folks, let me ask a question here. 725 days. 725 days. 11 wins, 19 losses. What team is dreaming of bringing that to their city? What team thinks that the last 5 years were just a fluke? Somebody tell me, what teams in the NFL think that the last 5 years were just a fluke and that Russell Wilson is that the quarterback they got today isn't the answer, but Russell Wilson is? Somebody said NFL China. Damn. The UFL more like the UFO. Somebody tell me what team in the NFL, after hearing about seeing how the last 5 years have gone, tell me, what have you seen from Russell in the last 2 years that made you think the previous 3 were a fluke? What did you see in the last 2 years that made you think, you know what, Russell coming back? Russell getting better. I think he fit in over here good. What team has looked at his record of the last 5 years and said, okay, this'll work? Tell me, what team is... I want you all... Who in the chat room is looking at Russell Wilson's stats from the last 5 years and saying that was just a fluke? If he goes to this other team, it will work. Not it might. He was doing a great job in Denver. How many of you think that Russell Wilson was doing a great job in Denver, and if we could just get him into a different team, he's Super Bowl bound at 35 years old with injuries? Go ahead and try that. Go ahead and try that. Tell me how that's going to work. I want to know, what are you looking at that tells you that Russell is getting better? And that he's getting better, he's going to be another Drew Brees. What is it that you're seeing that says that? Folks still talking about Pittsburgh. What have you seen that tells you that Russell is getting better? Notice, none of the folks yelling out names, they're not going to say, and Russell is getting better. And I bring that up for a reason. Now, let me say before I say anything else here, I do not wish any ill on Russell Wilson. I don't wish any ill on Russell Wilson. I'm talking to the rest of you because I want you to understand how this kind of thing goes. I'm talking to the rest of you. And here's the part that I want to talk to you about. This is Russell Wilson's page. You can see here the statement that he put out here earlier. That's the statement I showed you here. It's showing him sitting up here posing with the football. Bruh, this city don't got no fond memories of you. But I want to show you something else. The first comment. You, sir, are a professional. And who? Dwayne Wade? What? So the first comment that he gets up here, the first blue check comment is, damn me, Dwayne Wade. You want to talk about people whose women run their lives? Dwayne, if this was supposed to make things better for Russell, brother, with friends like you, who the hell needs enemies? With friends like you, who the hell needs enemies? That's a wrap. First thing, let this be an omen of what to expect. The first person who came here was Dwayne Wade. Dwayne Wade. So he's showing pictures of them and whatnot. Oh, this didn't age well at all. Dude, you were there for 24 months. This didn't age well at all. Give it up, Russell. This didn't age well at all, dude. It's not like you were there for 2 decades. You were there for 2 years, 2 shameful years. You know, if you was spending more time on your game than taking selfies for what? Hey, we got asses whooped here. Straight to the gram. What are you doing, bruh? Come on, man. Come on. Wilson, God's got you. God's got him, and the Broncos dropped you. I'm very glad to hear that God's got you because the Broncos don't. So you see him here. Oh, this didn't age well at all. Oh, 6 days ago. Married to this game. Yeah, and divorced. Them shoes, people. Oh, the shoes. What, did he go to Joe Wicks? Image consultant? Has Russell Wilson been going to Joe Wicks stylist? Has he been going to his wardrobe person? What the hell? With these Fruit Loop shoes on? What is this? Those Kobe's, are you going to tell me that those are hot sellers? Is that what you're going to tell me next? Is somebody going to tell me that those are hot selling shoes? Is somebody going to tell me that next? Jason, you don't understand. These are the new shoes. If those are hot selling shoes, Trump is about to become a billionaire all over again, selling them ugly ass things he got. If these are a hot selling pair of shoes, then Trump is about to get a major bag. Trump about to get a major bag if this is a hot selling shoe. I'll be damned. They sold out everywhere. Yeah, all 6 pairs of them. Knock it off. Show me somebody who's on Instagram stunting, a man who's on Instagram stunting in his pink shoes with the neon laces. What the hell? So Russell Wilson is out here. He's doing his thing. Jesus is king. He is unbothered. He's talking about the game. He's landing on his feet. He's talking about the game. He's landing on his feet. Everything is great out here. Don't y'all understand? You all just don't get it. He is doing big things out here, and he's going to continue to do big things, whether you like it or not. We're doing great. We're doing the most, and we're okay. Glad to hear that. Though there is a bit of a problem, in my opinion. There is a bit of a problem. The problem that I have is the same problem that I had last week. In case nobody noticed, and it's just amazing to me that nobody looks to notice, This is what you see on Russell Wilson's page. This is what you see on his page over 4 hours ago. Here's his wife. Here's her. Last time she posted was over a day ago. By the way, I did go to her stories. She posted something from Cameron, I think it was. She ain't said nothing about Russell. Nothing about Russell. Nothing about the news. This Christian woman he claims he got. Nothing about God got us. Nothing like that. By the way, I couldn't help but notice, ain't no Jesus in her description and ain't no Russell on her page today. No, she doesn't barely post Russell. I'm going to make a JQB. I think I get the point you're trying to make. I get the point you're trying to make. She posts Russell when the NFL does something significant. Let me put it like that instead. I get the point I think you're trying to make. She posts Russell when something significant happens. When it's time to get some shine, his woman is there to say, we winning, bae. We winning. We doing great. We winning. Take a look at her when she can sit here and preen in style. We winning. Russell just took a L, and she's showing you I ain't got nothing to say when he taking L's. If Russell's not winning, I don't got nothing to say. That's my point I'm trying to make. If Russell isn't winning, she don't want to be seen with you. If Russell's not winning, that's the point I've been making since day one. That's what I've been saying since day one. That's what I've been beating the drum on since day one. By the way, I know what kind of chick this is. Dude, she's only with you because you made it to the top of the heap and your beta ass was available. When you stop winning, I wonder what her attitude is going to be. She's like, yeah, I'm not going to sit up here and let folk come on page and flame me. By the way, for those of you who might have been wondering, even for her Instagram stories, 23 hours ago, okay, she went someplace to go eat. Congratulations. 23 hours ago. And then this 10 hours ago. Okay, it wasn't Cameron, it was CiaraMerch.com. Come get your pink shirts. Somebody trying to argue with me about these shoes? Come on, man. Come on, let's get serious now. Let's get serious. Pink is the color. Come on, let's get serious. All right. The shade's supposed to make him look more masculine. Let's get serious. So just so you all see, those are her Instagram stories. She ain't said nothing about Russell. She don't want to talk about the NFL today. So much for sticking by your man through thick and thin. Now he's out here having to deal with the fallout. He's having to deal with the fallout. He's having to deal with the heat. His woman is over here like, yeah, good luck on that. Good luck on that. Everybody is trying to bully us and dictate to us about what being a man is and what masculinity is. And I'm talking about Russell Wilson because every hoe, every slut, every hood rat, every washed up baby mama, every aspiring ran through gutter chick, everywhere. Soon as Ciara married Russell Wilson, he became their mascot. Never mind the fact that your big roly-poly jiggly wiggly ass ain't looking nothing like Ciara. Don't let that bother you. Never mind the fact that Ciara got a baby by Future and you got a baby by Pookie, Ray Ray, and Lil Slug. Don't let that bother you. Don't mind the fact that Ciara, I got to put credit where credit is due. She's staying in shape now, and she got to with as many babies in her and men on top of her. She got to stay in shape for it. It's okay. I ain't hating on anything. But, yeah. The chicks who want to sit up here and say, that's right, we can be as nasty sexually as we want to be, and we can get us a Russell Wilson. Well, don't look now, but your idol isn't even repping for her husband right now. The rest of the world is talking about him. So what she's saying is she only talks about Russell when there's something good to say, something that reflects well on her, something that says she winning. That's what she does. If Russell Wilson gets picked up by a team for $1 million contract, look for Ciara's attitude to sour. She don't understand how the game works. Take a look at her prancing in the damn jersey. She just wants to be an honorary cheerleader. She just wants to be an honorary cheerleader. She don't want to sit up here and have to deal with a loss of status. She wants to sit up here and pimp and pose with the girls. She ain't sitting up here trying to figure out how to make $1 million a year. She can get that on her own. She's got you because you can do 30 times what she does. But more importantly, because at least she could pretend that you had the status to go along with it. You're out here swimming with the sharks. Russell, no hate whatsoever. But your name has become synonymous with loser. I ain't hating on you. Before, you just look weak from a manhood perspective. Now you look weak from your career perspective. Ciara only got with you because you had money and a career. It now appears that you're about to lose both in 1 year. And she doesn't need to stay married to you to continue getting your financial benefits. She's entitled to that. She's entitled to it. So what is her incentive to sit there and keep getting laughed at with you sitting up here failing to perform? She only got with you because you had the promise that you could perform. Now you don't have that anymore. You don't even have that anymore. What do you think's going to happen at this point? I've been saying it for years. You're going to find out what a woman is really there for when the chips are down. When the chips are down, you're going to find out why she's really there. And it's not going to take 20 times to figure it out. When the chips are down, she starts looking for a new place to land. Now, according to all the hardheads out there, what I'm saying isn't true. Russell gonna land on his feet. Ciara gonna be right there with him. And the new masculinity will have worked out after all. That's what folks are trying to tell us. The new definition of masculine will have worked out after all. Yeah, it really will have worked out. Russell's going to land on his feet. You know, there's a whole bunch of folks here who are very heavily invested in this working for Russell Wilson. Some of you dudes, you got babies by straight up hoes and you hoping things will work out for you. And it's, dude, I mean, wishful thinking works in cartoon shows. Real life is another matter. $100 million might impress you, Chris. But it doesn't impress Ciara the same way. Ciara wants the status. Future was already making a major bag. There's nothing that Russell Wilson could do with a $300 million contract that Future couldn't do with a $100 million contract. And he sold his publishing for that much. There's nothing that Russell can do that Future can't do. The only thing is that Future treated Ciara like what she was, and she wanted to one up. So she saw your little weak, lame ass. She saw you were easy pickings. She saw you were easy prey. She jumped on it. You were off reading articles by Alex Hearn, and Ciara said, yeah, you keep doing that. Now that the bloom is coming off the rose, looking for your husband. What good is it for her to have the money if she's stuck with a man who has completely lost his status? Ciara considers herself to still be young and trendy. That's the part you ain't understanding. Russell gets to be lame and awkward. Ciara got to be the it girl. Ciara got to be the lead girl. Ciara got to have that main character energy. She can't have main character energy with a man who is no longer viable. With a man who is no longer a force. She ain't gonna want that. Some of y'all just need to sit up here and give up the hopium. Ciara, after all these years, decades, still wants to be the it girl at 38 years old. She still wants to be that chick. And for those of you who saw my program last Friday, and Russell feeding her ego that the furniture should move towards her, that she's magnetic and the furniture should move towards her when she enters the room. Oh, well, Russell, if you have lost the ability to give her that main character energy, now what? If you can no longer give her that main character energy, where do we go from here? If walking in public with you, people talk about your losing season in Seattle, your losing season in Denver, and how you got drummed out the league, do you think that she's going to want to sit there with that? She wants to be with a dude that people want to walk up to and take photographs with and pictures with. And that doesn't happen when you become a losing quarterback. That doesn't happen when you've lost a step. That doesn't happen when you're on your way out. In the chat room, KC, I'm very glad you said that there. KC needs to give us a phone call. Very glad you said that, KC. I'm very glad you volunteered there. Let's go ahead and get that up for you. The telephone lines are now open. The number is 646-787-1933. That's 646-787-1933. Your personal access code to the program that all your favorite YouTubers love to hate watch. This is The Biz. Shout out to Young Investor. Thank you very much for supporting tonight's program. Andrew L., not to be confused with Andrew Tate, and everyone else who has supported tonight's program here tonight. We appreciate that. My settings here are not what they need to be. I got a bunch of wackiness going on. Oh, I've been redoing my mix board today, so I'm going to have to go back and make some changes. Clearly, I put some stuff where it should not be, but we are undaunted. Okay, yeah, I really did that. Boy, I really did a number on that one. Okay. Well, I'll try to hold things together here, but yeah, we're doing the most over here today. But the telephone line's now open. The number is 646-787-1933. That's 646-787-1933. Your personal access code to the business. Also going to go ahead and put up the link to the Zoom in the chat room here. We're going to go ahead and put up the link to the Zoom. Of course, as always, remember that we do give priority to Zoom. The only thing that we require is make sure that if you use Zoom, you have to have your camera and your microphone turned on. Please make sure you have that available for us. So if you want to use Zoom, you do get kicked to the front of the line. Just make sure you have your camera and your microphone turned on. If you do not have your camera and your microphone turned on, we will assume that you're trying to troll and you will get a permanent vacation. But let's just go ahead and keep the energy straight. Don't be a hater. Let's go ahead and put that in the chat room for you. There it is. Pin the Zoom to the top of the chat room. So, of course, for those of you who want to use Zoom, you are first in line for it. For everybody else here, the telephone lines are now open. The number is 646-787-1933. That's 646-787-1933. Let me go ahead and get over here to the telephone lines. By the way, KC needs to give us a call up. And for any of you who may disagree with what you've heard tonight, maybe pink shorts and pink shoes have nothing to do with the new with masculinity. Maybe this new masculinity thing is something we should be embracing and Jason just doesn't get it. Maybe I just don't get it. Let me get caller from area code 470. You're on live with The Business. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Luke from Lithonia.
Luke from Lithonia, and what's on your mind?
Just keep on doing what you're doing, brother. It's like I said a long time ago. Pink does not belong on a football field. I love your show, and take care.
Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight here. Lie. It's not a show, it is a broadcast. Steve Harvey has a show. D.L. Hughley has a show. How did we get here? How do we end up here? That's going to be a question I think Russell will be asking himself a long time here, because there were people in my comments section who were trying to say that this doesn't have anything to do with Ciara. There are actually folks in my comments on the community page on my Denver Broncos post talking about this doesn't have anything to do with Ciara. That what's happening to Russell doesn't have anything to do with her. All I can say here is some folks are just desperate to believe something. They're desperate to not have to take responsibility for it, because that's a hard thing to come up with. It's a hard thing to come up with because when you accept that you've allowed other people to tell you, when folks are telling you that you're being weak, when folks are telling you that you are being lame, when folks are telling you that, and then you're just blissfully, gleefully ignoring it and saying, don't worry, it doesn't matter what they think. That's all great, but the problem is you can't have status as an individual. That doesn't mean that you go around trying to please everybody, but status is gained by demonstrating that you outperform others. Russell isn't outperforming anymore. The Guardian talking about the manosphere, this isn't outperforming anything. And these are not guys that we want to be like. Russell wasn't a guy we wanted to be like because we could all see our animal instincts clearly told us he was getting played by a deceitful, cunning female, and he was too beta and weak to recognize it. So there it goes. Let me get caller from area code 786. You're on live with The Business. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Hey, Jason. Andres here, calling again from Miami. Just want to say that this is not even an assault. It's like a war. It's like a war of men, from all sides, in media, in academia, in culture. It's like, and I think a big part. I mean, there's a lot of factors to it. You can't just explain it from one side or say it's one person or one type of people doing it. But I've noticed, and I do it because I have kids. I have a baby, and I have a 6-year-old in kindergarten. A big part of it, I think, is, and I know it sounds silly, but it's loser women that fail, because the same way that there are loser men, there's a bunch of loser men out there. There are loser women that fail at being feminine. They fail at getting the guys they wanted. They never got the guys they wanted ever since they were in school. You see them with all these creepy teachers sleeping with like the 14-year-old boys all across the country, by the way. And you see these loser women that it almost feels like they're having a revenge on men since they're kids. So they go with the kids. You see all these cases, too many to name, with boys in kindergarten, in first grade, they're telling them, hey, why don't you wear a dress? Why don't you dress like this? Why don't you paint your hair? Why don't you paint your nails? Without telling the parents. And it's like all over. And when you see all these writers, Hollywood writers and magazine writers, they're all loser women that hate men. They're not lesbians, but they it's like they fail at life. The same way that some guys fail at life, because many of them, and everybody talks about the deadbeats and the men that fail, but yeah, women fail too. But what do? They do what women do, and we all know it. They have the revenge, and the revenge is just attacking men, and you see it all throughout culture. Like taking masculinity away from men, taking what men are. Look, there are look. You live down there in Miami, and you know that there's incredible benefits when a woman gets with the right man. If she gets with the right dude, she gets to stunt everywhere. She gets to stunt on Brickell. She gets to stunt on Ocean. She gets to stunt everywhere. And that's big, dude. That's huge to be able to do that.
So if you choose the right man, you all the way winning. And if you don't, you're all the way losing. I mean, just all the way losing. So, right, when you're talking about these chicks out here doing this predator stuff, yeah, I mean, that's kind of what you're left with when you've chosen wrong, or worse, you don't have a choice at all. Like, you don't have a choice of anybody, or at least you feel like you don't. So, yeah, they'll turn feral. They'll target boys. In some cases, it's kind of this revenge thing vicariously. But in most of their cases, these are females who are socially disaffected. Look it up. These are females who are not able to get along with men for whatever reason. They're terrified of rejection. So they've groomed or gained the attention of a young fella that they think they can interact with on his level. Usually in their case, these females are emotionally stunted in their growth. And they've chosen a male who's going to be easily dominated. And that's what they're looking for. So they're missing that masculine energy in their lives. They get desperate. If they don't have a son to make a husband of their own, they'll grab somebody else's son and make a husband out of him. Let me say it again, everyone.
Right.
What Andreas is describing here tonight, talking about, that's the son-husband pathology. That if, and the case here is that if they don't have a son to make a husband of, they'll go grab your son and go try to make a husband out of him.
Man, look at Sierra's son with Future, the one that Russell Wilson is taking care of. She makes him look like Future. Look at him. Look at the picture of the kids. There's one of them that looks just like Future. She makes him dress like that. Like it's a very common phenomenon with women that have kids with these deadbeats that they're no one around, and then they turn the little kid. You see them. You see these little kids. You see them in all ethnicities, by the way. You see with Hispanics. You see with, and they're like 3, 4, 5-year-old boys, like little kids, little kids in pre-K, and these women are turning them into the guys that got them pregnant. It's clear as day, and all of these things, like this thing that you're showing, like this guy with the masculinity, we're changing masculinity, like toxic masculinity. It's a myth. It doesn't exist. It's the way that men are. Men are violent. Men are this, and they are that. Like, it's not toxic. It's the way that they are, and they can't stand it, because you know what? As much as they try, because they really try, they can't change the way people are. I mean, it's a 250,000 years of evolution.
Let me go a different layer with that. Let me go with a different layer with that there, because you make a very good point. And as I don't want to argue with the point when you say that men are violent. I would prefer to use the word aggressive. I would prefer to use that word. I'm not going to say you're wrong with that, because, of course, obviously there's plenty of literature in that area. But men are supposed to be aggressive. Now, I don't want to get too far into evolutionary biology here. If you believe that at some point in our distant evolutionary past, we began as an asexual species, well, you'd have to begin that we began. I'm not saying you do. I'm just saying this. I'm saying being hypothetical, Andrew. I'm making a point. For those who would go along with the idea that in our distant evolutionary past, we began as an asexual being, that basically we were females, and that we were able to give birth without having to have a mate. And there are species that do that. Okay, let's just say you believe that. If you believe that, then you believe we began as a female species, and then the male species comes along later. Why would the male species, what was it about the environment that created this break off of the male species? Something that is bigger than the female, stronger than the female, faster than the female, and more aggressive than the female, and then taking away the female's ability to procreate on her own without the male. Now, if you believe in evolutionary biology, then what you're saying is that nature has determined that women just giving birth on their own, that doesn't work. It is better to have a system of selection where a male and a properly male and proper female get together and procreate. And then from there, the strongest of the offspring live, as opposed to a female just cranking them out. that tends to make a weaker species. I'm bringing that up for a reason. So if you believe that that's the case and that that's the reason why men have this assertiveness about us, then you take a look at the environment. First thing order of business is domesticate the animals. The women ain't fighting no saber-toothed tigers, the men are. You've seen plenty of videos of the African tribesmen with the chasing the lions and chasing the elephants and this, that, and the other. You know who ain't doing it? The women. The women aren't out there doing that. It's the men who are doing it. So when you see this from the very beginning of our species, the very beginning of Homo sapien, the very beginning of everything, first you domesticate and dominate the environment. This makes it safer for the women and children and the offspring. Now you move on to creating tools, to creating structures. Now we're building a higher form of society. But once again, that higher form of society is fueled by our aggressiveness. The very existence of buildings, castles, skyscrapers, rockets, higher and higher, that's aggressiveness. That is a physical manifestation of our assertiveness. Higher and higher. Now take a look at the attitude that builds those things. Working skyscrapers and construction is a dangerous business. I should know. I did it. It's a dangerous business. People die every year. And I'm talking about in America, not overseas or some third world country. In America, building skyscrapers, people die every year in construction incidents. Every year. And yet we continue doing it. So the women get to stand there in their cool, nice, air-conditioned, high-rise hotels, high-rise apartment buildings, high-rise office buildings that the men have sweated and bled for, because if we left it up to anybody other than us, it wouldn't get done. Do you realize the incredible amount of aggression you have to possess to look up and say, yes, if we try to do this, one of us on this construction site is going to die. And then you all still show up for work every day and get to it. Think about that for a few moments. Somebody out here is going to die if they go up in that structure, and yet we still go. And we have prospered as a result. What I'm telling you is, yeah, that's assertiveness. That's aggressiveness. That's biological. Don't expect Alex here. He's not going to build a popsicle house, much less a skyscraper. Don't expect him to do a damn thing except go put his underwear in the dryer. But for somebody who's going to do something useful, these are not just cute little biological artifacts. These are biological assets that have created everything else. And if you turn us into women, then you're going to have a bunch of dudes with nice hair and nice nails and not a damn thing getting built. I'll let you have the last word.
Yeah, no, just it's pretty much said. I mean, it really is like, it's hard to explain. I mean, it's a topic for a long conversation, and it's very wide, right? So there's like no one party, one thing, or one thing causing it, but it is true. I mean, men, it's. I mean, hard science is hard science. Like you talk to an evolutionary biologist, he'll tell you, look, mammals, all of them have a role. The males have a role, and the women and the females have a role. You're going to tell me that in human beings is the only species that are supposed to be 100% the same, men and women, and we all made it up all throughout. We were the same. We all had a role until last week, and all of a sudden we figure out that we're not supposed to have a role. No, that's nonsense. It's pure nonsense. But yeah, that's pretty much it. But I blame a big part. These are loser women. These are loser women, like having their revenge with men. That's what it is. All right.
Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. Let me get over here on Zoom. All right, let me go ahead and jump over here on Zoom real quick and see what we got. I got Dan over here on Zoom, assuming he's paying attention. There you go, Dan. All right, Dan, what's on your mind, brother? Dan is fighting with this newfangled technology.
Hey, you get me?
Well, we can now if you speak. What's on your mind?
I would just want to touch on that topic about how the media keep trying to feminize the man. It's like this war, like trying to feminize the man, but I think it specifically target us, you know, and I think from what I see, I think a lot of our generation is pushing back on it. So I just want to say that part. But so far as the Russell Wilson Sierra thing, I mean, as you already know, I think everybody on the streets, we've been called that out anyway. We've been new like since day one. Like, man, she really don't like him like that. You know what I'm saying? And it's funny how you break that down though, because I guess I really agree with a lot of it, and I see a lot of it for what it is. Not necessarily that I agree with a lot of it. That we really seeing it for what it is to see what's happening. So,
well, when someone has declared war against you, at some point, eventually, they got to get around to what they actually want. At some point, they're going to have to stop using code words and code language, and they're going to have to actually say what it is they actually want, even if they only are required to say it once. If they want your money, they're going to have to say it once. If they after your neck, they're going to have to say it once. If they're declaring war on you, they're going to have to say it at least once. At least once. They're going to have to.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, if she wind up leaving, divorcing him, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. But I think I'm gonna say this last thing. When she does divorce him, I want to know who's going to be the bad guy. I mean, if Russell Wilson's still going to be the guy that every chick wants, or he going to be a fuck nigga too?
I mean, if she turns on him, they're going to go along with him. If she turns on him, look for the rest of them chicks to go along with her. You know, that's the game. You sit up here and you support that stuff, and then if they turn on you, you're going to be by yourself. You're going to literally be by yourself. That's exactly what it'll be. So he'll just be a guy with no friends. He'll just be sitting out there looking all crazy. Thank you very much for giving us a call. We appreciate that. Let me get back over here on Blog Talk. Let me get a caller from area code 812. You're on live with The Business. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Hey, good evening, Big Brother Jason. This is Brother Elijah calling out of Kingston, Jamaica.
All right, Brother Elijah out of Kingston. He's still trying to globetrot, y'all. What's on your mind?
Hey, brother. Thanks. Thanks for taking my call. Brother, if there's any, before I ask my question, please forgive me. I'm in an area where they got janky Wi-Fi, so I'll be quick so the other brothers and sisters can ask you questions. But I do need to ask this question to expand on what the last brother called. If Sierra or sister, when she decides to divorce this brother, do you think that's going to be the end of her image right then and there? And that's my question.
No. I mean, because it's the natural progression for the hoes. It's the natural progression for the hoes. The hoes don't have a standard. They're always getting the mess. They're always having garbage. They'll be as happy to see her divorced as they are married. They're going to be sitting there no matter what. So, no, it won't change it. For her, nothing will change. Now things will change for Russell, because all that female support that he used to get, they're gonna start talking about him and talking about, well, it's his fault. Even if the problem comes down to him not being able to perform in football. Even if it comes down to that. So don't look for any support. Don't look for it. If she does, the hoes are gonna have her back no matter what. No matter what. Because look, she's a married woman who's continued to behave like a thought no matter what. And she knows that's what they want to believe. They want to believe you can do that.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. Let me get caller from area code 870. You're on live with The Business. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Man, it's Darian from San Antonio, man.
All right, Darian from San Antonio. What's on your mind?
All right, man. I was thinking about this. It has to do with, I guess, two parallels. You know, Russell's with Sierra, but if you think about the actress Lauren London, Nipsey Hussle basically got with a single mother as well, but there's two different parallels. As one thing I noticed is that even though Nipsey's dead and he elevated Lauren, she will always be linked to him. Meanwhile, Russell's respect is so low that even though he's married to Sierra, people are always gonna remember Sierra as being future baby daddy. And the internet is letting them know, as you saw, some rapper had tweeted that that's not your son. Like that he's gonna hear it from here on for the rest of his days. So that's pretty much what I see. If that's pretty much all I want to say.
All right, brother. Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. Let me get caller from area code 601. You're on live with The Business. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Hello?
What is your name? Where you calling from?
This is Stoney calling from Jackson, Mississippi. Can y'all hear me?
Okay, Stoney from Jackson, Mississippi. What's on your mind?
I got something on my mind, man. It's interesting that you said about when somebody declare war on you, it's on. I just got a question, man.
When somebody declares war on you, it's on. I'm not really sure.
Yeah, well,
I'm not.
Okay.
I'm not really sure what you're referring to, sir.
Okay. What is it about when a black man would take, you know what I'm saying, a personal situation with a female, and then blast her shit on the internet, such as yourself, you know what I'm saying, and you walk around and
Sir, is this a manhood code? Sir, what part of manhood? What part of manhood is this? Sir, what part of manhood is this?
This is my thing, brother. This is my thing.
Okay, what part of manhood is this? Somebody come get their hysterical LGBT granny. Somebody come get your hysterical LGBT grandma. By the way, let me get your number real quick. But somebody come get their hysterical LGBT grandma. Dude, is this Leopold's brother? Is this Leopold's brother or something here? Dude, I sent your girl back, didn't I? I'm talking about the moistness. We're talking about masculinity tonight. That was one of the new masculines. That was one of the new masculines. I mean, sassy, and that was manhood on the phone talking? That was manhood? Jason, you got too many females around you. Listen to me. Somebody's hysterical auntie? I mean, if you... All hands up of the fellas who heard masculinity on that phone. Jason, and you get all the girls. Really? Jason, I'm going to tell you about how I hate your masculinity. I want to talk about that for a few moments here. All right. Was that Flame? You know, the cross-dressing dudes, the cross-dressing dudes don't like me. Okay, what did I do to y'all? Did I burn down Lane Bryant? That sounds like one of them big, fat, sassy niggas. It's like he's upset about Lane Bryant. And Jason, you went through there and you took down all the big girl draws. You took down all the big girl draws. Why would you do that, Jason? And another thing. No, sassy and emotional. You dissed my mama. Well, she probably needed to get dissed. Did that cross your mind? Maybe your mom needed to get dissed. I don't like that. You were talking to my mom last week, and you dissed my mom. Well, brother, maybe she deserved. Look at your sassy ass. She raised you. Jason, we real men have come here to confront you about how you disrespect the women's. First of all, I was giving the guys hell last week. And this sassy booty, fruit booty, Jolly Rancher booty nigga, he didn't call in last week to defend the fellas. Jason, I don't appreciate how you've been talking to the fellas. Of course, it would have required a baritone for you to do it. Look, do the world a favor here. Dollar General is selling thongs for $5. Certainly there's something in there that if it doesn't fit you, it fits your color palette.
Auntie, chill.
Now somebody come pick their sassy auntie up. Call them area code 901. You're on live with the business. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Hello, this is Jay from Queens.
Jay from Queens, what's on your mind?
Hey, how you doing, man? I want to make a statement about the Mr. Witt guy in his little article when he stated that there's an issue with traditional masculinity. Is that, and he's talking about the government needs to step in and help, is that him conceding that they have lost?
Yes.
And now he's desperate for help?
Yes.
For sure.
He's saying that they failed to figure out an argument to convince men to do it naturally. So let's see if we can get some government intervention and some government help. And in his case, you know how these dudes do it. Let's go get some government funding and see if that'll help.
Yeah, I say that because I have a 7-year-old and 8-year-old nephew, and I was visiting them, and he asked me, do you know who the top G is? I said, the top G? I'm thinking, of course. I'm like, who's the top G? He goes, Andrew Tate. I'm like, dude, you're 7 years old. What do you know about Andrew Tate? And he goes, oh, he's a top G, and he drives a Bugatti. I think that's what they're fearful of because, like the caller alluded to, like, the issue with Andrew Tate was it was whatever was rhetoric. But then, like you said, little boys and 7, 8 years old in first and second grade, they're asking their school teachers, why aren't you married? And why don't you, this, that, and the third? And they was like, oh, we can't deal with this. And they actually admitted that, and that's how they really got him banned off the internet. Like, he was really making forward progress, as opposed to someone like Kevin Samuels who was kind of saying the same thing, but they can argue, oh, he's feminine or he's gay, but they couldn't say that about Andrew Tate. And it was kind of in their face at that point. So that's when the whole push and the demonizing the masculinity really went to overdrive as far as like intervention as far as the internet and all those things. So I was saying that.
Well, I mean, look, here's the issue. The issue is when you're having a conversation that they can't control. That's the issue. When you're having a conversation as men, when we start having conversations amongst ourselves and we come up with an idea amongst ourselves, even with all these children of single moms, you're still seeing how genuine traditional masculinity has reasserted itself. And that was the whole point of breaking up the family, was to destroy that. That was the entire point of breaking up the family, was to destroy that. And now after all their work, it didn't work. It didn't work. There's the whole issue that they have. Sure. So if it had worked, it'd be different. It didn't work. And now they're trying to say, okay, since we don't have a spokesman that will convince these men to become boys or to become girls, let's just see if we can get some government money into it and see if we can, because we need them to fund us because they can't float on their own. Alex Hearn can't make a living on his own. So he's like, okay, let's get some government funding over here for this because we can't do it by ourselves. The real issue for men is that we have to be super vigilant about this, and you got to go on the offensive. These folks have to be removed. They have to be defunded. They have to be taken away. They have to have their voices taken away in this matter because they're declaring war on people who haven't done anything to them. That's the issue. They're sitting up here starting to fight with somebody we're sitting over here just being men, and Alex is sitting up here writing articles to attack us for no reason other than, you guys are too assertive. You're not docile enough. And that's a full frontal assault on manhood. And he's not demanding the same thing of women.
Yeah. I remember you stated in your previous broadcast about how, like, far as the men leadership is in government or everything, you said all those guys are betas. So are there going to be like a forefront of masculine men to step up and not necessarily be in government, but at least in leadership position to fight back for the masses of men?
I mean, look, definitely what happens is that men are going to have to assert ourselves. That comes from the bottom, not the top. Societal change doesn't come from the top, it comes from the bottom. The folks at the top want to artificially sustain that situation. But it doesn't survive when the proletariat, when the masses, assert themselves. That's when it falls, dude. The whole thing is, look, the bottom line is, at the end of the day, the United States military is only about 1 to 2 million people. That's it, with their numbers going down all the time. But you have a nation of over 320 million people. So that's simple math. It's just like any prison. You got 1,000 inmates and maybe 100 guards. Well, what does that tell you? That tells you that the prisoners are there, for the most part, by their own compliance. Because by numbers, simply by numbers, they could actually overrun the guards on any given day and simply bash their way out. But they don't do it. And the reason is because they made a psychological decision not to do so. The real question becomes whether or not they keep going. Now, if it becomes whether or not they keep going, if they decide, you know what? Yeah, you guards don't run us. If they ever make up their mind to do that, that's when things change. It's like I keep reminding you all from Game of Thrones when the Sparrow was talking to Elena Tyrell. The Sparrow represented the church and the poor. Elena Tyrell represented the very rich and the very well fed. And he told her, "You are the few. We are the many. And when the many stop fearing the few," and then he just shrugged his shoulders. We are the many. The Alexes are the very, very few. And when the many stop putting down their cell phones, put down their cell phones, put down their tennis shoes, put down their TVs, and start saying, you know what? We want some real power. I wonder what happens then. I'll let you have the last
So let me
word.
ask you a question. Let me ask you a question. As far as like men, what kind of code should we have for, like, I would say, for the men that are traitors or double agents, as far as manhood? How should we have a code as men to deal with those, say, the guys that are simps or tricks that are undercutting the masculine code? Like, fellas, we have to stop doing this, stop doing that, but then you have the simps and the guys undercutting us. What kind of code should men have that we won't tolerate other men that are, detrimental to, our own survival as far as masculinity?
Well, first and foremost, cohesion of your group is the most important thing. Your group's cohesion. Not what the other folk are doing, but how cohesive you are is going to be the single biggest determinant in whether or not you can succeed and whether or not you can maintain. That one factor alone is going to be the overwhelming majority of what you're going to have. With that being the case, with the folks who are off code, number one, you make sure you have strict guidelines. That's the first thing. So that they don't, even if they do find themselves on the inside, they're not able to destabilize what you're doing. They're always going to try to infiltrate. The reason why Alex is talking the way he is because it's become too hard to infiltrate. Because the lines are clearly drawn in black and white. So now he's actually conceding to you that men are becoming so cohesive that dudes like him, he's just conceding, hey, I don't have any influence. Here's what you men should be listening to. But here's the other problem. You all didn't even know this article existed until I said something. Until I said something, you didn't even know it existed. And what I'm saying is there's your proof right there that us being men, just us being men, is enough. You're going to gravitate to other masculine males. You're not going to trust a male who isn't. So that thing you're talking about there, in reality, I know it just sounds too easy. It sounds too simple, but that really is the way. That you have the ability to just men being men and keeping these guys out of the way, because the worst thing that can happen to them is being invisible. The worst thing happening to them is being invisible. If men are on code, those guys don't have a seat anywhere. Because as men, we're going to demand that other men put skin in the game. These guys ain't putting none in. And you're going to see they're wishy-washy. It shows in their body language. And when you do that as small groups, then that also extends to larger groups. When you do that as small groups, that extends to larger groups. The only thing you need the small groups to do is to have the same code across the board. Brother, that's how you have a movement. Even if none of you ever communicate to each other, if you all adopt it, taking what you have in mind today is the church, taking what you have in mind today is politics. You have Catholics who have never met each other, but they all adhere to the same code. And it works.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, for sure. Like a lot of brothers are starting to wake up and have that cohesion, but there's always those double agents that are like, trying to negate our progress just for their own selfish reasons. So I was just trying to figure out how do we like get those guys out the way, like especially like maybe in a professional setting or just, on an everyday basis, man, there's always some guy that is just all way off code,
Well, the real thing is they shouldn't be given the time of day. Those guys are supposed to be invisible and be pariahs. If 3 or 4 men on a job say that this the fellow over here, we don't fool with him, guess what? Nobody else fools with him either. That's really the way that works. If you have a job where there's 10 men, if 3 of y'all don't fool with this one fella, all the other men know why y'all don't fool with him. And guess what? They don't fool with him either. Unless there's something they just need to go to him for. Other than that, there's no reason to even talk to him. We don't want to hear his opinion. We don't want to hear his thoughts. We don't want to have no water cooler talk with him. We damn sure don't want to hang out outside the job. It's like, hey, dude, we don't really fool with you. I mean, we have to be in the same building with you because the folks who run the place won't get rid of you, but we've already gotten rid of you. We've already done that. Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. Let me get caller from area code 708. You're on live with The Business. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Jason, if this is me, this is Michael, and right now I'm in Omaha, Nebraska, but I'm traveling on the road working.
All right, Michael in Omaha, what's on your mind?
First of all, thank you so much for what you're doing. This is a wonderful broadcast. I'm not sure exactly where I'm coming in, so I don't want to derail the thought process, but I'm actually responding to the Russell and Sierra thing. My question with that is, where does she get off at the intersection of last train running and where he is? Where does she go? Because she's got those kids. There is, her market value, she might be, quote, Sierra, but her market value on the real market for guys like him or guys who have something to offer, who could actually take up the mantle for her and kind of carry that situation. I don't know who's out there for that. I mean, isn't she in a spot where she's already got the last train running and she needs to stay put no matter what at this point?
Here's the problem, brother. Just because a woman has settled doesn't mean that she's well settled or happily settled. That is the single biggest deception that men fall for. That a woman will not commit a suicidal move. Single biggest thing that we see happen. It catches men off guard all the time. Divorce court is filled with a bunch of men who told themselves she would never do that.
Well, actually, I'm not even speaking to, Russell not needing to be concerned or he, or his stance at all. I'm actually coming at it from the standpoint of what sense does it make? And of course, we've seen women do things that just don't make sense. There's more than we can actually count. But what sense does it make for her to be in the spot that she's in and then, truncate that and then try to quote move on, where do you go? I'm not even thinking about, Russell and his masculinity or lack thereof or whatever. At what point does the calculation become too bothersome, too worrisome, too troublesome for her, and she realizes, and her being Sierra or any other woman in that position, and she goes, well, you know what? I could, and no, I'm not satisfied, but where am I going to go? And in my opinion, she really should be. If she's not, then okay, but she really should be in the mindset of there isn't very many places for her to go. I mean, someone like yourself who would probably be in a situation or closer to the situation than the average guy to kind of take up the mantle for that kind of thing, they're not going to want to do that. They see what's going on with this woman. They see all of the stuff that we see.
To a certain extent, Russell saw it too, and yet she was able to get a fellow who was addicted to nostalgia to go ahead and go along with that. Look, here's what matters, okay? What you're saying is, well, it would be suicidal for her to do that, but you're not thinking emotionally. You're thinking logically. Because you're a male.
Right.
Remember, she became a symbol to every dirty, deadbeat broad out there of what? That don't believe these men when they tell you that your nasty sexual history disqualifies you from having a rich man. So remember, they have made absolutely no characterization about Russell Wilson's manhood or his respect among men. It's just, well, he ain't broke. Well, as you and I understand as men, what you're saying is he's a walking checkbook. That's not respect. Respect is what is his value to him if he had no money at all. And what the women all around the world telegraphed is, well, I mean, if you can get a fellow who got some money and can be exploited and used, well, let's go for it there. And that's what it turns into. So just understand, you're thinking like a man and you're responding like a man logically. That's why I told you here before. She got with him for 2 reasons. Yeah, he got money, but that's a requirement. She wasn't going to talk to him if he didn't. But what she really wanted was what she used to have with Future. Status.
Right.
Status.
Right.
Now, Future gave, slow down. Future gave her status in the music world where she came from. They were a music couple.
Right.
Russell ain't got no music bona fides. He's got no music credibility.
Right.
Well, he's got something else. He actually surpasses her because he's a member of the league. Got it. But even the problem with that, however, is, okay, that makes you a bit of an oddity, but you do have a value to her so long as you're performing in the league. And what I'm saying is that gave you status. Now, what she didn't count on, because she was very simple-minded in thinking, this is how the hood rat generation is, she just made the calculation, well, he's a well-known football player and he is a starting quarterback, so yay, I win. Then she started seeing that men don't respect him. So she had to play past that. Okay, well, he's still starting quarterback, and now over the last 2 years, it's been like, oh, hell. The wheels have been coming off of that wagon. So now you're going to have to show us that you are with Russell for something other than his status. And what else does he have to offer? So he was able to give her that, and she was able to parlay it. And you see, the first thing she did was go off and want to do a bunch of business ventures. But that's the bottom line is, okay, what's your ability to enhance my value? As long as he was a starting quarterback in the league and getting a $300 million, $250 million contract, hell yeah, that's status all day. If he can keep it. And 24 months later, there's not a good thing to say anywhere. So what do you do when you're looking at both of your careers? Her career has stalled and his career is declining, going into free fall. What do you do now? What do you do now? Do you stick with him? Well, now what you were saying there, once again, what you were saying is perfectly rational and it works so long as Ciara is not still competitive. If Ciara has given up on being the it girl, okay, it works. She can stick it out with him. We'll just take this last $100 million and make it do what it do, even though we weren't able to make more of it when you were playing. Maybe we can make more of it when you retire. but you would be conceding that she's now saying she doesn't want to be the it girl anymore. And what I'm telling you is that literally from everything you see, she is unwilling to stop being the it girl. She is demanding it, even as she streaks toward 40 like a bug toward a windshield on I-95. She is determined to hold on to that. And what I'm saying is up until now, Russell could at least enhance her credentials to a certain extent. If Russell loses that, if he loses the ability to enhance her credibility and enhance her notoriety, if he loses that, then what use is he to her?
I guess that's I can't really argue with that one. I mean, I understand where you're coming from, and like you said, where I'm coming from is something more logical. I would think that with the examples that she has out here with the Lala Anthony's and the Tia Moris and all these other folks who have done what she potentially could be in line to do, and see how that's turned out for them, that she might be wise.
Oh, no, brother. No. That doesn't work. That doesn't work either. And the reason it doesn't work is because all those women are trying to tell you that Ciara is going to tell you that the fact that she's going to say that we told her she couldn't get a Russell Wilson. Nobody told you couldn't get a beta. Nobody told you couldn't get a simp. We told you couldn't get an alpha.
Right.
Okay, you couldn't get a man with some money. Anybody can get a man with some money. The real thing is, prostitutes get men with money every day. What she's going to tell you is that, well, you all didn't think I could bag a Russell Wilson, so what's to prevent me from getting another one? That's the way they think. That's the attitude. You all said I couldn't get a Russell Wilson. We never said that. Sure you did. And what's to prevent me from getting another one?
Jason, in line with that, and I want to segue into the last caller talking about, how you get these guys out and from infiltrating and this, that, and the other. He has to understand that this is a lonely place to stand, because when you take a stand as a man for true masculinity and true manhood, you're going to stand by yourself a lot of times. So the idea that he's going to have an infiltrator, he's not even have to worry about that for a long while. I mean, he's got to first find a couple of guys that will stand with him, because I'm telling you, I have had some of these conversations with women, and it's not been comfortable. I've had to tell them the truth. I've been as kind as I possibly could be, and I've had to open their eyes to some of the realities of where they really, really, really are. And I'm telling you, when you stand on your masculine square, truth tellers don't have a lot of friends, and as masculinity goes today, as it is under attack today, we don't have a lot of allies. We have each other. It's nice that we can have a camaraderie where we can call into your broadcast or we can listen to this, and there's a group of us who stand with each other in the same mindset. But when we get out here, and trust me, I'm out here, and I'm in the entertainment industry, boy, you do not want to know what it's like. Well, actually, you probably already do. It is something else. The delusion is real. There are so many women that think they can do what Ciara did, and they have situations that are much worse. And it's very difficult to get them out of the mindset of, listen, that was a one-off. Do you guys understand the one-off? Do you understand a lottery win? Do you understand? And how often is that going to be able to be duplicated? How many more?
But brother, women watch soap operas every day. Women are the reason for soap operas being watched every day. Fantasy stuff every day. Calgon, Take Me Away. Brother, they're the drivers of that. So if you're trying to argue against the female propensity to indulge in fantasy and vicariousness, oh man, you missed the memo, brother. Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. Let me get caller from area code 708. You're on live with The Business. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Hey, what's up, Jason? This is Lee calling from Chicago.
Lee from Chicago. What's on your mind?
Okay, so I have a male friend. He's 28 years old, and I was trying to teach him the ropes, how to get into IT, just like you give me the game, right? And unfortunately for him, it's like every time I try to get him to take one certification or get at least two certifications so you can start applying for tech, And unfortunately for him, it's just like he always complaining that like everything is too hard. I just want to continue to be what I'm being right now. And I say, dude, if you want to be a man and have some respect with other people, then you need to focus on yourself and get yourself a skill trait. So, Jason, this is my question is today. Why most men today are so lazy and don't want to build themselves up, even though you give them the information or something down to give them the game? It's just like nowadays they don't want to do nothing. So my question is to you is like, you get on something and all the free information you get, they just don't want to do it. What comes to that, Jason?
Well, brother, here's the thing. You said that he wants to keep doing what he's been doing. What is he doing?
Right now, he's a janitor in a high school.
Oh,
he's working as a janitor. Yeah, I'll just try to tell him, like, man, I told him, like, man, you cannot double, triple your income every 12 to 36 months if you continue to be a janitor, man. It's something better out here for you, bro.
How
come on,
now?
man.
You said he was
crazy.
what, 28?
Yes, 28 years old.
Does
I'm
he
like 2 years older than
Okay.
him.
Does he have any kids?
No, he does not have any kids.
And how long have you been trying to talk to him and educate him about this?
Since November.
Okay. Well, brother, you sound like you have fairly good use of the English language. Therefore, I don't think that it is a language comprehension issue. I think he hears you just fine. You are trying to sell salvation to somebody who ain't buying. So at this point right now, you need to allow him to be the best damn janitor he can be.
Deal with it, nigga.
I mean, no hate on you, no hate on him, no offense, no nothing, but let him just be the best janitor he can be. Let him be the best damn janitor he can be. And you leave it at that. Everybody ain't meant to go to the mountaintop, dude. Everybody's not meant for that. Some folks are meant to push a broom the rest of their days. Some of them are. You can't give another human being desire, brother. That's the number one thing that a teacher needs to understand. You can motivate some people, but you can't really motivate a person who's not driven. Drive comes from within. Motivation comes from without. For example, like it's like with females. A female can't give a man drive. She can give motivation, but if he doesn't have drive, it doesn't move. So in his case, if he's comfortable where he is, or more likely, he is afraid of the discomfort of defeat or failure or whatever, the rejection, whatever the case may be. He's comfortable where he is because this is something he, quote unquote, knows he can handle. I don't know if I can handle that Linux server. I don't know if I can handle the Amazon Web Services, but I know I can handle this broom. I know I can handle this mop.
Right.
And what I'm saying is, brother, that's a choice. If the desire isn't there, you can give him many things. You can't give him your desire. He's got to have his own. He's got to have his own desire. And if he doesn't have it, this doesn't work. So it can be a difficult thing. None of us likes to see that. But adulthood is you understanding that sometimes that's what occurs. Sometimes that's what happens. And your energies need to be directed where they can do the most good. When you've told somebody this is what it is, they heard you, and they're arguing to go back, into bondage or to stay where they are. Brother, you 30 years old. I'm telling you right now, I'm streaking towards 50 as we speak. I don't have, a decade ago, I used to be able to argue with folks for a year or two. I can't do that anymore. I can't sit here for a year or two trying to game you up. I'm saying you're much younger than I was then. Brother, you're 30 years old. You don't have time in front of you to do that. You don't have time to be trying to drag somebody else who doesn't see the value of moving. If he's comfortable with that mop and that broom in his hands, you gave him a pathway to get that thing out of his hands. At this point right now, life is going to have to whoop his ass. That's the only way that's going to change now, is if the environment just becomes so damn uncomfortable that his survival genes have to kick in, and that's assuming he's got any. but his survival genes will have to kick in. But you trying to reason with him, he has told you that he is more weak than you are reasonable.
Right. And also, Jay said he's so angry. He's just going around everywhere he goes, including in church. I'll go to church with the guy, too. I'll be seeing him like every Sunday, every Wednesday. And he's just going around so angry at women and angry with other men. It's like he's just an angry person. It's like, man. What's going on
Yeah, I
with
mean,
this man?
he's
so
angry, but he's angry because he's not getting respect. But he's not getting respect because he is unaccomplished.
Mm-hmm.
That's the problem. And you see that that's what the issue is. You see the problem is he's unaccomplished, therefore he's not giving women anything to respect. So he can only deal with the most undesirable females, the most undesirable males, the most undesirable circumstances. Hell yeah, he's angry. He's angry as hell. And it's not going to go away. It's actually going to get worse as he gets older. Because then he's going to be older and he's going to feel like, well, I've had years, so I should get respect for my years of living. He's going to be seeing his hairs turn gray, and he's no more respected at 48 than he was at 28. Brother, a woman cannot live without affection, and a man cannot live without respect. A woman can tell herself that she can make it without affection for a while, but eventually that cracks and breaks and disintegrates. And a man can tell you he can live without respect for a while, but eventually that's going to break and crack and disintegrate, and he's going to be demanding to get respect. He's already showing the cracks around the seams. He's angry because he's not getting any respect. And you've told him what he's got to do, but he doesn't have the masculine fortitude to do it. So he was raised by a single mom. He's dealing with the world the way that she would, which is whining. And the problem is his mama can show some thigh or some cleavage and get some men to give her some deference. He ain't got no thigh or cleavage to show. Not to get any deference.
Right.
He ain't got nothing to bring. So when he sees that he's doing what his mama does but can't get what his mama gets, all you're left with is anger. He sees other men enjoy. This is simply the old time-tried tradition of history. This is the age-old story of mankind. He sees other men enjoying benefits that he himself does not have, respect that he himself cannot get, and accolades that he himself cannot achieve. And he feels like a lesser man. Mm-hmm. And he can pretend to you like he's okay, but when he's by himself, he's like, damn! And it's going to eat away at him till he's dead. And it will only get worse as he gets older.
Mm-hmm.
For you, I'm going to tell you, don't get bogged down in don't make his problem your problem. You have done your part for our people and humanity. You have let him know there's another pathway. He is now aware of it. He has declined your gracious offer. Life going to do the rest of the talking. You're done talking. Life is going to do the rest of the talking from here.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much for giving us a call. Let me go over here and get to Zoom. And go ahead and see if we can crank up Zoom here. And give them a few moments here. Please make sure you have your microphone and your camera turned on for us. We appreciate that. Where are you? There you go. All right, Angelic. Angelic is trying to turn on her microphone.
It's on.
All right, she has it on there. And what is on your mind?
Yes. So it was a couple of things. One thing was the first part about that new age, whatever, new school, Richard Simmons or whatever. I'm sorry, but don't a woman want that? We don't want that. Even a woman who is even masculine herself is not going to want that. And I mean, if I had a choice, and I'm sure every woman will agree with me, between Andrew Tate and that guy, I can't remember what his name was. It's going to be Andrew Tate every day of the week. And it's not even close. It's not even close. So who are they trying to play this on? And I mean, and the women who were in the chat were like, you go, boy, whatever they were saying, but whatever, you don't want him either. You don't want him either. I don't care if a woman is masculine, whatever she is. Regardless, a woman is going to want a masculine man. And Andrew Tate, for whatever, I'm not saying I'm a fan of his, but good, bad, and different, he's a masculine man. He's a very masculine presenting man. And one other thing I was going to say about Russell Wilson, that situation, that's going to be ugly. If Sierra leaves him, that's going to be really ugly. And he put her on, took her son that she had from some other man, put her on. And I just think it would be really ugly. It would be really ugly. And I know I know I've said a lot of talk, and I said the same thing in the chat. A lot of men say, "Oh, all the women gonna be silent. They ain't gonna say anything." I'm saying something. She a cold-blooded piece if she leaves that man.
Well, you know what? Here's the issue I would bring up here, because the problem is actually far more insidious than what you just presented. It's actually far more insidious than that. Let me explain to you what I mean. The scenario that you just introduced is actually the nice one. That's the nice one. There's something else in particular that folks don't think about. And I'm just doing simple math here. I've never been married. I've seen enough men who are married, and most of them are not happy. I don't have to worry about that. I don't have to drink mop water to tell you it tastes like garbage. I don't have to drink mop water to tell you that. And neither do you. So when you hear these fellas telling you the tales of how their adventure into stepdaddyism went, I don't need somebody to sit up here, well, man, that was good them. No, sir, that's just math. Consider this. The best case scenario is Ciara sticks around and he raises future son to adulthood. And you're saying, well, it'll be nasty if she leaves. No, sister. You know what the nastiest situation is? The nastiest situation is raising Future's son to manhood. Future been out here dissing you and every damn thing else, and eventually when that boy is 18 years old, you will see him with his own Instagram account standing with his daddy. And I mean his biological daddy. Now, there's the thing that nobody has said anything about. Nobody has said this before. I said this tonight, and I'm throwing it down like it is. The most devastating thing that can happen is you and Ciara are still married. That boy is 18 years old, and he's sitting there swag surfing with his daddy on TikTok. While you still sitting there talking about you raised him to adulthood. And with him telling you, well, it is my biological dad, you know what I mean? You know, his eye like that. Don't no man feel good about that. With nobody telling you that, and all the hoes who's sitting up here carrying their bastard kids and like, oh, that's great. They just want to get over on men. That's not going to be a great feeling that you raised Future's son all this time, and then one day when he's got the ability to give you the final returns on what he thinks, he's standing over there with his daddy. And he just comes by and see you. That'll be a devastating thing when he sees Future. Hey, Dad, he sees you. Hey, Russell. After all them damn years and being Ciara's biggest stan and sitting up here surfing between her thighs, that ain't gonna make that feel better. When that boy is sitting up here one day and has the ability to do that, and by the way, I'm giving you up until 18. He could do this well before then. Anybody don't believe that? Take a look at 50 Cent's son. You don't believe they'll do it? Take a look at 50 Cent's son. I can go down the list, but some of these folks I know, so let me just stop with 50 Cent. I don't know him like that, so let me just stop. I can name off another name of other dudes whose offspring done threw them a curveball here. I'm gonna stop here though. So one day you could wake up and see that that's the worst case scenario. The worst case one isn't that she leaves. The worst case scenario is she stays and you done raised Future's son to fruition, and this is what you have to show for it. This man been dissing you. He been making music and every damn thing else. You done stood in front of the damn world telling them about, trying to give them the impression about this bond you got with this boy, and then just one day out of nowhere, yeah, I'm kicking it with my dad. We're talking about biology, baby. We're talking biology. And Russell Wilson is Russell Wilson and all the hood rats and hoes are trying to convince us that biology doesn't matter anymore. That what they say matters, but biology don't matter. And all I'm telling you is, okay, this is going to be a hell of a way to find out if biology still matters. And if anybody don't believe it, you can sit up here and tell yourself whatever the hell you want to. I showed y'all that Ciara got Future's son looking like Future, not like Russell. That ain't even with Future in the damn household. Ciara got that boy looking like Future, not like Russell. Now, curiously enough, Russell's other kids, yikes. Now the other kids look like him. But that first boy, she making sure he looks like his biological daddy. And what I'm telling you is you can't dress a boy up like his biological father and not expect that one day he gonna break that way. To which I suggest to you, that's what Ciara wants. I'm telling you that she is signifying in every way known to man that she's still Future's woman. She with you because things didn't work out with Future, and she's here to use you to punish Future to the extent she can. But she's showing you all the nonverbal language. I'm still his woman. And I'm going to make sure that his son is good. And good means like him. Not like you. Your job is to take care of him and care and feed for him. And that's the rent that I'm charging you to keep gripping these butt cheeks. But I'm going to make sure that me and Future's son looks like me and Future. And me and your kids look like me and you. That's a cold ass game. It's a cold ass game, and he walked right off into it. I'm just telling you, look, all the markers are there. Could he beat the odds? I guess it's possible. But somebody tell me, if this woman is attached to him, why is it that he looks like Russell started to look like her and the Future son looking like Future, and ain't nobody really hurting themselves to look like Russell? Nobody. I'll let you have the last word.
Absolutely. And one last thing I'll say is that I kind of feel sorry for Russell. I almost called him Russell Simmons. Russell Wilson, except for that part when you were talking about, and I didn't see that interview. I did not see the interview with Shannon Sharp that Russell Wilson got with Pete Carroll, the coach, to undermine Marshawn Lynch. I didn't know anything about that. I'm not a big professional football fan, but that's cold. I mean, that's cold. And it's like, okay, I kind of feel sorry for you and tell her that you kind of you get what's coming to you for doing that to that man. Because you're sitting up here trying to be what, the chosen one for the W's or what? I'm not sure what that was, but I'm like, I kind of felt sorry because when I heard that, that's some nasty work.
Yeah, I mean, look, Marshawn was never the same after that. So I mean, that was pretty much the end of Marshawn. I mean, I'm not talking out of school here, but I mean, all the football folks, that was pretty much the end of Marshawn after that. And all these years later, when you ask Marshawn, when Marshawn talked to Shannon, he only mentioned two names, Russell and Pete, and talking about, he feel like, he don't know why they was working together on that, but he made that very clear. He made it very clear that he puts the onus at their feet about why that went down the way it did. And that pretty much, I'm just going to say, in my opinion, that demoralized Marshawn. I think he had more years in front of him. But I think when something like that happens to you, he's just like, man, screw it. Just screw it. It's just, I ain't got to do all that. And he put his focus on, beast mode and his marketing and his athletic wear and stuff like that. I guess to feel, eventually you get tired of feeling like you're under other people's control and that they get to decide your destiny. And, if this is what it means to be in the league, I guess for him it was like, damn the league. And Russell's sitting there like, okay, well, I was able to exercise myself. And then shortly after that, he's gone. Now he's in Denver. And it's like, yes, the way you did them is the way you going. The way you did them is the way you going. And the teams now you're another team. And it's, they can't wait to get rid of you. And they're like, you know what? We'll pay the $85 million. Bye. We'll pay that. And now you got what you wanted. You wanted to be the most well-known football player in the league. Congratulations, you are. You're also now known for being the most well-known underperformer in the league. And now you're going to try to convince another team to take you under. Let's be clear about one more thing. Ain't nobody let me go ahead and put this thing up on the screen. There are no teammates arguing with the Broncos about, you know what, y'all need to keep Russell.
Right.
The teammates ain't stomping for Russell. Teammates stomp for Kaepernick. We saw teammates stomp for Kaepernick.
Yeah.
You saw teammates stomp for him. Ain't nobody stomping for Russell. Ain't no backdoor negotiation. When LeBron wanted to leave Cleveland, teammates was stomping for LeBron. Hey, we can't let LeBron go. That was in Cleveland and Miami. Definitely when he came back to Cleveland, he had folks stomping for him. I challenge you all, show me the teammates on the Broncos while Russell is sitting up here showing selfies with all the teammates. By the way, who are the teammates with the Broncos stomping for him, talking about, you know, we really need to keep Russell. We just need to get it together next year. We got cohesion. He's the quarterback we need. Do you hear anybody saying that? His teammates ain't sticking up for him. That's what my man Omar say from The Wire. Your man set you up. Your teammates done let you go. Sean Payton would not be doing this if the team was letting him. I mean, I'm from Louisiana. He coached us. Sean Payton is not going to do that if the team is behind you. Drew Brees got given as much leeway as he did because the team was, hell, the whole city of New Orleans was behind Drew. Denver ain't behind Russell, and the Broncos ain't behind Russell. The city of Denver, the average citizen, is not behind him anymore, and the team ain't behind him either. And that's why you're gone. If the team was behind him, they would hold on to him for at least another season. Okay, let's give him one more season. We on the hook for the money any damn way. Let's give him one more season. They're like, yeah, forget that. Nobody's behind you. Nobody's with you. Out you go. We done. We done. And I just can't help but feel, by the way, you kind of set this model. You kind of set the feel for this. Maybe if you didn't have that rep in Seattle, maybe folks would feel different. It's like, oh, don't stick your neck out for Russell because he cuts niggas. I'll let you have the last word.
That was all, sir. Thank you for letting me speak, and thank you for talking to me, Mr. Black. Back first.
Thank you very much for tuning in tonight. We appreciate that, sister. Thank you very much here. Y'all got to understand, how you get them is how you lose them. How you get them is how you lose them there. And I don't wish anything ill on the man. I don't wish anything ill. My job is to forecast the weather. And I just couldn't help but notice Russell got some shadiness about him. Ciara ain't shady. Ciara is just overcast. She ain't just shady. She overcast. And if you put all your eggs in her basket with the expectation that she gonna stand strong, I'm like, dude, she with a nigga long as he winning and doing what she say. You are doing what she says, but you're not winning anymore. And I just wonder how eager she's going to be to go out in public with the league's most well-known bust now. Let me get caller from area code 314. You're on live with The Business. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Yes, sir, Mr. Black. This is Gator calling out of St. Louis.
Gator out of St. Louis. What's on your mind?
Yes, sir. Mr. Black, first and foremost, I don't think Russell, I don't think he's ever seen or let alone dated a woman that had a child out of wedlock until he finished college. That's just me personally, you know.
I don't think Russell, I don't think the church, I don't mean to be derisive about it. I don't think he's got much experience with women, period. Forget women with children. He strikes me as, I'm pretty sure he ain't had a bunch of women. He's been this religious thing because of his father, Stephen Curry. You know, we can go down the list. These fellas who get off into that kind of stuff, they don't keep a bunch of females around. They trying to be, you know, don't fornicate and all this stuff, although we know Russell does. But I don't think he's had a bunch of women, period. I think he's like maybe had one or two females and that's it. And even then they was holding hands and eating milk and cookies.
And going head first in with a, you know, a vain woman like Ciara, you know, that's it can be a rude awakening.
Well, he was a fan.
You know, when it's all said and done.
But he was a fan. He said that before. I mean, he's admitted he was a fan of hers. So when her leaving Future, it's just like when Steve Ballmer. I know we've been talking a lot of sports tonight, but it's like when Steve Ballmer had that chance about the Clippers. Steve Ballmer, remember, was an executive at Microsoft. At one time, he was the CEO. He wanted to buy a professional sports team. And the first time he went, you know, he got outbid, so he didn't get the team. when Donald Sterling messed up and the NBA put the Clippers up for sale, Steve Ballmer showed up and said, here, let's try it like this. I'm going to hand you this blank check and you write down the number and I'll take it from there. And that's basically what happened. They knew that he would just pay anything. And if he was willing to pay, I forget how much it was, $3 or $5 billion for the Clippers, that just raises the value of all the other teams in the league. So, of course, they were thrilled to have that happen. But my point is, he obviously overpaid. I mean, I think we can all see from the results of the Clippers, clearly you overpaid. Obviously. Yeah. But he was so desperate to get in there because Mark Cuban started it, and now you have a bunch of executives who have toy box money, and they want to go buy a team so that it can be their little human mannequins to run around with. Steve Ballmer was willing to overpay because he was a fan. Russell Wilson was willing to grossly overpay because he was a fan. Jason, why do you say he overpaid? Tell me one thing that he has gotten with Ciara marrying her that he wouldn't have been able to get not marrying her.
Yeah, she saw a sucker and she went for it. I mean, rightfully so. I mean, she only, because she's dated men after that, I'm sure, after her relationship with Future, and he definitely was an easy target, definitely. And take a look at a collage of those pictures with Russell and his stepson. You see, his stepson got a little mug to him, like his dad, and it seemed like he's the one that's Russell's posing with him in the picture. I mean, you can see it. It can be trouble. It definitely could be trouble waiting for him. Something he will regret or could possibly regret.
Most men, especially when they're raised silly and naive like Russell Wilson, they cannot wrap their heads around the idea that a woman would lie to have a baby. That's just too serious. That's just too big. That is just too critical of something to do. That's too serious of something to do. They don't believe that a woman would have a baby and lie. They can't wrap their minds around the idea that a woman would walk up to you, throw this 1-year-old in your lap, and be looking you in your face and lying to you the entire time. They can't wrap their minds around it. They can't. And all I can tell you is that every man in divorce court and every man in child support court said the exact same thing. That they didn't believe she would be capable of doing something like that. Or he thought she would do it, just not to him. Okay, she'll do it with the other fella, but she ain't gonna do that to me. And then you wake up one day, it's like, I'll be damned. She really will. And he's sitting there.
Yeah.
And he's sitting there. So then he really got took in because she had more kids. So Russell Wilson thinks that making her have his babies is erasing Future. What? He thinks that, well, if Future could get her pregnant, if y'all think that Future imprinted on her with one kid, well, I done got her pregnant 3 times. And we're all like, you big dummy, that's not the way it counts. It's not about, is she having kids with you? It is about how badly does she want the man she's having them with. That woman tatted Future on her. That ain't she wearing your damn jersey, but she was tatting this nigga on her. And he don't want to believe that. So he's having kids with her and telling himself that he's doing the same thing Future was doing. No, you're not. You're just digging yourself into a deeper hole. Kids are a benefit to a woman because they can sick the state on you. You don't have any return option to do that with her. She's there to be taken care of by you. There is no mechanism for you to be taken care of by her. Therefore, she has every incentive to pop out some more kids and tell you it's all about you. In other words, having a kid and looking you in your face and lying to you the whole time. Lying to you the whole time and looking in your face with these kids in front of you. And you're sitting here focusing on the kids and talking about, well, this is what they mean to her and they pertinent to her. Okay, telling yourself you got hers. No, you just got some kids. You just got some kids. That's it. And at this point right now, you know, it's just he belongs to the game. He belongs to the game.
Very true. Very true. Very true. Yes, sir. And we both know that he will never be able to tell her anything. She runs that relationship. The moment that he balks up at her or disagrees with her or says something to her, that woman attitude, the one that just real feisty and just, I got to have everything to myself. Whatever I want, I got to have. When that comes out, he's the one that got to admit that. I can't judge him, but he has to admit that, you know, he's a simp. And, you know, he got to find a way to get out of that somehow.
Michael Jordan, Shaquille O'Neal, Tom Brady. I can go down the list. When the end of that career begins to come into clear view, the women start cutting out. The chicks who are just in it for the bag, looking at you, Larsa Pippen, they're just in it for the bag. They're just in it for the status. When I say the bag, I'm also referring to the status, not just the dollars. They're in it for the bag. They're in it for the status. As long as you're in the hustle and bustle of the league, they okay with it. Lala Anthony. As long as you're in the middle of the action and she gets to ride along, they gonna stick in there. But as soon as the end of your career is firmly in view, it's like, oh, this isn't a false alarm. This isn't a drill. This is actual. Okay, time for me to start heading for the exits. Now, you remember what I told you all. For Ciara, look for something to happen around 40. She's 38 now. Look for something to happen around 40. If she is going to make a break for another fella, either to double back to Future or to see if she can go grab something else, she's going to need to do it. She's coming up on 40, so she's going to need to do it somewhere around there. You can't be 45 throwing elbows. Nia Long has taught us that. That doesn't work. Mariah Carey has taught us that. That won't work. So if she's going to make that move, she got to do it here soon in a little bit. And she believes she can do it. The real problem is for Russell, he bought into the whole damn thing, and that's a hell of a situation to be in because Ciara's not going to want to make any more money. You can get Russell to pay for the rest of your damn life. She's really got legal precedent and legal leverage to get him to pay for the rest of her life. And she can just go stunt with another dude. Probably younger than Russell. I would not be surprised if Ciara jumps up one of these days and you catch her with a 21 Savage. I would not be surprised. Some future 21 Savage, not the one out there now, but like Amber Rose did. I wouldn't be surprised if she pulls to Amber Rose and grabs her some young cat who's up and coming and stacking up and whatnot. I wouldn't be surprised if she did that. But I don't think that's the number one thing he needs to watch out for. I think the number one thing he needs to watch out for are his teammates. What? Oh, I'm sorry. Did I say that?
Man.
I think she needs to watch the number one thing he's got to watch out for, and mark my words, you heard it here first. She got to watch out for his teammates. He has to watch out for her and his teammates. If he gets a contract for $1 million, if he's fallen from grace that badly, look for Ciara to be looking for a 30-year-old who is in line for a $200 million contract. Why would you sit with this 35-year-old who has seen his last $100 million when you have the opportunity to at least throw them legs around a 30-year-old who is in line for a $200 million contract? And he's setting the world on fire. And everybody's talking about him. What's to stop her from making that move? And ain't nobody going to say she would never do it. Nobody's going to say that. So if you want to know the two main assumptions I would make in that regard, my two main predictions, those would be the ones. My two main calculations would be either it's going to be a young cat in the music industry, but somebody who's got a real contract and doing some real business, or one of his teammates, probably younger. If he settles for $1 million contract, whatever team that is, watch out. That's the one. And if it doesn't happen, the only reason is because she didn't get any positive responses. That's the only reason it wouldn't happen. Especially because here's the thing. If he gets $1 million contract, you think he's going to be a starter with $1 million contract? If somebody takes him on their team, makes him second or third string, oh, you're done. You're done. Countdown to Judge Maybelline. You're done. The humiliation will be complete, and it will have happened in record time. He go from starting to third string. Ciara ain't gonna stick around for that. I'm telling y'all right now, if he goes to second or third string, oh, that's a wrap. That's a wrap. They're done. She's out.
That age 38 is a very true. It's a very true age. That's a very true synopsis about a woman and her potential. Kids or no kids, or mostly with kids. That single woman with kids. That 38 that's a very truth-telling age right there, for sure, for a woman.
But remember, women don't see it the same way men do. I got to drill that through you all's heads. Women don't see it the same way men do. Men look at children for the rest of their lives because we calculate them as a legacy. A chick who's with you because you're quote unquote a good provider, she ain't counting the rest of your lives. That help is counting until 18. She is counting for how long you will be financially, legally obligated because she knows I can get the money without you. So women calculate to the age of 18 because they know that's how much they going to get from the state. Yeah, it really is that cold-blooded. Every female in here will claim that ain't what she own. Every fella in here who's been in child support court or divorce court knows damn well that's always what it is. Especially if she come to you with another man's kids, she wants to know how long she gonna get benefits for them, and she just needs to hold out until she's gotten them over the finish line. Now she good. Because she needed you to take that burden off of her during their most expensive years. Now that you've done that, it's like, okay, I can dump your ass. Or in Ciara's case, it's like, hell, just go ahead and make a meal ticket. Let me get this last one in here. And that's it. Back to the streets. He's a good father. She's going to talk about how good a father he is. Yeah, he can take care of the kids half the year. It's not like he's doing anything anymore. What? Not like he's busy anymore. He's retired from the league. He got enough money to take care of the kids. All right, bye. Next thing you know, you're going to hear something. She's hanging out at the NFL Combine. She's hanging out at the Chris Brown concert. Okay. Don't say I didn't tell you. I'll let you have the last word.
Mr. Black, yes, sir. I was wondering if you could speak to the bond that these women with baby daddies have with their father. Now, she could so-called moved on and, the relationship, you all got a stable something relationship. Why is that bond as tight-knit as it is with these baby fathers?
I mean, that comes down to biology. It comes down to biology. A female gets pregnant by the man she wants to keep. Now, there is a caveat to that. If that man becomes a loser. Now, if he becomes a loser, as far as she's concerned, oh hell, this was a bad deal. But she doesn't blame herself for betting on you. She blames you for not meeting her expectations. So the fella she gets pregnant by is the guy she wants to keep. But you should look for that to dissipate and fade if you fail to meet her expectations now that she's had your kid. So that's the exception. Now, if the fella is continuing to meet her expectations, yeah, it rolls on just like that. Future was meeting all the expectations except one. He was never going to marry her, and he was still going to keep chasing these hoes. So he was going to keep his swag right and his status right, but he was never going to give her the ability to take that $100 million he was going to get for selling his catalog. He was never going to put her in a position to take that. Now we all see what Future was really thinking all this time, that one day he was just going to cash out. And that's what he did. He cashed out his catalog. Let me get this $100 million bag, and we gone. And he, the whole time he knew, Ciara, you ain't the one for that. I'm not going to cut you in for a piece of that because I know you. You too shady. You too cutthroat. Not you. Not you. And so she went looking for somebody who would fall for it. Future was meeting her expectations, but he wouldn't meet her demands. So she decided, not that she didn't want Future anymore, because she did, but she decided to go vindictive. That's how you know a woman really wants you, is she's gone vindictive. So she's gone super vindictive, and she's trying to humiliate him. I got another dude playing with your son. And it's like, okay. By the way, Russell. Yeah. By the way, Russell. Hey, by the way, Russell. Now, one more thing here, little dumb nigga. If Ciara had absolutely no problem using you to publicly humiliate her baby daddy, using her child's father's kids, if she had no problem using a man's kids to humiliate him, what the hell makes you think she won't do the same thing with you? What makes you think one day you ain't gonna look up and your kids gonna be on some other dude's knee because she's here to make a laughing stock out of you? You can't say she won't do it. You saw her do it. You're gonna tell yourself, oh, well, that was just them. You can't say she won't do it. She did it. Well, she did it to Future. He had it coming. Okay, that's the story she told you. And guess what? When she does it to you, you'll have it coming too. It'll be your fault that she did it then too. And guess what? All the hoes who are congratulating you doing that to Future, they're going to be right there on her side congratulating the next man for doing it to you. Go ahead and say she ain't like that. She wouldn't do that. It's okay. All right. So the bottom line is, brother, females have children by the men that they really want to keep if that man is performing. The only reason it sours is if that guy fails to perform. If it does, it goes sour. Even if she decides she wants to punish him, she is always going to... Look, a woman's first child is special. That was the new coat of paint. That's why after they have the second kid, they can blow out the children like coffee cakes. The first child is the special one. That's the first one she ever had. She didn't have a kid before then. None of the other children can say they're the first of anything. What, you were the first one that I had in Denver? No, Future's son is the first one she had. He is always going to outrank all the others. You know how mothers are? They're sitting there making little poems and singing little songs to the kids while they're still in her stomach. So the first child is always going to be special. You're always going to watch out for baby daddy number one, unless he's a damn failure. In which case, yeah, she wants to put as much distance between herself and him as possible. But if he's not, she's always going to be his woman. Always. And she's with you for only one reason. She never had a plan that she was going to be with him and then go to somebody else. The plan was always to get with him and stay with him. If she had to get up and leave, you are part of a strategy of survival, not her actual desires. You saw what her desires were. Let's just keep it all the way real and adult. She wanted to be with him. You're only here because things didn't work out with that fella. Now you tell me a damn job, a person, or anything else in this life that you would put your full commitment to if they told you, yeah, we really didn't want you, but it didn't work out with the last person. And if we could get them to act right, we drop you right now and go get them. But here, sign up for our company. No way in the hell you'd want that.
Yeah, that's a mic drop. That's a mic drop. Thank you, Mr. Black.
Thank you very much for giving us a call here tonight. No, that's the hardest thing for these fellas here to accept is, by the way, she's always going to be his woman. Always. Especially if you're desperate to get her. You desperate and ass kissing and every damn thing else to get her? That doesn't go over well? That doesn't work? That's not going to happen? You can tell yourself all you want to that she wasn't really in the future and she didn't really dig him. You can say that all you want to, bruh. Reality is reality. To all my single moms out there, I mean, we just got to lay it on the bricks. Let's just say it for what it is. Y'all don't get pregnant by accident. You got pregnant because that was the dude you wanted to keep. You made plans with him. The only thing that will break you of him is if he becomes an abject failure. Now, if he becomes an abject failure, biology for a female kicks in, and now she got to cut ties with him because he's a failure. By the way, one more thing here. Hold on a second. Okay, let me get this straight, Russell. Let me get this straight now. Y'all, I just noticed this, by the way. So are you telling me that Russell Wilson posted a video with music on his page of his wife, and you go to her page, and oh, well, this is hella awkward. Oh, boy. Oh, this is hella awkward. Oh, this is very awkward. Oh, boy. Ciara in August, Ciara in October on Russell's page. Okay. Okay, go ahead and tell me I'm just making it up now, right? Go ahead and just tell me I'm making it up now, right? All right. Well, Jason, that was just back in October. All right. That was just 4 months ago. Okay. They got Chris Brown in stereo on their social medias. Oh, okay, bruh. All right. Oh, I'm sure come on, I want all the Ciara cucks to sit up here and jump up now. All the Ciara suckers. Come tell me how this ain't no problem. I want all the men. Where are the men who say that, Jason, there's nothing to this? Jason, there's nothing to it. Jason, you're overblowing it. I want to know where the fellas are who gonna tell me that I'm overblowing this, that I'm reading too much into this. I just noticed this today because I don't even play music on these people's pages. I just noticed this day. I'm like, oh, by the way, yeah. Oh, that's Chris Brown. I looked up here. I said, wait a minute. Chris Brown, How We Roll. Wait a minute. Where have I seen that before? I'm like, oh, there it is. There it is. There it is. All right. Brother, she got him on your page. Brother, Brother, you got her playing old boy on your page, not even on hers. You got it on yours. On yours. On your page.
That's just how we roll. How we roll.
You got another man's voice on your page, bro. You got another man's voice on your page. I'm just... who wants to trade places with him? Somebody said Usher or Chris Brown. Like, oh, boy. If Usher come rolling up... If y'all ever see her on the stage with Usher... Oh, yeah, just... I'm calling it right then, right there. If he gets ushered, if Russell ends up getting ushered, you thought it looked bad for Swiss Beats. If Russell ends up getting ushered, that is a wrap, my nigga. If you get ushered, that's a done deal. That's a done deal. Yo, broad sitting up here trying to dance with Usher. And no. You might as well go on and file the divorce papers yourself and just save her the trouble. In the chat room, Christy Williams needs to call up. In the chat room there, Christina Williams needs to call up. So Christina has asked a very good question. Let's go ahead and get Christina to call up. She asked questions. I have answers. So Christina, go ahead and give us a call up. We're very glad you showed up here for that. We'll be glad to have that. So Christina can go ahead and give us a call. Meanwhile, let me go ahead and get over to the telephone lines. Let me get caller from area code 443. You're on live with The Business. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Good evening, Jason. This is Craig from Baltimore. How you doing this evening?
All right, Craig from Baltimore. What's on your mind?
Yeah. I like the discussion that you're hosting tonight about this attack on masculinity worldwide, and just two issues that I wanted to bring to your attention and get your insight about. One, even though people are trying to use governmental sources to try to attack masculinity, another element that's out to try to attack our masculinity, a failed faction, is the Christian feminists. And one of the arguments that they're having on the street where they're trying to shame black men about is they're trying to leverage their celibacy or being abstinent as a way to try to convince us to get with them. And I know you brought that issue to me a while back in a previous broadcast where you said that the celibacy thing, it's okay when you're a young woman, but after a while, when you get too old, it's a dead drum. The beat is just dead because they don't have any intimacy with men or no interaction with men on a level. And so when I notice when some of the Christian feminists speak, they want to talk about us like dogs, then try to curb us or try to make us curtail to their demands.
Well, I mean,
because
but
they can't afford
understand what the real issue is there. Everybody is trying to control men's sexuality while simultaneously telling you that women can walk around ass naked and we shouldn't be trying to control women's sexuality, while all these folk here and all the beta butt kissing simps, looking at you, Alex Hearn, are concentrated on controlling men's sexuality. One minute they're telling you we shouldn't be having sex with anybody at all. The next minute they're telling you it's okay that she cheated on you because you're not sexual enough. So when the women want to go chase Future, thumbs up. And when the women want to go chase Russell Wilson, thumbs up. So there is no bad one. Now, anybody wanting to criticize Ciara and Future and talk about, well, Russell stepped up and Future didn't. First of all, Future never didn't step up. He was always there for his kids. Well, he wanted to chase other women. Well, she was okay with it when she was with him, but here's the real issue about it. The bottom line is you can't sit up here and condemn Ciara with Future. She chose him. Y'all weren't talking like this when she was with Future. Now, if you weren't talking like this when she was with Future, then you can't talk like that now. If you had no problem with her when she was with Future, then you can't jump up and all of a sudden, if she leaves Future, oh yeah, he was no good for you. Wait a minute, it don't work that way. Where were you to say all this when she was with him? Where were you to say all this, girl, he ain't no good for you when she was with him? So wherever they hop, they tell you that it's the right move for them. Now what you've watched is this really covert move to try to control our sexuality. And ordinarily the media would attack the church, but if the church controls men, they're like, oh, okay, good for the church. Oh, great. Hey, we love church again. As long as it controls the men, then it'll be a good thing. So what they're really trying to do is pick this lock, and they're trying every single conceivable combination until they find one that works to control us. And that's what they're looking for. And religion has always been very good throughout history for controlling people. The only problem that they're having is that men don't really go for religion anymore. So that's going to be an uphill climb, because first you'd have to get the men to buy into religion again. You'd have to get that to happen again. And right now that you don't really have a whole lot of pull if that's the one you're relying on. I'll let you have the last word.
I'm gonna post a video on my Facebook page. I still can get you on the tag, and you can pull from it or download it just to check out one discussion. There was a topic called "Take Sex Off the Table," and also Media Man had brought a discussion about it, and they were like, "Don't you Christian feminists out there, don't try to shame us into bending towards you. If y'all want to do that, y'all get up on one of y'all date naps and do that, but y'all just going to be marketing to each other because the dudes are not going to pay attention to you." And it's not that men don't accept virgins. It's just that they take it so far to the extreme that, yeah, you 38, 39, 40 years old, and you have no access to a man. And at some point, you're supposed to build your idea and prove it stronger than others, and instead, you now got up there.
Okay, let me deal with that real quick. Brother, the reason why Christian chicks, I want the Christian chicks, I've covered this before, but to all the Christian girls out there, let me just lay some reality on you. Your leading with your religion is an automatic loser. Because you all don't live your religion. And to the extent that you do, most of you only live it if you see a way that you can weaponize it and leverage it over a man. So we see what the religion says, you should follow the man. You only want to follow the religion in the parts that you want to follow, not the parts that don't favor you. So for that reason, as men, we disregard it altogether because like, you running game. So trying to approach us leading with your religion is an automatic loser because we know you running game. We're not going to let you sit up here and say, well, in this chapter of Ecclesiastes, it says that you're supposed to do what I say. We're not going for that. So the females who lead with their religion, that doesn't work. There's also another issue here. Now, a lot of y'all ain't going to like it, but I'm going to say it. The religious girls, a lot of y'all think that because you're lame, I ain't dissing you, I'm just saying it for what it is. The religious chicks tend to be lame, they're socially awkward, and they don't have any real sex appeal. They want it, but they don't have it. So they see the Nicki Minaj's and the Cardi B's and the Ciaras, these women who naturally have sex appeal. And she ain't got it. She's got little old church lady appeal. And so she's losing. So just like the Lauryn Hills in their ilk, they really they've tried to create their own niche market. The problem is the church girl market is not very attractive. Hoes are outgoing. Hoes are sociable. Hoes are adventurous. Hoes don't have a problem saying what they want. Church girls tend to be regressed and they don't do very much, and you kind of got to lead them by the hand. And okay, in the 21st century, just understand you may have had fewer sexual partners, but it's also not very attractive either, because all it strikes you as is a burden. So if the only thing you have going for you is, well, I haven't slept with a bunch of men, then we see how lame you are. I can see why you ain't slept with a bunch of men. So church girls tend to be utterly lacking in personality. And they think that their religiosity is a substitute for an actual personality. And they think that their ability to quote scripture is a substitute for an actual personality. And it doesn't work that way. Derek Jackson hung with his woman for a while there, but it's like, the quoting scriptures isn't a substitute for a personality. And I want all the females listening, you're not signaling to us that you're pure, you're signaling to us a deficiency. And you think that we're going to be fooled, and you think that we're going to keep our eyes on the scripture and, I ain't slept with a bunch of people, and then that gives you a pass for you lacking everything else. So you kind of become like the nerds, those boys who only have a relationship with a comic book or a textbook or a computer screen. You become the female equivalent of that. And at the end of the day, a man has to say to himself, whoa, do I want to be shackled to this for the rest of my days? Well, that will work with your counterpart. So if you find a little incel dude who only relates to a computer screen or a book, you two may be able to make it, but you probably won't make it because you're both going to drive each other nuts because of how lame you are. Lame plus lame is intolerable. One of y'all has to be able to give the relationship a reason for existing. If you're both just sitting there like pieces of furniture, this relationship has no purpose for existing because it literally is going nowhere. That's the reason the little church girl thing don't work. And at this point right now, you have 2 generations of males who've never been to church. So you can't leverage the quote unquote value of church anymore, since today it's become a foreign concept. You can't leverage it. You can't leverage it. So the church girl thing is dead, bruh. They had a bad reputation when I was a kid. Today they don't have a reputation at all. They had a bad rep when I was a kid, and today they don't just have a bad rep, they got none.
Well, you know what the future of the church is going to be? And we just had Dune 2 come out. Since the women say they run the church, the future of the church is the Bene Gesserit sisterhood. The hoes and the church girls going to have to merge together and try to manipulate society.
Well, I mean, that also brings that political thing into it. The Alex Hearns, if the women can't get what they want, look for them to try to legislate what they want. Hell, they've already started doing this since abortion. It's just, if the men won't give us what we want, get the laws to say the men got to give us what we want. Here, we'll get a law that says we can rob you. And because most males come at life from a beta perspective, that's what you end up with. Not because it's right, but because, betas are the law of the land. Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. You can change that, though. Men standing up is what changes that. I'm not trying to have a defeatist attitude about it, but men standing up is what changes that. And when you show them through your actions, not your words, that there's only so far they can push you for that, that's how things change. Let me get caller from area code 720. You're on live with The Business. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hi, this is Christina Williams.
Okay, Christina. And where are you calling from?
I'm calling from Denver, Colorado.
All right, Christina from Denver. And what's on your mind?
I agree with the conversation you had. Believe it or not, I am a church girl. I'm married. I'm happy. It actually worked out for me. So I don't know. I get your experience. I just think that sometimes that's not always the case. You know, I've seen marriages last for 40 years all around me. Like,
ma'am, what percentage of marriages fail?
What's that?
What percentage of marriages fail?
Well, I don't know.
Yes, you do.
I don't know.
Yes, you do. Yes, you do. Let's not do that.
I do not.
If you want to destroy your credibility in one fell swoop, just keep doing what you're doing right now. You do know how many fail. Yes, you do. Everyone knows the statistic.
Well, I'm sorry. Go ahead, finish.
Everyone knows the statistic. What percentage of marriages fail, ma'am?
I'm going to assume 50. Is that what it is?
90 seconds.
Actually, it's closer to 60%. The attorney James Sexton, who did all those videos that went viral talking about marriage and divorce particularly. Yeah, we covered that. When you start counting all the marriages and whatnot, you actually have a figure that's over 50%, heading towards 60. All right, that's dooming statistic number 1. Now, number 2, what percentage of those divorces are initiated by the women?
60.
Let's see. I'm not sure because of my
okay.
line of
Wow.
work. I don't.
Okay. All right.
Again,
all right.
If you
there you
allow
go.
me to talk, then I'll explain myself. Because you wanted me to call in, right? So
80% of divorces are initiated by females.
Okay. All right. And so you're applying this to Sierra.
Ma'am, no, I'm going back to when you said I've seen marriages last for 40 years.
Yeah.
I'm putting that comment in context. Now that I put it in context, she saw one that lasted 40 years. Yeah, and one time I saw a yellow-tailed hummingbird.
I did too. Cool.
10 seconds.
Do you have a picture of it?
If we're going to be sarcastic, I'm an intellectual. You're an intellectual. We can talk.
Right. I'm saying, do you have
That's
do you have a picture of the yellow-tailed hummingbird?
Do you have yours?
No, ma'am. I'm asking you a question, ma'am. I'm asking you. Do you have a picture of one? Because if you're going, ma'am, if you're going to say that you've seen something rare, then you need to substantiate it.
Mm-hmm.
So don't get triggered. Okay, don't get triggered and don't get in your feelings. That doesn't help you. That doesn't help your case. Don't get triggered and in your feelings. That doesn't help your case. I'm saying if you said you saw one, okay, can we both get our pictures? Because I've only seen one and I never was able to take a picture of it.
Well, we do have a Denver pavilion where you're able to go see rare hummingbirds. So
okay,
I mean,
if you could get a picture of one, you'd have it.
Well, I wish I had taken a picture. I didn't, Jason. But going back
because
to
you can't
talk about relationships. The thing is that, again, like I'm getting my doctoral degree right now in how you study statistics. A lot of these things that you keep
the late Kevin Samuels. If it wasn't going to be copyright infringement for me to say I've got a PhD. So for all my Kevin Samuel heads out there, don't say I never did nothing for you. Don't ever say I was a hater. Kevin Samuels from the Beyond the Grave told me to tell you I've got a PhD. Okay, go ahead and finish the rest of your statement.
Oh, good. Okay. I mean, if you want to play that way, that's fine. But at the end of the day, I'm just telling you, you know this because you look at statistics all day. So, it makes sense. My point originally, the original question was, what does this do for Black people? Because the ultimate reality is that when you're speaking negatively about the other African Americans on this live, what happens is it discourages other people. I think that you have such a beautiful platform you've built up for such a long time. It doesn't make sense to go and look at petty things like that. Who cares if they're together or they're off or they break up or what? Stop. Like, why don't we focus on some positive stuff for Black folks so we can progress and we can push and we can try to do better for ourselves? I mean, again, I'm telling you, you have touched a lot of people's lives. I remember when I first heard you were talking about, of course, you were talking about the baby mamas and the ones who run out and do this and that. And I get that. And I'm glad you approached that and you spoke out on that. But in the same breath, we as foundational Black Americans have to go and stop talking shit about each other all the time in public. Like, what is this? Like, I get it. I get that you want to try to go and point these people out, but we're better than that. We come from a great line of people. We do a lot of stuff. Let's focus on that. Let's talk about what we do well. I mean, I think I'm going to just tell you one thing. I absolutely loved when you pointed out the whole riverboat situation. I felt like for the first time us Black people were like, hey, we're doing something. And I feel like if you could focus your content, and I'm not a person to tell you how to go and run your show.
Wow, she's literally telling me how to run my program.
About us. What's that? What'd you say?
Yeah. I'm not one to tell you how to run your show, broadcast. I'm not one here to tell you how to run your show while she's literally spent the last 3 minutes telling me how to run my program. Literally.
Oh, sure. Yeah, if you take it that way. Again,
no, man, I'm not taking it. No, I'm not taking it any kind of way. You literally said the words, you need to stop it. Once you said the words, you need to stop it, that's literally telling me how to run my program. You literally said the words, you need to stop it. That's telling me how to run my program. You literally have done that.
That's fair. I think that Black people, foundational Black Americans, we as people need to go and be very careful about.
Okay, let me go ahead now. Let me go ahead and address everything you said here. All right. Now, starting out, first of all, you said, how does this help Black people? Do you think that telling children not to drink alcohol at 7 years old helps Black people?
I think that does. Yeah.
Okay, but that's negative. Okay, but that's negative.
But I'm not telling the world.
Okay, ma'am, excuse me, but that's negative. Ma'am, that's negative. Ma'am, that's negative. That's engaging in negative conversation.
Not with the public. You're forgetting the second.
Ma'am, okay, so you're saying the only people that you would talk to is if you could talk to them privately? That's the only children you would tell not to drink alcohol is the ones you can talk to privately.
I think that's a one-on-one conversation with your kid. Yeah, I have kids.
No, ma'am. So if I'm talking about children you are not related to, how about them?
I don't think, honestly, if you are a member of the community and you see some action or something like that, like a kid who is possibly going to pick up an alcoholic tendency, you can pull them to the side and say, hey, that's not the way
Okay,
to go.
but according to
I've
you,
seen this,
pull them
that,
to
and
the
other.
side means you have to take them to your home in a private room somewhere to talk to them, as opposed to speaking
Did
to
I
them,
say that?
as opposed to speaking
No,
to
no,
them,
no, no, no,
as
no.
opposed to
Yeah,
speaking
it's
to them
never
on the
just
spot,
that.
ma'am.
But did I say that, Jessica?
Ma'am,
Because
yes,
I'm
you
a
did,
witness.
because you said don't do it publicly.
say to you,
Well,
I didn't
ma'am,
say
if you're
privately
gonna
in
say,
my room.
ma'am, you're not gonna speak over the host, ma'am. You made a fool of yourself, and you had to take an opportunity to hold that L. You said that you don't want to talk to them publicly. You want to talk to them privately. In other words, if you see a random kid, you can't talk to them publicly. You have to, quote, pull them to the side, as opposed to speak to them on the spot where you see them.
And see, this is where the arguments, or no, not the arguments, this is where the credibility on your side gets rushed too. See, look at this. Jason, I just said you could pull them to the side privately. You took it way
Ma'am,
too far.
what is private? What is privately, ma'am? If you see them in a class, what you're saying is you have to take them someplace where it's just you and them?
No, you can private. You mean you've never had a private conversation?
Okay, ma'am. If I see a ma'am, if I see a child in ma'am, if I see a child in front of Circle K, where's the privacy there?
Again, if it's Circle K and you know this child, again, I said
no, ma'am. No. So that's why I said before, you're just talking in circles. I said for somebody you don't know.
I'm not talking in circles.
Somebody you don't, a child that you don't know. So you're saying you don't talk to children. You don't try to help. Thank you. What did you say?
Why would you talk to a child you don't know? That's none of your business.
So you're saying that you believe in helping black people, just not the ones you don't know.
I believe you better establish a relationship with them before you come at their throat.
Okay,
yes.
So thank y'all. She's here to lecture us about how does this help black people. Now, I'm glad she defined black people. Black people are only the ones she knows.
No, you're taking it too far again. Look,
I'm repeating your words.
Go ahead.
I'm repeating your words.
The reality is people are listening. Jason.
I'm repeating your words, ma'am, and you've never actually listened to yourself to see how silly you sound. There's no logic going on here, ma'am, just your emotion. You just admitted you'll only talk to children that you know, not ones that you don't know. Ma'am, what you're not going to do is talk over the host, ma'am. You already said that you're only going to talk to children that you know, not children you don't know. And then you said, why would you talk to kids you don't know? Because they're members of my community. Are they not?
They're members of my community. Establish a relationship with them, then talk to them.
Ma'am,
Yeah.
I'm establishing a relationship. I'm establishing a relationship by telling them that you shouldn't be drinking.
Okay, here's the thing. How do you even know that they're part of your community until you get to know them? Yeah, they may have dark skin, but maybe it might be from somewhere totally different and not be a part of your community.
Remember at the beginning of the program when I warned you all about these folks in academia who sit up here, and I mean the folks who want to go get their PhDs and the Melissa Harris Perrys. Remember when I warned you, this is the chick talking about, I'm going to go get a doctorate. And this is the level of intellect that you can expect from somebody who's going to have a doctorate.
Education. That's you.
By the way, this is the level of allegiance to that black community. She was the one trying to lecture me about how does this help black folk, and she doesn't even believe in helping black people. She's literally telling you, I don't help black people.
It's proven fact. Kids don't listen to nobody they don't have a relationship with. You have an old lady walk past you, tell
ma'am, you sat here and asked,
You
how
gotta
does this
get to
help
know
black people? How in the world does your illogical mishmash help anybody? Forget black people. How does it help anyone? All you're doing is complaining. You're complaining.
You have yet to answer my question.
I did answer, ma'am. I did answer your question. Just like it helps, ma'am. You've listened to people sit up here and tell you that my conversations have helped them, ma'am. Ma'am, you're gonna be quiet, or I'm going to quiet you. Everybody has already called in and said that I've helped them, ma'am. You know what you don't have? You don't have anybody saying that what you're saying is helping anyone. Plenty of folks have said what I'm saying has helped them. You've even heard some of them tonight call in and say that.
If you had all your viewers tonight, then I'm sure a lot more would agree. But nobody's caring about this.
There's nobody agreeing with you.
Are you a plant?
There's no one agreeing. Who is agreeing with you?
That's because they look. You got half of your followers right now.
Ma'am, if what you were saying made sense, people will agree with it if it makes sense. What you're saying doesn't make sense for black people, white people, Asians, or anybody else. What you're saying doesn't work for anyone.
Okay. It does. It does. I know this for a fact. I work in the industry.
You work in what industry? What industry?
Education. I work with kids.
If you all want to know why the schools screw up the children every day, it's individual like this with her hyper confidence saying complete garbage and mishmash, and with absolute confidence and conviction.
You know what? Those are keynote words that they use in the Republican Party.
They also use it in the psych ward.
You gotta go and insult.
Ma'am, they also use it in the psych ward too, by the way. They use it there too. Ma'am, I'm not being insulting. Whoa. I'm not being insulting. I'm stating an empirical fact, ma'am.
When you can establish a straightforward conversation, people love entertainment.
Ma'am, I have established a straightforward empirical fact. I pointed out that you're talking in circles, ma'am. That's mishmash.
Somebody here to understand.
Ma'am, talking in circles is mishmash. Illogical, emotion-based trigger talk is mishmash. You are mishmash.
So you're a grown man telling me that I'm a woman, so I must be emotional.
Ma'am, you've been emotional since you got on the phone. I've been telling you about it the whole time. You've been emotional since you got on the phone. The whole time.
You've been emotional since you got on the airwaves.
Ma'am, you're the one who's triggered. She's the chick who told you that she's interested in black people, just not the ones that she doesn't know.
Black folks being better.
Ma'am, black people, I will talk to any black person anywhere who wants to speak to me, whether I know them or don't know them. How about you?
I'm doing it to you right now, aren't I?
Ma'am, you don't know me.
Exactly. I'm talking to someone I don't know.
But you're also, but I didn't ask for you to teach me something. So you're not soliciting me for anything here. I am willing to talk to any black person, whether I know them or don't. Ma'am, you said that your standard was establishing a relationship with somebody. You haven't established a relationship with me.
Well, apparently I've known you enough to go and listen to your radio.
Oh, so in other words, you fantasize that you know me. There's a lot of that going around, by the way, but in other words, you fantasize that you know me.
You know what my point is going through, because it's not working.
So what you're saying is you fantasize that you know me. You just fantasize about knowing me.
I feel like it's one-sided. Like I know a little more about you, but you don't know anything about me.
Oh, I know plenty about you. I know plenty. I know plenty. I know you don't have, ma'am. You don't have any. You can't have a good point without logic. You can't be devoid of logic and simultaneously have a good point. No, you don't. There's no logic.
Jason, please. And here's the thing: just because you are dictating with this bully mentality of I don't have
logic is bullying
doesn't mean I really have logic.
Logic is bullying. She said logic is bullying. So I'm bullying her with all this logic.
Logic is not bullying. You don't know what you're labeling what I'm saying as non-logical.
Ma'am, you already delegitimized yourself when you said that you wouldn't talk to anybody you didn't already have a relationship with.
Any educational book or any educational standards.
Ma'am, you delegitimized yourself when you said that you wouldn't talk to somebody you didn't already have a relationship with. You were delegitimized right then. Right then, right there, you're
Right,
done.
that I need to establish a relationship.
Okay,
Yeah.
ma'am,
That's
if we have to
You want somebody
establish
to
a
be your friend that don't have a
relationship,
relationship?
ma'am, if we have to establish a relationship with people before we talk to them, we literally would talk to 4 people in our lifetimes.
That's not true. You know a
Yes,
lot
it
more than
is
4,
true, ma'am.
obviously.
You don't have the ability to stop people and
so quick
establish.
question, Jason, is
How
that
long does it
possible?
take to establish a relationship with someone, ma'am?
Establish a relationship is as easy as, hey, how are you doing? How's your day going? Get in a conversation with them and introduce.
Okay, I said how long, ma'am. No. I said how long. I said how long. How long?
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
How
Talk over me.
long? How long, ma'am?
How long? You can establish at least a basic surface level relationship in 5 minutes.
So you're telling me that you can establish a relationship with somebody in 5 minutes?
But you missed out a word there. Can you go back and make sure that word's added?
You can try to play semantics with baseline if you want to. You're trying to use a word that you can define for yourself, and it doesn't work that way.
Circles.
Ma'am, I don't know about all of these failed psych majors who think that they can play these semantics games like everybody else hasn't got the DMV or DSM. I don't know why in the world they think they can act like that.
Why do you feel this way about people?
Ma'am, what you just said is nonsense. There's nobody in the world who says that. Ma'am, you cannot establish a relationship of any significance in 5 minutes unless you're dealing with a mentally deranged or damaged person.
Yes, you can. I've done it before. Yes, you can. Jason, yes, you can. And you have to go and have more open-minded, dude. You are not open-minded at all. It's
Ma'am,
nowhere as a
there's a
highway.
thing is called being so open-minded that your
Do you
brain
have
falls
your mom
out.
and dad in your life? We don't know. Are you married? We don't know. Do you have a woman in your life? We don't know.
Does your husband have a woman in his life?
No, with me. And that's it. Because we're faithful to
I
each
would
other.
actually argue on that point. I would actually argue on that point right there. I'm gonna turn her volume down. As far as her husband, I wonder, does her husband have a woman in his life? Because I'm on the phone with this dingbat here, and I'm like, hey brother, I'm not so sure you got a woman in your life here, and she is off her meds. Listen.
Go ahead. What else are you going to attack? You're not having a straightforward conversation. You're just attacking.
Yeah. Can you imagine living with this?
One, I clearly have a relationship. You have not said anything about a relationship.
Can you imagine being the man trapped in the house with this? Oh, I know this nigga does as much overtime as he can.
She would look at you twice. But whatever. Go ahead. Attack relationships. Attack black people and then say you're for the people. Keep on.
But can you imagine walking down the aisle and a year later it flips and then she's got kids? Oh, hell.
You blah, 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 and insult. That is the lowest form of communication.
Did this heifer just go blah, blah, blah? I'm trying to keep myself from laughing over here. I'm just telling y'all right now, she's going nuts. She is going absolutely insane. She just hung up the phone. Oh, that was bad form, baby. That was bad form. Bad form. Not good. Oh, can you imagine living in a house with that? Can you imagine what that would be like? She talking about happily married. We need to talk to him. Hey, brother, wink twice if you need help. Yeah, I want to talk to her husband. It's like, oh, hey, dude, we need to take him to the side. Damn the kids. Damn taking the children to the side. We need to take that Negro to the side. We need to take him to the side and say, hey, brother, let me talk to you by yourself over here where she can't hear. Let me talk to you. Do you need help? Do you want to get out? Oh, that was a 720 area code. Out of Denver? I'll be damned. Was that Ciara? Was that Ciara? Oh, was that Ciara, y'all? Did I miss it through all that talking? My name is Christina. My name's Ciara. Christina. How bad did I mess up on that, man? How bad did I mess up on that? I'm like, this is Ciara. My name is Ciara Christina. And why you always talking bad about black folk? Okay, Christina. You sound very triggered. I'm very happily married to my husband. Okay. Did your husband just get cut from the football team? Did your husband just lose his job in the NFL, Christina? I'm just wondering. Do you have a kid named Future? Do you have a child named Baby Future? That's what I'm trying to find out. Do you have a child named Baby Future? Did you give him the mama's boy mushroom? Is your husband about to become a free agent? Undrafted? I'm just asking, Christina. I should have asked this while you were on the phone. Should have asked that. Boy, did y'all hear her? Blah, 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 blah. I just get it's Monday. I got some of the crazies coming out tonight. It's just blah, 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 blah. You're going to be the psychology major. You're going to get a doctorate. You go there, blah, 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 blah. She's the one going to have a doctorate. So let me get this straight. I'm bad for the community, but we need more folk like you. What? So Jason is bad for the community. I talk to everybody. I'll talk to the little kids. I'll talk to them anywhere and everywhere I find them. You need to talk to everybody in private. There's 45 million black folk. You can't talk to 45 million people in private. How long will that take you? 1 billion years? Oh, you can do it in 5 minutes. Thanos, will you come and get Nebula? Somebody get the time stone or the face of space stone and tell Thanos to come pick up Nebula. She talking about we can establish a baseline relationship with anybody in 5 minutes. And she's the happily married one. Marriage worked out fine for me. Meanwhile, her husband is sitting in the kitchen right now, letting her talk to me, because that nigga is like, good, let somebody else deal with this garbage for a while.
And deal with it, nigga.
Oh, her husband is sitting there in the kitchen like, good, I hope Jason can keep you occupied for about an hour. Take the stress off of me. If we can keep you occupied for about an hour, it'll take the stress off of me. Oh, come on now. Come on now. What is this? What is this now? Come on now. Let's excuse me here. What is going on here now? Do we got another psych major in here? Y'all, we got another psych major. Is that what we dealing with tonight? We got another psych major. Okay, I think it's a great thing if you can go ahead and do that, but I'm just saying, otherwise than that, the psych... What is it I've said that is wrong? Do I need to have Mayat Tahuti? Boy, what a name. What a name. That name just screams mastery of a subject. It just screams it. It really, really does. It really, really does. And if you got to put your credentials in a name, I'm a firm believer your credentials should speak for your damn self. If you gotta put it in the name, it's like, come on. Is that supposed to impress all of us? I don't know. Some folks like, look, this is all I got. Are you not entertained? Are you not impressed? No disrespect, no shade. It's just, Some of us have been by the schoolhouse door a few times. It's just, that's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. No disrespect. No disrespect. None. Miss Tahuti, Mayat Tahuti, want you to go ahead and give me a call. Mayat Tahuti here, go ahead and give us a call. You got 2 minutes. I'd like for you to avail us to your incredible wisdom. By all means, go ahead. We got that available for you. Certainly, she has every opportunity to give us a call. The number is on the screen. She's got 2 minutes. So go ahead and get her information since she has volunteered to educate me. By all means. She has every opportunity to do that. By the way, I don't know who she is. I'm willing to talk to her. I don't have to take her in private. I'm willing to talk to her anytime, anywhere, exactly where you are. I don't know. She might use that name in front of her white and Asian coworkers. She might. Give her a chance. She might do that. She might. All right, D is doing the most. D is doing the most. What are you doing, D? D is like, I gotta go look for it there. What are you doing? Well, she's just not able to comment right now. D, go and find her stuff and unblock that. Well, I don't know. Just she needs to call in. She doesn't really need to do that. She doesn't really need that to be able to call in, but it may help. It may help. No, it's open mic night. It is open mic night here, so I will give them the opportunity to go ahead and speak on that right there, but don't get mad at me. Don't get mad at me simply because I'm like, hey, you know, by the way, this could work for you. This could work. I'm just saying. I know I'm not, you know, highfalutin enough for enough people there. I get it. I get it. Everybody in their mama. I'm not here to be for everybody in that regard there, but I will talk to everybody. Where'd she go? She can't say I didn't give her an opportunity now. The phone lines are open. She's got every chance to call in. Why do you all think talking about them triggers them that bad? Mayat Tahuti, the telephone number works just fine. The phone lines are open. It works just fine. There's no reason to be scared. That's not a good look. If you want people to give credibility to your position, it's not good when you lie and say, hey, oh, look, my phone ain't working. How the hell you got a degree and your phone don't work? Come on now, how you got a degree and your phone don't work? You can't sit up here and scream about a degree and your phone doesn't work. Do we need to take a collection to get off that Boost Mobile? Do we need to take a collection to get her off that Boost Mobile? By the way, I'm on Blog Talk right now. I'm listening to myself in my earpiece on Blog Talk right now. So tell that Tahuti, Mayat Tahuti, stop lying. Stop being a little coward. Get over there on the phone. You got 60 seconds, or then then the next banning, we can just go ahead and keep that permanent. But by the way, I just checked it myself. Phone lines work perfectly fine. When you got to lie for your position, your position's already kind of dead, you know? If you got to lie for it, it's really already dead. Caller from area code 202. You're on live with the business. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Hi, Jason. This is Dr. Clark. How's it going?
Dr. Clark. All right. Hello, Dr. Clark. What's on your mind?
Yes. Hey, Jason, guess what, darling? I'm originally from D.C., but, I've moved, so I'm down in Richmond now. I talked to you, it's been a couple of years, honey. It's been a couple of years. I called you a minute ago. But I'll tell you one thing.
Okay.
I've always been extraordinarily impressed with your ability to understand and analyze and handle situations. But this situation, Jason, I got to be honest with you.
Okay, let me find out here. Let me find out here. Slow down. I'm hosting my program.
Yeah.
You say you're Dr.
I got you.
You say you're Dr. Clark. I'm waiting for Mayat Tehudi Amun Ra Amashenko Tutankhamun.
This sweetheart. This is Dr. LaShawn Clark, but my name is also Ma'at Sekhmet Tehuti. See, I have different names. I have many names, but those are my primary names.
Yeah, my name is Dr. Clark, but they call me
what
Tutankhamun Tehudi Mayat Ra. Okay.
That's correct. That's correct. They call me many things. I have many roles, like most people do.
Threw me for a swerve. Hey, brother, you were right. She doesn't say that to her white nation coworkers. So okay, threw me for a swerve. I'm like, okay, can't we just call you?
That's incorrect as well. That I'm everywhere on social media and to my coworkers and everywhere as these names everywhere.
All right.
So that's not an issue. No, what the issue is here, Jason, is that you have a massive platform, which means you have a massive opportunity to make some real serious impact, to bring people together.
I have brought people together. Slow down.
You have,
ma'am.
Jason, you do.
Okay,
You
stop.
do.
Okay,
You do.
break
You
pedal.
do.
I have brought
You
people
do.
together. So I have brought people together. And by the way, if my methods are flawed and you have a better way, I would love to see where you've done better.
Well, here's where we can get into the discussion of where we can do better. Number one thing is respect. Number two thing is unity.
Okay, slow down. No. Those are your personal words. Those are your personal words. I'll say this one more time.
Those are not personal words.
Ma'am, I will say this one more time. If my ways are flawed and you have a better idea, please show me where you have gotten better results. Let's go look it up right now. Let's go Google it right now so we can see it right now, because I can show you mine right now in front of everybody. Oh, I'm sorry, you're already here. Let's go see yours.
Jason, the results that you're attempting, or you surmise that you're professing to the audience that you're trying to do, is togetherness.
Okay, so in other words, you're not going to show us.
Together.
So in other words, you're not going to show us? Is that what you're saying? You're not going to show us your better way?
Honey, this is the better way. Okay?
Ooh, attitude.
Now put on your listening ears, and you might want to take a few notes, darling.
Attitude.
The better way is speaking to people. Yes, darling, speaking to people with respect. You disrespected that last caller.
You consider that to be? You consider that tone of voice? You consider that tone of voice to be feminine and respectful? You think that's a feminine and respectful tone of voice you're using right now?
I'll tell you one thing. I'll tell you it is respectful. It's feminine, but it's feminine and assertive.
Okay, now,
that should be,
ma'am, a female is supposed to be assertive?
And that's not right.
A female is feminine to be an assertive. Assertion and female are compatible? Wow, what book you looking at?
Yes. Honey, even aggressive and assertive are both female. They're both male and female characteristics. It's not.
So you think that aggressive is a feminine characteristic?
Honey, if you've ever been a parent and you've ever seen a mother, you know how aggressive we can be in these matters.
Okay, and when is that? When does a man look at a woman as aggressive and sees that as a positive thing?
When she's fighting for him and for his family and for his children.
That wasn't what you just described.
There's a time and a place for everything, Jason. There's a time and a place.
Okay, yes, there's also a time and a place to be wrong.
Yes.
And feminine and aggressive, no, aggressive is a masculine
Honey, you're trying to
characteristic.
get me into a semantic.
No, ma'am, these are not semantics. These are definitions. These are definitions. There isn't anything feminine about it, ma'am. There isn't anything about aggression that enhances femininity. You don't become a better woman by being. Show me a woman who becomes a better woman by being more aggressive.
A woman can be aggressive when need be. A man can be feminine.
Okay, I didn't ask what can be. I said give me an example of how a woman becomes more feminine by being more aggressive.
A woman becomes more feminine by becoming more aggressive when she shows that she is willing to do whatever it takes to make sure that her family is protected. That's the time. But this isn't the conversation that we were having.
Ma'am, protecting a family is not a feminine characteristic. I asked you, tell me a woman who became more feminine by becoming more aggressive. Those are contradictions in terms.
More feminine. Sometimes femininity, honey, is not what gets it in the moment. Sometimes a woman has to adopt.
I didn't ask you what get, ma'am. Femininity always works. Femininity always works for a woman, ma'am. Did you not know that with your degree?
Honey, let me tell you something. In the real world and in the degreed world, it doesn't matter whether we're talking about books or we're talking about the street corner, darling. It's all the same. At the end of the day, male and females both have to adopt some of each characteristic in order to have a healthy life.
That's a lie.
Healthy social and occupational
That
life.
is a lie. That's babble spoken by females who want to psychologically dominate a man.
Kindergarten concept.
Ma'am, that's trick psychology by people trying to mentally manipulate men and control them. At no time have I ever told you that you need to become more masculine. And you're saying become more masculine to become more feminine.
Really want. Okay? Yes, I'm going to tell you when we become more feminine and more loved. Okay? When we can show who we are and what we need and how we think and how we feel and be loved in the same way that a man can be. We need to love each other.
But you can't be. What you just said is more idiocy. You can't love a woman the way you love a man. That's nonsense. This is psychobabble.
Jason, this is the real psychobabble. It's the divisiveness, honey. We are too.
Ma'am, are you telling people that you love men and women the same way? Are you serious about that?
What kind of love are you
speaking
of?
Second time. Are you saying that you can love men and women the same way?
I'm saying that both men and women can love and be loved.
Yeah, she never thought this over before. Okay, now that I'm educating you and teaching you, there's a lot more for you to learn.
Ridiculous, Jason.
Ma'am, you just sat here and claimed that we need men and women. You said men and women need to be loved the same way, and then I said we need to be loved the same way. Now she's gotten quiet. You never thought this over.
Yes, that's correct.
You never thought this over.
There's no, Jason, because honey, listen to me. The absolute foundation of human love doesn't know a gender. It's just unconditional positive regard that has.
How many children do you have? How many kids do you have?
How many children do you have? I have more than you, sweetheart.
Ma'am, I've got zero. I have zero biological. I got zero biological children. How many children do you have?
30 years of marriage under my belt. I think I have something.
How many children do you have, ma'am? How many children do you have?
How many children? Honey, I have more than enough.
So you don't want to say the number of children that you have? That's pretty disrespectful to your kids. You don't want to claim them.
You're not listening, Jason. Stop talking over me.
You sound very, very masculine,
darling.
You sound very masculine.
You didn't hear it.
She's literally growling in the phone.
Masculine because. Yeah, that's wonderful when you're being attacked and run over sometimes.
How many children do you have? Just give us the number. How many kids do you have?
I gave you the answer.
How many children do you have?
I have 1 biological and 3 that I raised.
That's fantastic. Your biological child is how old?
And how many do you have that?
Your biological child is how old?
Okay. Okay. So you don't have any biological?
No, ma'am.
How many have you raised?
Ma'am, I raised millions.
sorry, how many did
Actually,
you
I
raise?
raised thousands of children at this point here. So you should check it out on my Patreon sometime. We'll come back to beating my drum here in a little bit. How old is your biological child?
18.
And how old are you?
Yeah.
You don't sound that old.
50. I was married for 30 years. Yes, sir.
You
This
were
is not
married.
the new
You
days
were
of
married
you
for.
not- this is-
You were married for 30
Yes,
years. How about now?
Yes.
How about now?
No.
Oh, so in other words, you're not you're not an expert in marriage. You're an expert at getting divorced.
Oh no, honey. After 30 years of marriage, you're an expert in marriage.
Okay, so you're not an you're not an
wonderful
expert at maintaining a marriage. You're an expert at getting divorced.
No,
I think
I'm not
that's what you
I'm
meant
not
to
an
say.
expert, honey. You don't. I asked you, how long was I married? 30 years. How
Is
long
your
did it
is
take
your
for me to get
ex-husband
divorced? It
is your
didn't take me
ex-husband still
30
alive? Is your ex-husband still alive?
It took me 30 years.
Is your ex-husband
Is your
still
ex
alive?
Still alive? I'm sorry. Are any of your exes still alive? I bet you probably did away with them with this kind of discourse.
Ma'am,
I can't see you being in a communicative relationship with anybody.
actually
like
to
this,
be,
Jason.
ma'am,
My goodness,
I've got
honestly.
about half a dozen who wish I wasn't, and a few of them who actually tried to make good on it. So I just heard you with a glass of ice. She's got the Henny, y'all.
A glass of ice? What are you talking about?
I just heard her with the drink. She got the Henny, y'all. But in any case, ma'am, is
What
your
are you
husband
talking about, honey?
is
That's
your
right here.
ex-husband
It's
still
my car
alive?
keys. This is not a glass of ice.
Is your
Here those
is
car
your
keys,
ex-husband
Jason.
still alive?
Car keys.
Is your ex-husband still alive?
Is your ex-husband still alive?
Ma'am, that
Why
was a
are we
simple.
talking
That was a
about
simple.
people's
Ma'am, that was
marital
a simple.
status?
Because you're the one who brought it up. You brought up being
Well, why
married and
would
having
someone have to
children,
die?
and I'm
No,
simply
you asked me.
asking,
Well, you asked me.
ma'am,
So I
is
gave
your
you the
ex
honest
is
answer.
your ex-husband still alive?
What does that have to any relevance?
Okay, ma'am,
to
I
this
answered your
conversation?
question.
You're
I
way
answered
off
your
base.
question, ma'am. Is your ex-husband still alive?
Well, I answered your question. What relevancy does that have?
Because if you're going to try to tell us about your knowledge of marriage
So
and
you're
how
gonna
well you
tell me
handled
that the
it,
only way
ma'am, you
a
asked me a
marriage can
question
end
and
is
I
death.
started
Is that what you're
answering
telling
it.
me?
Ma'am, you
Are
asked
you
me a
telling
question,
me
I
the
started
only way a
answering
marriage
it.
can end is death?
Ma'am, you
I'm
asked me
asking
a
you if the only way a
question.
marriage can end death.
Ma'am,
You
you
need to
asked a
stop
question.
talking to people in a
Over
manner-
talking
you run
men.
over your guy.
Ma'am, there is no part of over talking a man that's
You run
feminine.
over your guy.
Ma'am, is your ex-husband
your
still
guy.
alive?
You run over your guy.
Ma'am, you're over talking a man.
What
There's
relevant-
nothing
I
feminine
asked you a
there.
question. Answer. Are you
Is your
afraid to answer the
ma'am?
question,
I'm going to
Jason?
try this one
Are
last
you
time.
afraid to
Is
answer the
your ex?
question?
You mentioned
Are
having
you
being
afraid to
married.
answer the
You said that you're not married
I'm
anymore.
sorry, you must be
Is your
sincere.
ex-husband still alive?
I can clearly see that you won't have a.
Okay, you're
basic,
very
clear
triggered about
conversation
that
as
ex-husband. Why are you so triggered about him?
No, you keep asking.
Dr.
silly
Mayat
questions.
Kareem
What I'm
Abdul
triggered
Jabbar
about is why
Skyhook.
you-
Why are you so triggered about your ex-husband? Why does that trigger you so badly? What happened with your ex-husband
There's no
that you
triggering,
failed,
Jason.
that you're so upset and emotional over? Why, it should be a water under the bridge.
Oh my gosh, you're so cute. I love the way you are attempting to stoke some kind of
Ma'am,
negative emotion.
why are you
honey.
so triggered
That's not how
about
it
a
works,
man?
Jason.
You're no longer married to him, and yet you're very triggered about him, violently
There's
so.
no trigger,
Why is
Jason.
that?
There's no violence here. There's
How
no violence.
is
You know
your?
what's violent?
When was the last time
way
you spoke to your
divide the
ex-husband?
community.
Ma'am, you have a child who's 18
When
years
was the
old.
last time
When
you
was the last
spoke
time you spoke to
anyone
him?
with respect?
Ma'am, where's your ex-husband? Where is he?
Jason, I can't wait for you to hear this tape because you're going to
Yeah.
sound how
Ma'am,
ridiculous you sound.
where
This
is
is the
he?
most embarrassing I've ever
Where?
heard you
Why
say.
are you triggered
I'm
about
so
at
ashamed of
50
you. I used
years
to admire
old?
you.
Now I'm going to turn her volume down. She's 50 years old. She was bandying about I've been married and got kids. As soon as you ask her about the marriage and the kids, she backs down. They didn't cover this in her bachelor's degree, associate's degree class. They didn't cover how you deal with that. She says she has an ex-husband, and yet she gets violently triggered when you ask, by the way, where is he? Because she says she's not an expert at getting divorced. But if he's not dead and they got divorced, yikes, that tells us what kind of wife she was. So yeah, that kind of explains everything. And by the way, take a look at her attitude at 50 years old. Nothing feminine, nothing soft, nothing attractive. She has literally been on this phone growling at me like a bulldog and then telling all of us that she's going to teach us about femininity. Now, you notice when I had the younger females on last year and 2 years ago, they didn't act like this. You could talk to them, even with things they disagreed with me on, you could talk to them, but you notice their attitude was completely different. You know why? Because they didn't have 30 years of being left alone by a man, with a man saying, yeah, I'd rather be on a street corner somewhere than being with you. That's the issue. And it's a bad, bad look. And by the way, a woman 50 years old giggling at something that ain't funny, that's a sign of mental instability. That degree ain't help. You don't need to be talking to people and counseling them. You need to be on a couch. You need to be on a couch with people prescribing some lithium or something. Lithium, Lexapro, something you can actually use. I can see why you used to be married. I can also see, the world can now see why you no longer are. Didn't need any help from me.
You needed me.
Do you see the way her voice dropped? I mean, ain't nothing. Oh, that was real feminine, wasn't it?
Coward. Coward.
Okay. Yes, because a female, what makes a female feminine is power. Of course.
Too cowardly to pick up the phone.
Makes sense right there, doesn't it? Put your husband on the line. Well, your ex-husband.
Coward.
Your ex-husband.
Coward.
Put him on the line.
Coward.
Let's have him do that instead. We're going to go ahead and let her go because, by the way, you saw how that went. She was the one who brought up, I was married for 30 years and got 4-5 kids. Okay, great. Where's your husband today? Why we gotta know about that? Why does that matter? She was the one who brought it up. She was the one who said it. I asked about what she was the one who invoked it. I asked about that. Hey, if you all want to know why the men don't fool with these old women, I just want y'all to understand, if you want to know why it is, ladies, we don't want to fool with the church girls. We don't want to fool with the degreed girls. We don't want to fool with the older women. That was why. Right there, that phone call you heard. If you want to know why the 50-year-old women are enraged out of their minds today, and they all say the same thing, the men our age don't want to fool with women our age. That was why. That was why. Right there. That was why. And Jason, you are not being nice. That has nothing to do with her having a psychotic embolism. That had nothing to do with her having a psychotic embolism on my phone. I mean, she was high, she was low, she was aggressive, she was growling, she was enraged. It's like, okay, all these damn emotions. She was giggling. She was giggling. She asked me if I had any kids. I said no. She asked me if my exes are still alive. I answered. I asked her and she doesn't want to say anything. And I just want you to understand, she was going to act like she's going to lecture us on what the black community needs. You see, the reason why they want to go get a degree is because they hope that if they tell you they got a degree, then their lack of knowledge and intelligence will be camouflaged by the degree. See, the degree is supposed to shut down all conversation. The degree is supposed to shut down all debate, all conversation, all questioning. It's supposed to shut up everything. The degree is supposed to do that. If I play the degree card, I have a degree. Flap. Okay, that's supposed to shut everything down. And if it fails to do that, then what? If it fails to do that. If you have to sit here and rely on your degree and okay, this is supposed to shut y'all up. And so, okay, really? Ladies, I want you to understand that as men, we meet that type of 50-year-old chick every 50 years old, 45 years old, 40 years old. They start exhibiting this kind of behavior in their late 20s. If you want to know why, first of all, it's not because you don't know why, you do know why. What makes you think a man's going to put up with that for any length of time? She literally sat here and started off the call talking about you can be feminine and aggressive. Did you hear that? I can be feminine and aggressive. What part of femininity is enhanced? What man wants a woman who says you be more of a woman if you were more aggressive? This is how you got 4-5 kids and 0 husbands. That's not me being mean. I'm just saying this is how you end up with 4 or 5 kids and no husband. Just like the other one. I'm happily married. That man is dead ass quiet. He's probably mad as hell at me right now. Damn, Jason, can't you talk to this heifer for an hour? Give me some relief. She listens to you every night. Ciara out of Denver. Christina out of Denver here. What's your name, sir? Oh, my name is Ralph. All right, Ralph. Wink, wink. If you're looking for a starting quarterback position, Ralph, just email me. I'll take it easier on you for now. Say goodnight to Baby Future for me. All right, Jason. I'll tell him. I don't know no Baby Future. Okay, Ralph. You tell Christina. Have a good evening. We appreciate that. No, you don't have to be crazy to call in here, but it helps. Let me get caller from area code 415. You're on live with The Business. What's your name? Where you calling from?
This is Don P. calling from San Francisco.
Don out of San Francisco. What's on your mind?
Hey, first of all, I want to apologize to all the listeners because that woman had a major implosion, like you said, and blood and pus and all kinds of stuff came out of her. I was putting in the chat, this is City Girl, modern woman, and this is the problem. This is the problem. You're absolutely 100% correct. And it's crazy because in the sphere over the last 72 hours, this has been a topic. Globally, this has been the topic. And so she is an example of why stably minded black men would rather say, yeah, I think I'm going to bow out. Because I think the scripture says something about better be on the rooftop than in the house with a woman like that one. And you know what? I'm going to keep it short tonight. I'll land my plane there, brother.
Thank you very much for giving us a call here tonight. Like I say, it's just to the ladies, and I want to see y'all win. But I just want you to understand, as you get older, more of that starts to seep in. More of that. 50 years old, crouching tiger, hidden dragon, ready to pounce and growl, and literally said that being aggressive makes you more feminine. Meanwhile, I had chicks on here half her age, didn't act like that, and they could disagree with me. We talked just fine. The problem that she has is, oh hell, I'm not going to let you dominate me and sit up here and twist things around. I'm going to make sure everybody has a clear understanding of what you said. And they got it. When I sat here and said, how does being more aggressive make you more feminine? Let me ask about your ex-husband. What about your exes? They're all alive. Do they wish you were dead? Are they dead? No, they wish I was, but now back to your ex-husband. Is he alive? Why we gotta talk about that? Why we gotta speak on that? Yeah, that must be a sore subject. Why did you raise it? Because you thought that you were just going to say you've been married and we leave that alone? No, you raised that as a subject. By the way, I have a couple of questions about that marriage because I don't see him there now, and I'm wondering if he decided to go ahead and break camp. Now, if he decided to break out on you, or he found Miss Tanisha Mayat, Miss Serena Tahisha Mayat, and he's like, okay, let me go try another one. How you married for 30 years and you're this triggered about something that should be water under the bridge? It should be a non-issue, and yet you're triggered to hell. That ain't normal. Well, I mean, it is normal, unfortunately, today in her age group. It's normal there. And I'm just saying, there's no man who's got any life experience and any resources who's going to sit there and put up with that. She's here to tell you how to be a man. It's like, okay, let me explain to you where you're wrong at that. You haven't explained nothing to me right now. Okay, wow, all right. Well, I had some questions. Why I got to answer some questions? Okay. What part of being a teacher doesn't involve answering questions? She asked me questions and I answered them. You all know me. She asked me questions. I answered them. As long as you're not trolling or trying to be disrespectful, and she was very disrespectful, and I still address that. I'm like, okay. Long as you're not wasting our time or whatnot, let me go ahead and answer that question now. You don't have any reason or excuse to not answer mine. Let's hear about that husband. Why I gotta talk about that? Why I gotta answer that? Okay. Look, if you're down and out, just say you are. No, she didn't sound 50 years old to me. She sounded like a teen mom. But she got the attitude of a 50-year-old, so that tells you she's been ran through, run by, and run over. And now she's just got a lot of road miles on her. And she's very bitter and very angry about them. And if you're going to tell me that you have a better idea or you have a better way, I need to see where you got better results. If your methodology and your philosophy were so much better, you should be able to show me where folks are responding to it. Because they're responding to me. They're responding to me. Maybe you need to look in the mirror to Hudi, Mayat, Ra, Kareem Abdul, Khalid Jafar, Huntress, Wonder Woman, Yippee-Ki-Yo, Curtis Blow, and maybe you need to look in the mirror and ask yourself, why is it that I've got delusions of grandeur and I don't really get any type of response? Maybe it's not that the people are slow. Maybe the problem is the messenger. Let me get caller from area code 650. You're on live with the business. What's your name? Where you calling from?
My name's Jesse Bean.
Okay, Jesse Bean, and where you call? Take your phone off the speaker. You got an echo on.
Sorry about that, brother. My name's Jesse Bean. I'm calling for San Francisco, California.
Okay, Jesse from San Francisco. What's on your mind?
Man, you got me tonight, brother. I never call in, never think about calling in. Just sit back and listen. I got one question and a comment. My one question is why are you always posting at around 5 p.m.? You must have a job. You must work for a system.
Why am I posting around 5 p.m.? What does that mean? I usually go live at 7. I usually go live at 7 p.m., sir.
You must work for a system. I'm not knocking you, brother.
Okay, sir, excuse me. I must work for a system. I don't know what you mean by that. What do you mean?
It can mean several things, brother. You can work for an institution, a system, an entity, It can mean various things. It doesn't have a lot of relevance to it, but what it does.
Okay,
what I do
sir.
notice
So
is
what
I've
you're
been watching
saying is
it.
that because I am abiding by professional broadcast standards and I broadcast on a regular time, on a regular date, that I'm not doing that so that that's not for my audience so that they know where to find me, that I should just post it random?
It seems like you can't post random. Start posting at 12 p.m., 11 a.m., Monday through Friday.
Well, sir, I actually used to for my patrons on Wednesday. So on Wednesday, I actually used to be on at 12 noon and like Wednesdays and Thursdays. So I actually used to do that.
Sir, I copy that. I copy that, sir. However, I said,
okay, brother, how old are you? Brother, how old are you?
I'm 51 years of age.
Okay, you sound. It sounds like life didn't quite go right for you the way you would have liked. It sounds like some things were missing in California. So tell us about your story. Tell us about your story and tell us how it went.
Everything's good, brother.
Okay, it doesn't sound like it. You're talking silly, dude. It doesn't sound like it.
Well, I'll give you 20 seconds of a rundown. You want everybody else to listen?
Oh, sure. Go right ahead. I'd love to hear this part.
We'll give you 20 seconds, brother. I'm very, very consistent, successful, diligent. Been working since I was 13 years of age. Have several trades under my belt. Homeowner, investor, and I'm a black man. That's 20 seconds, a little under 20 seconds, sir.
That's far less than 20 seconds, actually, but I won't embarrass him with that right there. That's very, very good. What makes you successful?
Sir, what makes me successful is sitting up here navigating through this wicked, challenging world that we all live in. I live on the Western Hemisphere, and it's very challenging for a black man, as you must know, or maybe you don't know. But that alone makes me successful, sir.
Okay, where's your proof? Where's your proof?
Where's what proof?
Where's your proof? Second time.
What kind of proof you want, sir?
What kind of proof? What kind of proof you got? What kind of proof you got?
I got pension. I got real estate. I mean, what
Where's
do you want?
you got real estate? You got real estate. What kind of real estate, other than your house?
I have commercial property, sir. I run a barber shop. I don't sit in no booth. I lease them out. I also have residential, sir. You're not talking to a jokester.
No, I think I'm talking to a deadbeat, not a jokester. No, I think I'm talking to a deadbeat, not a jokester. So you're a barber. So you're a barber.
No, I'm not a barber. I own commercial real estate.
Yeah, so he's a West Coast barber. He's a West Coast barber.
No. I'm not a barber, sir.
Yeah. He one of these old dudes sitting around with a beer belly, shaving people's heads and trying to act like he's got something over him. Yeah,
I'm about your age.
Brother, do you realize that? Do you realize we've met your kind our entire lives? Do you realize that? Just slow down for a moment.
Okay,
do you realize that we've met your kind our entire lives?
Jason, give me
and we're
10
not
seconds
impressed.
to finish.
And
10
we're
seconds.
not impressed. There's the real thing is we're not impressed. Do you think we're impressed by what we just heard,
I'm
sir?
not trying to impress you, sir.
Then why are you running down a list of credentials that nobody can verify? You literally said that you're successful and you own a barber. He claims to own a barber shop, and that is successful in California.
Sir, there's success is subjective. Success
No,
can be
sir.
getting out of a
No.
situation.
Actually, no, it's not subjective here. What's the name of your barber shop?
That's none of your business and none of the world's business. I'm not a
Now,
barber.
for the folks who thought that I was being mean, for the folks who thought that Jason don't know what he's talking about, and I've been doing this for years. By the way, Jason, how you know he a deadbeat, Jason? How you know he a liar, Jason? How you know he fake, Jason? Yeah, for anybody who fell for it, you're the one who's young and stupid naive if you fell for this.
Black man that hate African names, like the people that just called in. Like
Sir, you said that you got a barber shop and some commercial real estate. I'm saying for you, prove you have any of this stuff. Prove you got it. Prove you're not lying.
Brother, I'm telling you what I have. Commercial property.
Prove it. Prove it. Prove you have it, sir.
So if I'm not disclosing.
Okay, sir, you said you got it. I'm saying, sir, you said you got it. I say you don't have it. Put it on the bricks. Go ahead and shut me up. Where is it?
Okay, let me ask you this. What if
nigga, don't ask me nothing, nigga. Tell me the address. Where is it?
If I don't have it, what does that mean?
What it means is that you just another old nigga trying to bluff his way through life, and this is why the 50-year-old women in California don't want to fool with you 50-year-old fake-ass niggas on the West Coast. That's why.
Deal with it, nigga. Jason, I've been married for 25 years.
I feel sorry for her being married to a bum for 25 years. If she could have leveled up, she would have.
No. A bum don't got a pension. A bum ain't been on the same job for 25 years.
Let me tell you something. Do y'all want to hear me go back on my pension rant again? I done told y'all about these old niggas trying to live on their pensions and can't figure out why the young cats don't want to listen to them. Sir, you said you got a barber shop. You can't prove it exists. You say you got commercial property. You can't prove it exists.
Sir,
that makes you a liar.
That's all that matters, man. You asked me a question and answer.
Sir, you can't. Sir, it doesn't exist if you can't prove it. If you can't prove it, it doesn't exist.
Sure it does, man. I don't have to show my hand.
So we're supposed to just take your word for it.
Well, listen, Jason, I'm not that old, brother. I'm about
Sir, is your business open to the public?
Of course it is.
Then why do you have a problem telling us where a business that is open to the public is?
Because I'm calling on a monetary system, which is called a YouTube.
Sir, your storefront is in the real world. If you have a public business that pays taxes and has a public business license and has a state license and is registered with the state of California, it's a public business. If it has an address, why would a public business not want to let everybody know at least what the name of the public business is?
Well, brother, first of all, I'm not sitting up here trying to market my business because I'm established. So I don't need to do
This isn't about marketing it, sir. If it's a business open to the public, why are you afraid to tell the public about your business?
I don't deal with fear, brother.
Then where is the business so that we can drop by? Where is the business so we can drop by and patronize a black business?
Hey, man, I'll give you this suggestion, brother.
If you have a black business, sir, where is the business so we can come patronize it?
I'm 51 years of age. I bench press 325, right? I'm a solid soldier.
Lie.
Right? You don't mount up to me, brother, because you're on the internet.
Okay, you called me. I don't matter to you, but you called me up to try to defend your non-existent credentials.
Years, and I decided to call you. You know what I'm saying?
Sir, you're a liar. Sir, you're delusional. You're just an old nigga you're the old nigga in San Bernardino with a pension. And we got a million washed up, useless old niggas in San Bernardino with a pension.
Jason, I'm old and I'm the same age as you, brother.
But you are not like me. Thank goodness.
I'm cut from a rare cloth. I would never hide my face. Hiding my face, those days is over with.
No, sir, you're not hiding your you're not hiding your face, you're just hiding your business.
No, sir, I'm just answering your question.
Yeah, okay, yeah. I don't hide my face. No, you hide your face and everything else. You hide your face and your business, allegedly.
No, brother. No, brother, I'm just not with the voluntary monetary system. I'm a private brother. Similar, not
you
like
just said you have if you have a barber shop and commercial real estate, that's not private, doofus.
I said I remain private as far as putting my information out there. When you ask me a question, what's the name of your barber? I choose not to answer you. I don't
Okay,
mean that I'm
then,
lying.
sir, you
And
are a liar
you don't-
until you prove otherwise. You're a liar until you prove otherwise. You've been given multiple opportunities to prove that you are not, and you are a liar. But the good news is you are proof. You are the proof of why middle-aged women don't want to fool with guys like yourself, because there's a bunch of y'all out there. So if you want to know one of the reasons why Tahuti, Tutankhamun, Guru the Damager was as surly as she was, it's because this guy's the baby daddy. Got them 50-year-old hoes who got married when they were 35 years old, or they were 25 years old, and they got pregnant by a 30-year-old dude like 5 years older. So she 50, he like 55, and this is why. The old hoes, when they get washed up, this nigga right here, she would be yelling and screaming at him on the phone right now.
25 years, brother. Got married when I was 26. I'm still with my wife, brother.
Sir,
I raised my
okay,
kids,
sir. None of us want to be, sir. You can't brag about that because none of us want to be like you. That's the problem. It's not a flex. It ain't a flex to tell us about your life because none of us want to have your life. None of us want to be like you. So what does it matter what your life is, dude? We don't want to have your life.
Brother, you asked me. You said, "Tell us about your life."
Yes, and then you started lying.
Must have been a hard life.
Yes, sir. I told you to tell me about your life, and the first thing you did was start lying. Your life is pathetic.
Brother, I ain't lied to you not one bit.
Yeah. Where's the storefront again?
I never answered where the
Okay,
storefront was. I told you what kind of business I got.
what I want you to do is, then, sir, get you some warm milk with your Hennessy and go to bed. We don't waste time with liars.
I don't drink alcohol, nor do I do drugs.
Then you need to start. You need to start so you'll have an excuse for all this nigga babble. You need to start.
Brother, I'm not into the nigga shit, man. I'm not into it.
No, you ain't into it. You are it. You way past into it. You are it.
Okay, Jason.
Go to bed now.
Okay, Jason.
Somebody come get that drunk granddaddy off my damn phone. Come get your drunk granddaddy off my damn phone. Freaking ridiculous. What the hell is it? This is a Monday. It ain't even a Friday. I got every crazy nigga in America calling me up. What the hell is YouTube doing? Who the hell is YouTube showing my feed to? YouTube must be showing my feed at the damn Betty Ford clinic. You know, here in Shreveport at LSU Hospital, the psych ward is on the 10th floor. So if you live here in Shreveport, that's a metaphor for us. It's a shorthand. So here in Shreveport, when we say they must be from the 10th floor, when you hear us say 10th floor, we talking about the 10th floor of LSU Medical Hospital. That's the psych unit. That's where the mentally disturbed and the hold them for 48 hours and the suicidal people, that's the psych unit, is the 10th floor at LSU. YouTube they must have me tuned in on the 10th floor tonight. Oh, the 10th floor they must be passing me around on the 10th floor tonight. Let me talk to him right here. Put your meds down, Rodney. Especially at this hour. The nurses are going to come in. The orderlies are going to come in. Put that down. You're on your drugs there. I'm waiting for somebody to come up in the background. Rodney, please, you don't have a barber shop, okay? You don't. Rodney, you don't even have forearms. Put the phone down, Rodney. No, Rodney, those are not clippers. That's just an old broken remote control that you found on the 8th floor. You are neither licensed nor capable of cutting hair, Rodney. Please stop. You do not own any commercial real estate, Rodney. Rodney? Dr. James? Rodney, were you calling people again, Rodney? I mean, they was wrong though, Miss James. They was wrong. Rodney, you didn't tell them the barbershop story again, did you? But I could have a barbershop, Miss James. Dr. James. Rodney, I understand you could have. If in the accident you hadn't lost your forearms, then you could have had that barbershop. You're right, you could have. But Rodney, you know you can't really be a barber using your feet. Yes, I can, Dr. James. Yes, I can. Rodney, it's kind of late. Have you ever seen a... Rodney, it's kind of late, isn't it? I can cut hair right now. But Rodney, have you ever seen a 24-hour drive-through chicken shack / barbershop? First time for everything. Y'all white folks trying to hold me down. I'm trying to innovate. Rodney, people are not going to get their hair cut where you fry their chicken wings. They're not going to do that. I've been married 25 years. Rodney, now I have to stop you here, Rodney. Nurse Temple is not your wife. Yes, she's been working on the 10th floor for a long time, but Nurse Temple is not your wife, Rodney. She isn't. She's the only one who loves me. She sees me every day. It's her job, Rodney. But no, she is not married to you, Rodney. No, she's not. Nor is she cheating on you when she sees the other patients. She's not doing that either, Rodney. That's the damn problem. These hoes on the West Coast ain't loyal, Rodney. I never told you this before, Rodney. I never said this before, Rodney, but remember when we said that you were in LA? Remember when you looked at that envelope and you saw LA? That's damn right. West Coast, West Side, Compton, Long Beach. Yes, Rodney. Well, yes, LA is short for Los Angeles. It's also short for Louisiana. We're the other LA. Not nearly as glamorous, but we're the other LA, Rodney. So that envelope sure did cause a lot of problems. So yes, you are in LA, just not the one near Long Beach. As a matter of fact, we're not near any beach, truth be told. But yeah, Rodney, you're in the other LA. You mean I ain't near Compton? Sir, we don't even have a street named Compton. We don't even have a sandwich shop named Compton. You're on the 10th floor in Shreveport, Louisiana. And you need to take your meds and go to bed. It's way past your bedtime. So you mean my whole life has been a lie? Yes, Rodney. He's having the Darth Vader thing. No! Yes, sir. The 10th floor is open for business. All right, fine. No, I'm serious as hell. All the 50-something-year-old women listening to me right now, there's a damn nigga like that in Los Angeles spinning tall tales everywhere you go. There's a nigga like that on the West Coast talking that garbage everywhere. Talking about he got a damn pension. Talking about he balling. Talking about he moving. This is why women in their 50s chasing younger dudes. She's like, hell, at least I can get a nigga that's halfway rational to lay up with me. I feel they thought I was going to just beat up on the 50-something-year-old women all night. I feel y'all's pain. I know what's going on in these streets. I just try to focus on one thing at a time. I know what's going on. California is full of a bunch of old niggas from the 60s. Used to have a job at the plant. Used to have a job usually working for the government. They used to have a job working for the government or some resort chain or something like that. It's a bunch of old niggas. Sitting out there and whatnot, trying to stunt. His damn pension won't keep up with the rate of inflation. He's driving a car that's half her age old. Let me tell y'all about them S-Class ballers. What? Oh, hell, am I about to blow up the spot? There's a whole bunch of you old niggas to this day. You driving a damn 2010 Mercedes S-Class trying to fool these chicks into thinking it's a brand new one. There's a whole bunch of y'all still trying to fool chicks into thinking you got a brand new S-Class. That thing is 15 years old. Let me put the women up on game right quick. The German car manufacturers don't do radical changes when they do their updates of their cars. So BMW, it's very easy to mistake a 2020 BMW for a 2010 because they make so many different models. So you can very easily hop in one that's old enough to get its driver's permit. There's a whole bunch of you chicks right now driving around with cars like that. The damn air ride suspension is busted. The air ride suspension is broken. The car is sitting right on top of the damn wheels. He talking about he got the car dropped. No, nigga, the car dropped on his own. And got some old chicks just going along with it because they don't know no better. And the real thing is he's hoping you don't know any better. You ladies better start learning how to look up some damn VIN numbers. You ladies better start learning how to look up some damn VIN numbers. I'm serious. Don't be taking these old niggas' word for it. You look up that VIN number and find out what year that damn thing was really made in. I don't know. Are you still impressed when you find out you sitting in a 2012 S-Class? Are you still impressed then? Oh no, ladies, the old days are gone when you used to get, tricked by the fella driving his Pontiac Grand Prix. You used to be, okay, I know a Pontiac, this nigga ain't got nothing. Okay, them days are over. These old dudes have been spent $40,000 on a 15-year-old car just hoping you don't know the difference. You ladies better learn how to look at them stickers in between the door jambs on them vehicles. Next time that nigga come to pick you up, when you start, tell him he ain't got to get out the car to pick you up to let you in. When you open the door, just open it real slow. Or when you get out the car, just get out the car real slow. Don't worry, he won't notice for the first few seconds. You just turn to the side, ladies. When you get out the car, just turn to the side like you about to get up and look to your side real quick. See if you can see that sticker on it. If it's on the driver's side, you might have to sneak your way over there, but just turn real slow. See if you can take a look at that thing. Get your cell phone out. Get your cell phone out sideways and click. Just take a picture of that sticker real quick so you can see what year that damn thing was made in. Just go ahead and sneak a real quick snapshot of it so you can go home like CSI and start looking at it. Okay, let me see. Okay. W12546G98. Oh, hell. Won't take but a few minutes, ladies, because for a lot of you females, your life has been a lie. Oh, am I about to blow up the spot? How many women in here over the age of 40, you woke up one day and found out the nigga you was laying up with, your car is newer than his? Auntie, chill. Come on, ladies. Let's just go ahead and do this tonight before we wrap things up. How many of you ladies are over the age of 40? You were laying up with a dude, you thought he was balling, and one damn day you messed around, talked to somebody talked to you, he got a wrong phone call, he slipped and the registration fell out, and you took a sneak peek at it, and you found out, I'll be damned, I got a car note, but my car is newer than this nigga's. I mean, not by a little bit neither. His car is like over half a decade older than mine. Come on, ladies. Come on now. Oh, it ain't nobody now. Okay. It ain't nobody now. All right. It ain't nobody. That's cool. We're not gonna dwell on it. We're not gonna dwell on it. We're not gonna dwell on it, but you know. Yeah, boys, some of y'all got some serious sexual road miles with a nigga whose car's been repossessed twice. King DC said paint and rims. Hey, some of y'all hoes need to take a look at the paint in between them door jams. Did he say hoes? I sure did.
And deal with it, nigga.
Some of y'all chicks need to look at that paint in between them door jams. If the outside of it, you open up the door and it's like, damn, why is it the inside of the door is a different color than the outside of the door? Okay. All right. Okay, you might want to take a look in that car for a sticker from Al's used car lot. This fella sitting up here telling you about his damn pension. He's sitting up here telling you about his damn pension. You sitting there listening, oh good, I can get me some benefits. Baby, unless you got arthritis and a torn ACL, this nigga can't do nothing for you. Naturally, Tura, it's a bunch of chicks right now been rolling with niggas with salvage vehicles. What? It's a bunch of chicks right now rolling with a nigga with a salvage title every time a hurricane come through Florida. Them niggas at the auction trying to see if lightning will strike. It's a bunch of hoes sitting at the auction trying to see if lightning will strike. These fellas sitting there is like, okay, I think I can clean this up. The engine just got flooded. I think my friend down there got a replacement one. I can get that doing right there. Okay. Ladies, if the car title is red, if your man has a red or an orange car title, take it from a former car dealer. If your man has a red or orange car title, I hate to be the bearer of bad news. I hate to be the bearer of bad news. Oh, I'll be damned. Some of y'all nigga ain't got no car title. What? Oh, I'll be damned. I'm sorry. Some of y'all, your nigga ain't even got a car title. He done purchased one from his friend Rollo and oh hell, it's just you just been going. You didn't even ask if the car got a title on this. She don't even know for certain. Ladies, I'm just letting you know. If you take a look at that title, it's like, okay, it ain't white and it's not in. Okay, this nigga got an orange car title. Okay. Hate to be the bearer of bad news, baby. Yeah, he still owe the Copart people for that one. He still owe the Copart people for that one. Boy, she'll be sitting in there pretty too, won't she? Oh, some of y'all been sitting in there pretty. And just, oh, she done got her nice shoes on. She went out and got some nice shoes. She got a nice dress. This nigga's title should be on Damn Me America's Most Wanted. Damn! This nigga's title should come with a wanted poster. I'm just saying. There's a whole bunch of niggas on the West Coast. Now, I'm throwing it on the West Coast because they doing it in a lot of other places, but that West Coast is particularly flagrant. That West Coast is particularly flagrant for this kind of behavior. And the women, they just counting on y'all not being smart enough to be able to look into it and be like, okay, let me just confirm something right quick. Let me take a look right quick, because there's a whole bunch of y'all right now. That nigga been laying up for a decade in the car. He's had the car longer than he's known you. He's just hoping you don't know the difference between new models. Okay, if she can't tell, I ain't gonna tell her. If she don't know, I'm not gonna tell her. Oh, and some of these fellas are real dirty. Jason, what do you mean some of these fellas are real dirty, man? These ladies don't want to hear me talking about this. Some of these fellas go off and get a Bentley, be on their Kendra G. He done got a Bentley that's damn me 15 years old. All you know is it's a Bentley. I'm like, baby, hold on. I need to get come over here for a minute. What Christina Ciara say? Sidebar, baby. Let me inform you about that Bentley right quick. Yeah, it's got the big square tail lights, baby. Hold on. This car is old enough to vote. This car is old enough to vote, baby. Hold on a second. Yeah, I know it says Bentley on it, but this car is old enough to vote. This car is old enough to buy a drink in some states. Are you still geeked? Are you still impressed? Because this car is old enough to sign up for military service. Were you still impressed? Come on now. In California, there's a bunch of you females. Y'all done sat up here, and I'm talking about been swinging from the chandeliers with a nigga that's got a 12-year-old car and a 10-year-old pension and ain't took you on vacation nowhere. This nigga want to go out to the Catalina Islands and then bring your ass back. Auntie, chill. Now, my folks who live in Los Angeles, they know what I'm saying when I say the Catalina Islands now. There's a reason why you don't hear folks talk about the Catalina Islands very much. I don't mean to diss it, but let's just keep it real, by the way, for my folks in Los Angeles. And there's a reason you ain't never seen nobody on Instagram stunting about the Catalina Islands. You've seen a lot of places on Instagram. The Catalina Islands ain't one of them. Well, right here in California, there's a reason they don't talk about that one. This nigga ain't took you on vacation nowhere. When he did, we can go to Catalina. The chicks in Los Angeles be like, I need a new nigga. In Los Angeles, as soon as a fella tell a female we can go to Catalina Islands, and I need a new nigga. I'm giving y'all the codes. Damn, Jason, you get around that much? Nigga, I'm telling you. These other folk got to front and fake and lie about it. I ain't got to do that. I can just give it to you real. I know the game. Jason, what you know about California? I just told you. Oh, hell, don't ask him no more. He gonna drop too much evidence. He dropping the dime on everybody. He's dropping the dime on everybody. Okay. All right. You know what it is. You know what it is. Hell yeah, them niggas with their old pensions. This bastard to go down to Melrose, he ain't heading nowhere near Beverly Hills. He ain't doing it. He's not doing it. Hell, you can't get his ass up near Hollywood Hills. He talking about you trying to mug him. Soon as he told you, hey, let's set Google Maps down for Hollywood Hills, and when you trying to carjack me? I got a pension and a barber shop. That nigga wasn't ashamed to say that there. I guess he figured that was going to be impressive. Dude, come on now. Every nigga got a barber shop in L.A. Everybody in L.A. know that one. Everybody in Los Angeles knows that one. You got a barbershop, man. Look here. Niggas in LA know, oh no, I gotta check all the information. I gotta check all the documentation. There's so many. LA has the most ruthless barber game y'all are ever gonna see. I gotta talk about that right quick. Los Angeles, my folks who live in LA, y'all know I'm telling the damn truth. LA has the most ruthless barber game in America. Not New York, not even Chicago, where they jacking up the migrants. Los Angeles got the most ruthless barber game in the country. And by that, I mean it's hit or miss. And I mean 100% hit or 100% miss. If your barber is good, folks are fighting to keep him. And I mean fist fighting. People will wait an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. I know one cat, they'll wait 6 hours. He don't mind messing them over and doing them dirty because he know they gonna wait as long as he takes to get to them. Or else you get somebody don't know a damn thing. You went in there to go get a Halle Berry haircut. They had your ass leaving out there looking like damn me Grace Jones. Damn. I mean, in Los Angeles, it's a ruthless barber game. I mean, and it's like 50-50. It's like 50-50, man. I mean, either it hits or you get nothing. Like in Los Angeles, either you get a good one or damn nigga came up snake eyes. Just that's the way it is in LA. Ain't no getting around it. Ain't no getting around it. I'm talking about niggas are constantly on alerts. It's like they worried that their barber can't pay the booth rent or whatever, because once you lose him, you lost him. Once you lose him, you lost him. That's a wrap. I mean, people want to put up Craigslist ads and stuff. It's a ruthless game out there. So don't tell me about the barbershop game. Everybody got one of them. Let me know if this nigga's still in business in 6 years. And ain't no 50-year-old women in Los Angeles trying to be married to the barbershop dude unless she was just the old toss-up from the dope boys. And she was never able to get caught up with a real nigga. Them old chicks who used to get run through by the dope boys back in the 80s, now they with a nigga in his 50s. And she like, okay, I got to get it how I live. You got to just get it how you live. These old chicks don't know what to do. These old chicks are just trying to get in where they fit in. Y'all know, let's just keep it 100 here. Okay, what the hell? What kind of flex is I got a pension? What kind of flex is that supposed to be? I got a pension. Okay, nigga, and? I got a pension and a barbershop. Like, okay, this is getting worse. I got a pension and a barbershop and an 86 Cutlass. Okay. I got a pension and a barbershop and my Colonial pen. I'm just saying. All the women in their 50s right now are feeling every word I'm saying because y'all are suffering. You in the struggle. You in the battle. You in the middle of it. And this is what you get in your 50s out there. The fellas don't want to fool with the chicks in their 50s because they act like old girl. And the chicks in their 50s who got something halfway straight, niggas like this come running up. Hey, baby, what's going on? This nigga run up on you looking like Professor Clump. Hey, how you doing there? You thought the young cats were bad with their pickup lines? You grab one of these pension pimps. This nigga talking about, hey, baby, with my card, you can get on the bus at half fare. Oh, no. It's either those or the ex-military dudes. The ex-military dudes, I don't mean to beat up on y'all. The ex-military dudes, man, look here. The old pension pimps, if they're ex-military dudes, the problem with y'all is you do get a discount, but it's like being with a nigga with a discount at Six Flags who can't get a discount at Disney World or MGM. Damn. That's what it's like being with an old military dude talking about his pension. It's like, hey, he can get a discount, but he can't really get you into a fly place, you know. You thinking Disney World, you thinking Universal. That's what you're thinking. This nigga pull up biggest day in front of Six Flags. And I'm talking about Six Flags in Atlanta. This nigga pull up biggest day in front of Six Flags in Atlanta, rush you out the car. Come on, girl, we gotta hurry up and go. That's what it's like with a military dude, because he's gonna tell you that he can get you discounts. Yeah, he can get you discounts to go on the damn military base. You can get discounts to go to the military base. You can get discounts to go to the commissary. This nigga can't get you a discount at Nordstrom's. He can't get you a discount at Saks Fifth Avenue. He can get you a discount at the commissary. He can't get you a discount at Ruth's Chris. He can get you a discount at the commissary. I'm just saying, I ain't beating up on you. Thank you very much. I'm not beating up on the military cats. I'm just saying, I want you to understand what it sounds like when y'all come rolling up. I got my pension. It's like, okay, a pension from where? The women be sitting up there praying, oh, please tell me it's from a real company. Please tell me he got a pension with a real company. I served in the military for 30 years. And oh, damn. So it just depends on how down and out she is. If her money ain't never been right, she just gotta, like, oh, damn, okay. I better not say no. But for the rest of them, for a chick who got a little bit of runway in front of her, you ain't got nothing but a pension in your VA card? He's got a pension, his VA card, and his military pass to get on the base. It's like, oh, hell. All for you, baby. All for you. Okay, we could stay at the Ritz-Carlton. Yeah, we could do that, but we can live for free. We can stay for free on the base. You got this nigga. That's what it's like with the pension pimps. It's like that with them. It's like that. No shade, no disrespect. But for the pension pimps, it's like that. He gets discounts, just not at the really fly stuff, just not the really fly places. So you just got to wait till he's able to save up enough money to push through something you really like. That's where you end up being. And then it only goes one or two ways. You either get the old fat nigga that can't do nothing, or you get the old broke down nigga who's trying to be sporty. This nigga is still, starching and ironing his pants. You get that fella. Like the pictures of him 30 years ago look like the pictures today. It's just ain't nothing changed but his hair color, you end up with that dude. It goes one or two ways. You end up with the old military fella here who's constantly living at the VA, or you get the old military dude with the male pattern baldness and he bought a convertible Thunderbird. You get one of them two. You don't really get a nigga that's admired and you can floss about it. It's just like, I got him. You be going everywhere by your damn self. Belize Gal said 2 for 1 is Sizzler. Yeah, you be going everywhere by your damn self. Ladies, I know your plight. I feel your pain. I feel your pain, especially for those of you who live in a military base town. Oh, y'all catch hell, don't you? You be hoping to find a fella who's in his 30s and like, okay, if he's from the base, maybe he got halfway some senses. Nope, you get the young fella who just got in and ain't got nothing. You get the old nigga who's in one of the two I just described. That's it. You don't get anybody who's a real prospect. Ain't nothing there. You're just stuck with whatever in the hell falls out at you. If you live in one of them military towns, that's exactly what the hell it is. A great big ass mass of nothing. You can't talk to any of the other females. You can't stunt. That's the real problem. If you live in a military town with one of the pension pimps, you can't stunt because all the other chicks done laid up with him, so you can't even stunt about that. You gotta hope one of them hoes don't see you. Hey, did he tell you about his herpes? Oh, hold on. I'm just saying. So I get it. I feel it. I know. Ladies, I know what you're going through. I know what you're going through. It's a rough ass ride. It's a rough ass ride, and I get it. Y'all living on bread and water out there. Y'all living on bread and water. I understand. These ladies don't know what the hell to do. The men are unmotivated. She done waited so damn long, she ain't really got the sex appeal she need to make it pop like it need to. Oh, Thanos was right, said a bunch of Dodge Chargers and big girls. Man, look here, when you go to Fort Hood, Fayetteville, Fort Jackson, you name it, dude. I mean, these military subdivisions, all you got, that's all you see. The U.S. Army is single-handedly keeping the Dodge Corporation in business with how many Chargers and Hellcats and Challengers they sell, and they're getting ready to discontinue them. Oh, they single-handedly keep them in business. Single-handedly. Yeah, y'all don't understand. These females are desperate now. She's like, if I see one more nigga with a pair of pipes. A pair of pipes and no plan. Reminds me of the old nigga I saw one time coming out of Red Lobster. I'm like, oh, hell. This nigga here think he looked like Ronald Isley. He looked like Donald Isley. I saw the chick come out, and then I saw her 3 kids come out behind him. I'm like, I'll be damned. Here we go. And then I see them walking towards a red Camaro. I'm like, oh, brother, give it up. Give it up. It's over, man. Give it up. I saw him push them seats forward. I'm like, oh, he gonna squeeze all them kids in that backseat, ain't he? You gonna go ahead and do it, ain't you? He sure is. He sure is. I'm like, oh, he going for it. Okay, pension pimping. Y'all, pension pimps don't pay for nothing. Pension pimps don't pay for nothing. Look, when you're young, here's the way it works, okay? Just let me explain to y'all the way it works because you all don't understand this. When a man is young, we trick. We blow a bag. We do that. That's what we do when we're young. Young men blow their money. Young men blow money fast. Young men go into tons of consumer debt. Old niggas don't do that. An old nigga is trying to sit up and squirrel away as much money as he can. His house will be paid off. His car will be paid off. He ain't trying to spend no extra dollars. That's the damn shame of it. He's reached a point in his life where he can spend anything he wants to, and he's like, yeah, I'm pulling back on it. So, and the women are so angry. They be like, okay, tell me this, nigga, when you was 25 years old, you was buying chicks cars. Now you 55 years old, and you don't want to pay for an extra bottle, an extra can of noodles. That's what it's like being with a pension pimp. He might buy one nice car that's overrated, but I'm just telling you, old niggas ain't trying to spend no money. Young dudes spend money fast. Young dudes want to take you out and buy you shoes. Young dudes want to go out and buy you cars. Young dudes want to do that. Old dudes ain't no old man, listen to me right now, trying to come back home with a tab for $6,000. for nothing. These niggas want to go on Disney cruises. No, I meant what I said. They want to go on Disney cruises. They trying to pinch their pennies. He got a whole damn pension, and he pinching every penny of that damn thing. And you sitting there trying to count his little change and figure out how much of it you gonna be entitled to. And meanwhile, he's in his, I ain't spending an extra dime on nothing. I'm buying nothing extra. Old niggas be mad when the folks start talking to them about if you want extra mustard. They start getting temperamental. Sir, would you like some extra cheese? Why are you trying to count my pockets, nigga? It's that. No, I'm not joking. I know. You're saying Jason's doing comedy tonight. No, I'm not joking about that. Old niggas be sitting there. Those are the ones be counting the damn jelly packets at Bojangles. Old niggas, I'm talking about, it's young niggas who'll buy something and then drive off and won't be back. The old niggas are the ones who they drive off at the drive-thru, you hand them the bag, and the old niggas stop right there at the end of the driveway. All right, baby, go. Count every piece of chicken. Count every piece of chicken. Count every packet of ketchup. Old niggas, when old niggas pull out of Zaxby's, that's it. The drive-through people at Zaxby's, you know that's the one to watch out for when the old folks gonna get exactly what they supposed to get. They gonna get exactly what they supposed to get, and you ain't gonna overcharge them nothing. You ain't gonna overcharge these old niggas nothing. They saw the price. I wish you would give them a price that's $1 higher. Whatever that price says up there in that marquee, that's what the hell better be on that receipt. And you sitting there like, but nigga, you got a pension. You ain't gonna eat up all my money. Any of you who worked at a fast food joint, you know it's not the young people you really got to watch out for. The old folk are the ones, the young folks sometimes with fighting, but it's the old people who want to argue with you about the damn menu. That's them. Knees don't work, cane, walker, and as soon as they pull off, it's like, that order better be correct, because if it ain't, that bastard's going to spin the block. You watch them drive off from the drive-through window, they come around the front of the building, you sitting there praying, please bust a right, please bust a right. That nigga start turning left, it's like, oh hell, here we go. The manager's getting ready to, you better come up front. Here your manager come with the white shirt, it's like, what'd you do? And they coming in the door, and I'm taking a look right here, I ain't got an extra biscuit. The manager gets back there in the damn back himself and start baking biscuits. He don't want to deal with it this damn bad. You see one of them old bastards come to the door, he getting back there his damn self. Tell me why your manager's putting the damn apron on. He's like, okay, let me hurry up and do this right quick. Here's your biscuit. Here's your biscuit. I wish you would try to do that. I wish a 22-year-old would come back to the damn store. I'm like Chris Rock. A 22-year-old ain't got time to come back there. They trying to go home and lay up. This is an impediment. Your boyfriend is like, look here, baby, I'll come back tomorrow and buy you some biscuits. Let's get home. The old dudes, he's like, oh, the Viagra ain't gonna kick in. His gout is messing up over here. He can't do nothing with it. You talking about him going back for a biscuit? Old folk got time to do that. That's why them niggas drive so slow down the damn road. Can't you tell he gonna come back? Young people aren't gonna do that. An old nigga with a pension, he stay moving slow. You ain't never met a fast nigga on a pension? Please, you can walk faster than that nigga can run. Old niggas don't spend no money. They don't do that. When's the last time y'all went to the mall at Nordstrom's? The old niggas are sitting in front of the damn cologne cologne stand up in there. They're from the cologne case. That's where the old niggas is. The young people are over there with the dresses and the shoes and the pants. The old folk are sitting over there with the cologne and the perfume. They ain't even over there with the handbags. You ain't never seen that. If you do take a picture and post it on social media, you can make a lot of money. Old folk don't spend money like that. You want to get benefits, you got to find a young person who's still competitive, still in the game. Old folk are looking for a peaceful death. They trying to pinch these pennies. They scared to death that they're going to wake up one morning and their pension going to get cut off. They ain't trying to blow nothing for you. He got $100,000 in the bank and he will spend about $2,000 of that. You ask for more, he like, yeah, this heifer trying to clean me out. I mean, why do you think he's taking your ass to the base? Why do you think he's taking you to the barber shop? Why do you think he's taking you on Disney cruises? Why do you think he's just buying you some perfume? Why do you think that going on? A lot of y'all got suckered. You saw his car, you saw his pension, and you told yourself you hit a lick. You saw a car, you saw a pension, and you told yourself, I done hit the bag. Got with that nigga, and it's like, oh, hell, he don't spend nothing. And every fella in here over the age of 55 will say, I'm telling the truth right now. Y'all niggas ain't gonna spend nothing. Don P, I ain't telling your business, Don, but nigga, you know. Oh, you ain't trying to splurge on a damn thing, Don. You ain't splurging on a damn thing. I wish a chick would be dating you for 3 years talking about, can I get a Gucci bag? Don be like, yeah, you gonna do some overtime? You can sure get that Gucci bag. Was you planning on taking up a second job? Yeah, you can sure get it. I believe in you. You can get a Gucci bag and you gonna work second shift? You know it. Come on now. You know it. It's the young folks driving around Brickell. It's the young folks on Rodeo Drive. It's the young people there. The old cats and their pensions ain't on Rodeo Drive. They're not in Brickell. They ain't on Fifth Avenue. Ain't no old folk running around there blowing no money. The young folk are where it's at. The competitive people are where it's at. The pension pimps ain't giving nothing but a hard time and a hard way to go. That is it. So the women here who are 50 years or older, they ain't impressed by no nigga in California talking about he got a pension. Soon as he say that, them hoes rolling their eyes. He got a pension. What the hell? A pension? Cause she know she ain't gonna be nothing. He got a pension. Okay, let me guess, we going to the base. No, old people are cheap as folks. All of us have grandparents, or at least you had grandparents. Your grandparents give money to the grandkids. They ain't spending money on no damn adults. Your grandparents will take out a damn annuity for the grandchildren. And they like 2 years old. And meanwhile, they won't give you $500 for a car repair. Y'all know I'm telling the truth. Your grandmama will sit up here and finance the grandkids through college. She telling your ass, get a job. So let me get this straight. You'll spend $10,000 a year on the grandkids, but I got to go. You won't give me $500 for a car repair? Every single one of y'all in here dealing with that, your grandparents ain't breaking no bread. That is it. They ain't giving you nothing. Okay, what makes you think that anybody else's old folk in their family any different? When you hear somebody say pension, that's, ain't no money getting spent over here. Ain't no money getting spent over here at all. They'll spend money on the children. They'll spend money on pets. Oh, they'll spend a fortune on pets. They ain't spending a damn thing on you. I got a pension in a barber shop. You better cut up these coupons, nigga. That's what you better do. No, it'll be the old military niggas with their pensions arguing with the checkout girls at Walmart for the damn price matching. You ain't never seen nobody under the age of 28 arguing with the checkout people over price matching. They don't even know what that is. It's the old folks who know what price matching is. They'll hold up the whole damn line. That's why I'm so glad we got self-checkout today, because them old niggas will hold up the line. There'll be 30 people behind them. They don't give a damn. They got nowhere to go and all day to get there. They don't give a damn if you don't go nowhere. Every single one of us has been stuck in line at Walmart or Target behind some old ass nigga who done held up the line for 15 damn minutes. They sitting up here checking through the damn papers, talking about price matching. You sitting here trying to hurry up and get back home. You having hypotension. You just like, if I can just get in this store in and out in 5 minutes, nigga, you is gambling. You went through the line. You told yourself, well, there's the little old person. They only got 5 items. Let me tell you something. If one of those items is clothing, price match. If one of those items is clothing, price match. You sitting here like, okay, they only got 5 items. If I can just swing through this line real quick in 5, okay, give it a few more minutes. Give it a few more minutes. Nigga, you stuck. You stuck. You gonna be right here for the next 15 damn minutes. And when the girl reaches for the microphone, I need a manager on aisle 13. Oh, that's like being on the bus and seeing the train, the cross guards for the train come down. It's like, oh, hell. This supposed to be a 10-minute trip. 1 hour later, soon as you see her pick up that phone, it's, oh, here we go. Here we go. Oh, the 5-minute trip to the store just turned into 25 minutes. Ain't no way out, and I'm trapped. I'm trapped. I got 15 illegal aliens behind me, and they got to go through the checkout lane because they don't read English on the self-registers, on the self-checkout registers. They can't read the English, so it's, oh, boy. And you trying to brag about some pension pimping. Negro, please. However, that's just my opinion. That's just my opinion. Well, come on now. You knew that was going to happen. He's sitting up here talking about, Jason, I got a pension. Okay, am I supposed to be impressed, nigga? Am I supposed to be, I didn't know you had a pension. Damn, say less. Oh, you got a pension. Hey, y'all, look here. I didn't mean to be disrespectful, brother. I didn't know you had a pension. I didn't know I was dealing with a real one. I've got a pension. So back up, everybody. Back up. We got a real one now. Yes, sir. He don't work for his money work for him. Man, if I don't kick the cane out from up under your old ass. Nigga, mess around, your cane and your pension go flying in the damn air. You don't sit your ass down. That works with them welfare hoes who need a sponsor. That works on them. He's sitting in front of other grown men. I got a pension. Nigga, we ain't the hoes. You don't say that to us. Say it to them silly ass hoes over there. He forgot who his audience is. In any case, we're going to go ahead and wrap things up here tonight. If you are new here to the business, welcome to the program that all your favorite YouTubers love to hate watch. Click that red subscribe button, click that yellow notification bell, join us each and every time that we are here. If you haven't been to our website, our Patreon, the link is in the description. You want to go ahead and check that out as well. You're all invited to join us. I get to talk about things I don't get to talk about here on YouTube. Last Saturday was a bellwether moment. I don't know if we're ever going to do that again. Last Saturday was a bellwether moment. Don't know if I'm ever going to do that again, but it could happen. As you all can see, they've disabled my monetization here again. YouTube, stay hating. They disabled my monetization again, so I want to thank Evan and everyone else here who has contributed to support tonight's program on PayPal, Venmo, my man Andrew L. Thank you to everyone else who's contributed to support the program. We appreciate that. And I want to thank all of you for joining us here tonight. Thank you for tuning in live or recorded. Thank you for liking, subscribing, and sharing. And this concludes tonight. Well, we did it again. I'll be damned. Almost 5.5 hours. You didn't know that was what it was going to be. All my long haul truckers, my night shift nurses, my warehouse workers, my self-employed people, my stay-at-home parents, we've done it again. We've gotten you through another shift, at least halfway through it. You damn near to your destination, and Jason been doing this all over again. So it has been my pleasure to accompany you as you make this journey through the night, down the long roads, wherever you're going. Drive safe. Look out for yourself out there. And this concludes tonight's broadcast of The Business. I am your host, your brother, your humble servant, Mr. Jason Black. Until next time, my brothers and my sisters from around the world, remember, handle your business or your business will handle you.